Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Kill. But as soon as a volley of arrows had been fired off, Zhao Qing was already bearing down on Su Changkong like a ghostly apparition, attacking him. Chop! Su Changkong, with a sword in each hand, delivered a powerful and heavy chopping cut from above, powerful enough to split a chunk of ironstone in two, leaving a smooth-cut surface as if it were a mirror. Clang! Zhao Qijianji intercepted the blade with his bare hand, relying on the sturdiness of the pair of black gold gloves he wore. He grabbed the sword blade with his left hand, pivoted on his foot stance, and launched a punch from his bow stance with his right fist towards Su Changkong. Thump! Su Changkong released his left hand and countered with his fist. The power of the divine strength realm burst forth, and amid the explosive sound, Zhao Qijianji once again hastily retreated. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The very next moment, a series of mechanism sounds ensued, and more than 10 arrows propelled by strong kinetic energy hurtled through the air. Su Changkong could only concentrate fully, dodging and blocking these arrows. After a volley of arrows, Zhao Qing stuck to him like gum once again. Zhao Qing's plan was simple. All he needed to do was to entangle Su Changkong, prevent his escape, and then allow a group of subordinates to attack from afar with crossbows continuously without allowing Su Changkong a moment's breath. Su Changkong had to deal with a peer at the same high level, as well as nearly 20 crossbowmen's hidden arrows. The double drain on his physical and mental stamina was enough to ensure his inevitable demise here. The corpse of a martial artist at the divine strength realm does have some value indeed. Zhao Qing grinned viciously under his mask. This Zhao Qing was indeed a tough opponent, stronger than Han's Han, and with a pair of metal gloves of an unknown material to bluntly contend with Su Changkong's iron-cutting sword. Coupled with the shots from nearly 20 crossbowmen, Su Changkong felt a tremendous pressure. But it was odd that under this pressure, Su Changkong felt not fear or panic, but rather a kind of exhilaration. His blood was flowing extremely fast, true QJ, swiftly circulating in his body, his spirit fully focused as if everything around him had quieted down, and his perception of his surroundings became exceptionally clear. The rushing Zhao Qing and the incoming arrows all appeared in exquisite detail. Su Changkong's spirit seemed to merge with his body, undergoing a kind of sublimation, as if the sound of a bottleneck breaking could be heard, and a surge of strength rose beneath his skin. Tie up his sword, and his threatening power will be greatly reduced. Zhao Qing, unaware of Su Changkong's transformation, stretched out his hands clad in metal gloves to grab Su Changkong's iron-cutting sword. Having seen Su Changkong's fierce blade technique used to kill several martial artists before, Zhao Qing understood that as long as he could withstand Su Changkong's iron-cutting sword, Su Changkong would be like a tiger without claws. And with nearly 20 crossbowmen working together, killing Su Changkong would be like taking candy from a baby. To be killed by your own souled weapon, you must die with lingering resentment, right? My money isn't that easy to take. Zhao Qing sneered secretly to himself. This was playing the long game to catch a big fish. Iron-cutting blade technique. Splitting cut. However, at this moment, Su Changkong once again held up his sword, and with a chopping cut toward Zhao Qing, the strike was plain and unremarkable, but swift as lightning, as if plummeting from the sky. Clang! Zhao Qing indeed caught the sword blade with both hands, but his expression changed drastically. He felt that Su Changkong's sword was heavier than expected, a massive force pressing down as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. The trembling force transmitted through his arms, causing severe trembling and pain as if they were about to split, and he staggered back several steps uncontrollably before he could unload the force. What's going on? Both of us are in the divine strength realm. How can he suppress me? Zhao Qing found it somewhat unbelievable. Both in the divine strength realm, even if there were gaps, it shouldn't be to the extent of being utterly overpowered. So that's how it is. Divine bravery stage warriors possess the courage to face 100 foes alone and need real combat to temper their spirit and body. And I lack the pressure of real combat. That's why I've hit a bottleneck. Su Changkong, meanwhile, also realized this at the moment. Having reached the peak of the divine strength realm, one needed exhilarating combat to provoke a metamorphosis in both flesh and spirit. And indeed, Zhao Qing, coordinating with a host of crossbowmen, had given Su Changkong no small amount of pressure. This led to Su Changkong, who had already reached a bottleneck, to naturally break through his limits. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Arrows flew towards Su Changkong, who this time chose not to dodge, but instead raised an arm to protect his head and neck. Clang, clang, clang. Arrows striking Su Changkong's upper body produced a sound like the ringing of metal bouncing off him. Su Changkong's gold-threaded mail provided excellent defense against arrows and hidden weapons. As long as he guarded his critical points, these long-range crossbow bolts couldn't hurt him. What? Golden bell cover? Iron shirt. A barrage of arrows bounced off Su Changkong's body. Zhao Qing was taken aback, his first thought being whether this ghost face had also mastered horizontal training hard skills. You like catching my blade? Then I'll 11 give you enough to satisfy you. After withstanding a volley of crossbow bolts, Su Changkong's eyes grew cold as if solidified. Whoosh! Su Changkong wielded his iron-cutting sword, but this time he used it not to chop but to smash. As he circulated his turtle-breathing true qi, his arm muscles swelled, and he smashed the broadside of the iron-cutting sword's palm down on Zhao Qing with a gust of wind that brought a heavy pressure. Zhao Qing clenched his teeth, bracing both hands protected by black metal gloves against the falling iron-cutting sword. Crack, crack, crack! In the midst of the heavy metallic impact, the iron-cutting sword descended like a thousand-tail hammer. Zhao Qing painfully grunted, managing to block the blow, but the immense force sent shock waves that shattered the bones in his hands. Divine Bravery Stage. Are you a Divine Bravery Stage martial artist? Zhao Qing, in excruciating pain, saw black before his eyes and cried out in shock. Body refinement, great achievement. Divine Bravery Stage. A single arm could possess 1,000 taels of divine strength, able to swing weapons weighing 100 taels, like a humanoid, ferocious beast. If Su Changkong were merely in the divine strength realm, he couldn't possibly overpower Zhao Qing physically to this extent. Only a Divine Bravery Stage martial artist could do so. Su Changkong naturally didn't bother to explain to Zhao Qing. I really hate being betrayed. Coldness filled Su Changkong's eyes, frigid to the core. He had struck a deal with Zhao Qing, delivering quality crossbows, but from the very start of the transaction, Zhao Qing had been plotting against him. As soon as he purchased enough crossbows, he turned them against Su Changkong. How could Su Changkong not be enraged? Wait a second. We can talk this over. I am from Black. Zhao Qing's palms throbbed with excruciating pain, sweat trickling down. He hastily began to speak, seeking to make Su Changkong hold back. However, Su Changkong didn't hesitate for an instant. He closed the distance and delivered a slashing blow, pouring out all the murderous intent in his heart. Shik, shik, splitting cut, horizontal chop. Su Changkong executed 2 rapid strikes in succession, cutting crisscross through the air as though slashing simultaneously. Zhao Qing wanted to block them, but his shattered hands were willing but weak. Amidst the sound of flesh being torn, Zhao Qing's mask split in two, revealing a pallid, sinister face appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. His eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. A line of blood appeared on both his head and waist, and then widened, severing his body in two. Thud! Zhao Qing's body now bore a cross-shaped wound, tearing into 4 separate pieces that scattered on the ground, drenching it with blood and viscera in a ghastly mess. Having killed Zhao Qing, Su Changkong felt a vicious satisfaction in his heart. Zhao Qing had schemed against him with malicious intentions, and now he had died by Su Changkong's hand, a fitting end to his crimes. But it wasn't over yet. Su Changkong glanced towards the distance with a cold sweat, as the black-clad, masked men holding crossbows in the darkness were all stunned. Zhao, Lord Zhao is dead. Fight him. If Lord Zhao is dead, we won't survive either. The faces of these black-clad, masked men were contorted with savagery, some shocked that Zhao Qing had died at the hands of Su Changkong, and others in despair, determined to fight Su Changkong to the death. Su Changkong's figure flashed, dragging a blur as he pounced toward a group of black-clad men. Whiz, whiz, whiz! Some black-clad men pulled the triggers of their crossbows, firing bolts at Su Changkong. But he had anticipated their moves. He twisted his body, and all the arrows missed their target. Before they could load new bolts, Su Changkong was already upon them. Thud! Without a shred of mercy, Su Changkong swung his iron-cutting sword in a horizontal chop, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, as several heads soared into the air accompanied by spurting blood. Kill him! Kill him! The remaining black-clad, masked men cried out frantically, drawing their swords from their waists and lunging at Su Changkong. These men, most of them aren't even strength refinement realm martial artists. Su Changkong judged from their speed that many of these men were just ordinary people with some basic training, not even qualifying as martial artists. Armed with crossbows, they posed some threat, but now in close combat, they were no different from a rabble. SSH. Su Changkong wielded the iron-cutting sword, and with each swing determined by his movements, someone's head would hit the ground, someone would be cleaved in half and thrown into the air, just like chopping vegetables. What surprised Su Changkong was that despite seeing their comrades die, these men were clearly terrified, but not a single one tried to flee. Rather, they desperately fought him to the bitter end. Leave one alive to interrogate for information, Su Changkong thought to himself, as he slew all of the black-clad men cleanly, leaving only one masked individual. Ugh! Ugh! The sole survivor among the black-clad men, upon seeing the bodies, heads, and the spraying blood on the ground, like a slaughterhouse, couldn't help but remove his mask and vomit repeatedly. Once the man had nearly finished vomiting, Su Changkong slowly began to inquire, "Who are you? And what's so special about this Zhao Qing?" The ghost mask that Su Changkong was wearing was stained with blood, making him appear as terrifying as an evil spirit in the darkness. The black-clad man bit down hard, his eyes filled with despair, knowing his fate was sealed. He sighed despondently, "I am just a common bandit. I threw in my lot with Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing's identity is mysterious, and I don't know much, but it seems like he's a member of some sect. He controlled us with a type of poison pill, forcing us to work for him. If we disobeyed, the consequences were worse than death." The black-clad man revealed the little he knew, but indeed he didn't know much. Zhao Qing was ruthless and controlled his people with poison. Everyone had to take the pills he supplied at regular intervals to alleviate the effects, or else the poison pill would make life a living hell. Now that Zhao Qing was dead, even if Su Changkong spared them, they wouldn't be able to survive. Su Changkong could see that the black-clad man wasn't lying and only wanted a quick death. Swish! Su Changkong granted him that wish. He suddenly lifted his hand, and with a swift, clean chop, he decapitated the black-clad man, ending his life. Zhao Qing's identity really is somewhat mysterious. Su Changkong thought to himself, using poison pills to control his henchmen to fight for him, and being of the divine strength realm himself, he most likely came from some major force. However, since everyone was dead, Su Changkong had no way to interrogate further. "Pack up all these crossbows and take them away." Su Changkong began to quickly clean up the battlefield, starting with the batch of crossbows that Zhao Qing had purchased at a high price to deal with Su Changkong, only for them to end up back in Su Changkong's hands. Su Changkong folded these crossbows, some he put into his basket, and others he wrapped into a huge package using the clothes of the black-clothed men to carry them away. Besides this, Su Changkong didn't forget to search Zhao Qing's body, whom Su Changkong had angrily chopped into 4 pieces with 2 strikes, a particularly gruesome death. On Zhao Qing's body, Su Changkong indeed found quite a few valuable items. First was more than 1,000 taels of silver notes. Zhao Qing was quite wealthy. These pill medicines, they all seemed to be poison pills. Several small bottles were on Zhao Qing's person, each containing black-colored pill medicines. Su Changkong recalled that the black-clothed men had said Zhao Qing used these poison pills to control them. Zhao Qing also carried a metallic token. Engraved on this token was a black lotus, looking very sinister. A black lotus. Is this the identity token of the force Zhao Qing belonged to? Su Changkong glanced at the token. Useless to him, he planned to throw it away later or even melt it down during forging to completely destroy it. And these metal gloves, could they be made of black gold? They withstood my chopping without any damage. They're probably the most valuable item on Zhao Qing. Su Changkong removed the pair of black metal gloves from Zhao Qing's body. To Su Changkong's surprise, not only did the gloves withstand his iron cutting sword without damage, but they were also exceptionally heavy. A pair of gloves might weigh 8 or 9 pounds, reminding Su Changkong of a rare metal he had heard of at Black Iron Manor, black gold. This metal was extremely tough, several times more precious than gold. If these gloves were made of black gold, their price might well be over 1,000 taels of silver. I could have my iron cutting sword reforged. Melting these black gold gloves into it would certainly improve its quality to another level. Having thought this, Su Changkong tucked the pair of black gold gloves into his chest. After doing all this, Su Changkong didn't linger and quickly disappeared into the wilderness. As for the bodies on the ground, Su Changkong didn't deal with them. So many corpses and limbs, and the bloodstains were not easy to handle. It would be better to leave the scene early. Best to lay low for a few months and not come to the ghost market. The ghost market was a place of chaos, where killings for revenge were nothing out of the ordinary. The 18 crossbows were too conspicuous to keep at Black Iron Manor, so Su Changkong stored them in a cave a few miles away from the manor. On the way, Su Changkong dropped by Ginseng Town to purchase enough vital cheese spread for 2 or 3 months, and then he returned to Black Iron Manor. Back at Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong continued his cultivation and forging as usual. The encounter with Zhao Qing had yielded benefits beyond just monetary gains. The battle had allowed Su Changkong to break through the bottleneck of the divine strength realm and step into the divine bravery stage. It's quite miraculous, after breaking into the divine bravery stage, the muscles beneath my skin seem to have undergone a second growth, becoming even tougher, and every action carries an impressive might. A single roar can cause ordinary people to lose their souls in fright and all their fighting spirit. Su Changkong marveled at the changes in his body. Body refinement, great achievement in the divine bravery stage, is the peak for body refinement martial artists, where spirit and body become one. A single arm could possess the divine power of 1,000 pounds. And one roar could intimidate others into losing all their morale. Su Changkong's physique had reached an astonishing level, the muscles extremely tough, tight. Even a gentle stroke with a knife could only tear the skin, but struggle to injure the muscle beneath. Even if I stand still, ordinary people exhausting all their strength to punch and kick me, avoiding vitals, I'd be no more bothered than by a baby scratching an itch. Su Changkong thought as he clenched his fists, feeling a surge of power within. At the divine bravery stage, he was said to possess the might of 100 men, alone capable of charging and breaking through ranks of 100 elite soldiers. Not only that, but Su Changkong's 5 animal frolics, which had previously reached 99% of the 6th tier, now naturally progressed to a breakthrough. In the early hours of the next day, Su Changkong rose early to practice the 5 animal frolics. Colliding mountain bear, foraging tiger, iron-armed ape. In the woods outside of Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong executed the routines of the 5 animal frolics, his movements so fluid that he seemed to split into multiple, vividly bringing to life various birds and beasts as he moved through the forest sparring, and playing. Roar! The 5 animal frolics Su Changkong displayed were so astounding that they hardly seemed like a health-preserving fist art. At times, a tiger's roar would shake the forest. At others, birds in flight would startle. The falling snowflakes danced and shattered. It was profound mastery. A warm current rose from the soles of his feet, granting Su Changkong a sense of acute hearing, keen sight, and total rebirth. The 5 animal frolics have broken through. Su Changkong exhaled deeply as his 5 animal frolics naturally entered a new realm. 5 animal frolics, 7th tier, profound mastery, 1%. Indeed, Su Changkong glanced and saw his 5 animal frolics had progressed from reaching the pinnacle to the level of profound mastery. Su Changkong felt his 5 animal frolics had undergone a complete metamorphosis. What was originally within the scope of health-preserving fist now possessed both form and spirit. While executing the 5 animal frolics, he truly seemed transformed into the various creatures. Su Changkong's ears twitched to the sound of a bird flapping its wings. At that moment, amidst the fine snowflakes in the sky above the woods, there was a little sparrow dancing about, approximately 30 feet above Su Changkong. Whoosh! Su Changkong suddenly moved, climbing towards the trunk of a huge tree nearly 40 feet tall within the forest, using both his hands and feet, his agility resembling that of an ape. Once he reached the top of the tree, he leaped nearly 10 feet into the air and caught the sparrow within his palm. Puff! Falling from nearly 30 feet, Su Changkong spread his arms, his descent seeming to slow as his body lightened. Upon touching down, his feet left only shallow prints in the snow. Such speed and agility astonished onlookers, agile as an ape and swift as a bird. Practicing the 5 animal frolics to the 7th tier of profound mastery, I could truly embody the ferocity of a tiger, the calm of a deer, the stability of a bear, the nimbleness of an ape, the lightness of a bird. I've really achieved harmony of form and spirit. I'm so much stronger than before. Su Changkong couldn't help but take a deep breath and crack a smile. In the previous fight with Zhao Qing, Su Changkong struggled to defeat him for a time. But now facing him, with equal strength and speed, Su Changkong was confident that with his 5 animal frolics at the 7th tier, he could overcome Zhao Qing in just a few exchanges. With equal physical capabilities, the deciding factors for victory would be the sophistication of the martial arts skills. Squeak, squeak! In Su Changkong's palm, the sparrow struggled fiercely. Su Changkong smiled and opened his fingers. The sparrow immediately flapped its wings and soared high, escaping Su Changkong's grip and disappearing into the sky above the forest. Having entered the divine bravery realm and the 5 animal frolics breaking through to the 7th tier, my next step is to achieve a breakthrough with the turtle breath technique. Gathering his thoughts, Su Changkong returned to Black Iron Manor, beginning a new day of forging. He could not neglect his practice of the turtle breath technique. The wealth he had acquired from Zhao Qing was sufficient for several months of use, so the breakthrough in the turtle breath technique was merely a matter of time. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed in a flash, and the harsh winter was about to end. During these 2 months, Su Changkong had not crafted any bolts or arrows but took the time to recast his iron-cutting sword, melting down Zhao Qing's black gold gloves and integrating them into the sword. Mixed with several tails of black gold, the iron-cutting sword now exhibited a faint black-green color. Its weight increased by several tails, nearing 20 in total. It became tougher and sharper. What was originally a sword of excellent quality could now be reluctantly referred to as a treasure blade. Furthermore, in the turtle breath technique, Su Changkong finally achieved a breakthrough in the dead of night. 2 months later, in the still of the night, all was silent. Su Changkong lay casually on his bed, his eyes tightly closed, breathing in and out. Each breath he took was exceedingly long, and the air he exhaled was white with a hint of pale blue, exuding a calm and stable aura. When the turtle breath technique completed another cycle, reaching its peak, Su Changkong suddenly inhaled and exhaled forcefully like a giant turtle lying in wait at the bottom of the sea, surfacing to breathe, causing waves to surge. Whoosh whoosh. In the quiet room, true chi surged like rolling waves, with a clear sound of water crashing that echoed around. Within Su Changkong's body, the turtle breathing true chi circulated rapidly, undergoing metamorphosis. The white true chi with a hint of blue was shifting, the blue becoming more prominent, the white less so, as if transforming into a pool of clear water. The turtle breath technique has also broken through. Su Changkong exhaled deeply, nodding with satisfaction. Turtle breath technique. Sixth tier reach, the pinnacle 1%. It had taken nearly a year, but the turtle breath technique had finally ascended another level. Crack! Su Changkong gently picked up a wooden cup, without seeming to exert any force. But with the stimulation and impact of his true chi, this wooden cup, as if struck by a large wave, burst apart with a crackling sound. Impressive. My inner strength might not have been considered poor before, but it had nothing to do with profound mastery. Now, I could be said to possess a remarkable power. Su Changkong smiled. With the turtle breath technique at the pinnacle realm, if an ordinary person were to practice it, it would likely take them decades of effort to reach this state from childhood. Right now, having entered the divine bravery stage with both 5 animal frolics and turtle breath technique breaking through, I am worlds apart from where I was 2 months ago. I might even rank among the top martial artists in Clearwater City. Su Changkong felt the strength within himself growing more powerful, and he silently marveled at the change. Having achieved great achievement in body refinement and divine bravery stage, he was already among the extremely rare and powerful in Clearwater City. Since Su Changkong practiced both internal and external techniques, he was considered quite exceptional even among those in the divine bravery stage. He couldn't necessarily do as he pleased within the martial world of Clearwater City without any reservations, but he could at least be counted among the top tier. What Su Changkong cared about most, of course, was the change in his lifespan and potential. His main practice was the turtle breath technique and 5 animal frolics, aiming to extend his lifespan and potential. Name: Su Changkong, 17 years old. Lifespan: 2 years. Potential value: 15 points. Martial arts mastered: 5 animal frolics, 7-tier profound mastery 15%. Iron cutting blade technique, 6-tier reach the pinnacle 49%. Turtle breath technique, 6-tier reach the pinnacle 1%. Skills mastered: forging, 6th tier reach the pinnacle 37%. He glanced at his attribute panel. With both the 5 animal frolics and turtle breath technique breaking through, Su Changkong's lifespan skyrocketed by 20 years, reaching the significant milestone of 100 years, a mark that 99% of the population on Blue Planet would not live to see. He could truly be considered long-lived. Potential value, on the other hand, had increased by a full 3 points, a likewise immense boost. The growth in potential value would make Su Changkong even more extraordinary, making the practice of various martial arts easier and simpler, forming a virtuous cycle. With both the 5 animal frolics and the turtle breath technique breaking through, Su Changkong felt the long-missed ease, but he did not slack off. Above a martial artist of divine bravery, there must be stronger ones. Being able to throw one's weight around near a small city is no real skill. Su Changkong muttered to himself. The body refinement realm is merely the first realm for a martial artist. There are people beyond people, and mountains beyond mountains. One cannot afford to be proud or complacent. Every day, Su Changkong proceeded with his usual practice. He could feel that whether it was in forging or blade technique, progress became easier and swifter. To step into the 7th realm was just a matter of rigorous training. Winter left and spring arrived. The severe cold of winter had passed, and the mildly warm spring came as promised. Clang, clang, clang. One morning, after Su Changkong had finished practicing the 5 animal frolics, the bell for assembly and roll call rang throughout Black Iron Manor. As usual, everyone gathered in the manor's courtyard, and Director Liu began calling out names. Qianyu. Has Qianyu not arrived? However, Director Liu soon furrowed his brows, as he repeatedly called out a name several times with no one answering. Qianyu. He seems to be ill today, resting in his chamber. Shortly after, a man spoke up. Now that the seasons are changing, everyone should be mindful of the temperature changes. Director Liu did not pursue the matter further upon hearing this. Among over 100 people, it was quite common to have colds or illnesses. Su Changkong didn't pay much attention at first, but this incident was out of the ordinary. 2 days blinked by, and it was time for the morning assembly and roll call again. Liu Yi. He has caught a chill and asked me to take a leave on his behalf. And there's Li Yi. He's not feeling well. He vomited early in the morning and can't come to work today. One after another, people spoke up, causing Director Liu's frown to deepen. Could it be influenza? Meanwhile, Su Changkong's heart stirred. So many people falling ill at once was extremely unusual. He thought of the somewhat contagious influenza. Cough, cough, cough. I think I'm sick too. At that moment, a man started to cough violently, his face pale. Su Changkong remembered that this man was named Sun Qian, a forging master at Black Iron Manor. Cough, cough, cough. Sun Qian's coughing was so violent that it seemed as if he was about to cough out his lungs. The people nearby subconsciously stepped back a bit, their faces showing concern, while Sun Qian covered his mouth with his hand. After more than 10 coughs, Sun Qian stopped. However, in the space between his fingers was a streak of blood red. This Sun Qian, looking at the blood he had coughed up, turned pale. He had always been very healthy. How could he be sick enough to cough up blood? Get 2 people to take Sun Qian back to rest. Also, Qianyu and the others, make them stay inside and not go out or have contact with others. Upon seeing this, Director Liu immediately gave orders with a face more serious than ever. Yes, everyone complied, their expressions solemn. If it were something like the flu, it wouldn't be too bad, but if it was an epidemic, that would be trouble. Is it an epidemic? Winter has only just passed. Su Changkong also frowned deeply, knowing that in ancient times, what was most terrifying was not merely natural disasters or man-made calamities. The epidemic was even more fearsome, worse than the former 2 combined. With limited medical care and sanitary conditions, if one caught an epidemic in ancient times, it mostly came down to luck. If one could endure it, they would live. Otherwise, waiting for death was all that was left. Director Liu immediately reported the matter to Manor Lord Immortal, who took the situation very seriously. His approach was simple. Isolate Qianyu and the others who are sick, have someone deliver food and water, and prevent any contact with others. But the situation did not end there. After another day, the number of people with symptoms increased from 4 to 7, and the additional 3 did not have much interaction with Qianyu and the others on ordinary days. Yet they still fell ill. Why? Fear and panic spread throughout Black Iron Manor. This is wrong. This doesn't seem to be an epidemic or influenza. That evening, after finishing his practice of the 5 animal frolics, Su Changkong was holding a water jug, taking a few swigs when suddenly his heart gave a faint thump, and a subtle sense of alarm rose within him. Pooh! Su Changkong immediately spat the water out, his expression fluctuating. The water source? Could the problem be with the water source? Su Changkong looked at the water bottle in his hand, a thought occurring to him. Inside Black Iron Manor, 7 people had fallen ill, but among them, some rarely had any contact with each other on a regular basis. If there was one thing everyone did every day, it was eating and drinking, and water was something everyone had to drink daily. Could the sudden outbreak of illness among the people be due to the water source? Go find the Manor Lord. Su Changkong felt it was necessary to investigate this aspect, so he immediately got up and went to the back courtyard of Black Iron Manor to look for Immortal. It was already evening. In a room, Immortal's brows were deeply furrowed. So many people are sick. Is it the flu or a plague? Yesterday, someone was sent to Clearwater City to fetch Dr. Liu. But as soon as Dr. Liu heard about the situation, he refused to come to Black Iron Manor for all the money in the world. Ordinary illnesses were one thing, but suspected plague-related symptoms made general doctors avoid them like the plague, lest trouble befalls them. Immortal had people contact doctors from Clearwater City, and those doctors only advised him to isolate those with symptoms to avoid direct contact with them at all costs. Bang! 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 There was a knock at the door. "Come in. The door isn't locked," Immortal said after regaining his senses. "Branch up." A tall youth pushed the door open and entered. It was Su Changkong. "Changkong? What brings you to me?" Immortal was slightly surprised. Su Changkong was low-key and rarely sought him out on his own. "Manor Lord, several people have fallen ill in the manor recently. Could the fundamental reason be related to the food and water?" Su Changkong didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Water and food. Even Su Changkong had to drink water and eat on schedule. If there was an issue with either, then everyone in Black Iron Manor was in trouble. Right? The water, go check the water source. Upon hearing this, Immortal immediately sprang to his feet. Originally, they had assumed it was something like the flu, but could it be that there was a problem with the water source? "Old Liu, get a couple of people to come with me to the back mountain for a look to Black Iron Lake," Immortal ordered as soon as he found Director Liu. 111 go too. Su Changkong prepared to accompany them to the scene. Rather than being clueless, having an understanding would allow for better preparedness. Immortal, Director Liu, Su Changkong, and two of Immortal's trusted aides, a group of 5, headed towards the back mountain of Black Iron Manor. Black Iron Lake was a pool of water located behind the mountains of Black Iron Manor. The water needs of the more than 100 people in Black Iron Manor could not be met by a mere well. Black Iron Lake was the source of the manor's water. Whether it was drinking water or the water used for quenching during forging, it all came from Black Iron Lake. Black Iron Lake, the water clear, occasionally with a few leaves floating on the surface. When a breeze blew, it caused ripples on the surface of the lake. From the surface, there appeared to be no issues with Black Iron Lake. "Old Zhang, go down and take a look," Immortal instructed one of the men. This man named Zhang Shu was good at swimming. "All right." Zhang Shu nodded, peeled off his clothes and shoes, leaving only his undergarments on, and dived into Black Iron Lake, plunging toward the bottom to explore. He occasionally surfaced to breathe. After about the time it took to burn a stick of incense, a discovery was finally made. "Manor Lord, take a look at this." Zhang Shu called out from the water. In Zhang Shu's hand, he was holding a rat. More precisely, the corpse of a rat. Zhang Shu climbed ashore and tossed the rat's corpse onto the ground. This rat's corpse was peculiar, bloated from soaking in the water. Its fur had fallen off, and its body was covered with small, bulging pustules. Could it be because an animal died in Black Iron Lake and caused the illness? Immortal looked at the corpse of the rat on the ground. An animal carcass rotting in the water source indeed had a certain probability of causing sickness in those who drank from it. However, Su Changkong frowned and said in thought, "Logically speaking, if the corpse of this rat was immersed in water, it should have floated to the surface, but Uncle Zhang found this rat at the bottom of the lake." Upon hearing this, Immortal immediately narrowed his eyes, drew the knife from his waist, and forcefully slashed at the swollen rat corpse on the ground, cutting it into 2 halves. Inside the split rat's abdomen were its rotten innards, and beyond that, there were several black objects. "Are these stones?" Zhang Shu poked with a stick and said. The reason the rat's corpse didn't float to the surface was that its stomach was filled with stones. Otherwise, the people who came for water would have noticed the rat carcass floating on the water. And a rat, no matter what it ate, wouldn't possibly consume a bellyful of stones. The most likely explanation: it's man-made. Someone deliberately stuffed stones into the rat's stomach and threw it into Black Iron Lake. And judging by the pus-filled sores on the surface of the rat's body, it's likely been tampered with. This is the root cause of the illnesses striking down people within Black Iron Manor. As Su Changkong stared at the rat corpse on the ground, his eyes were cold, and his heart was filled with horror. This was poisoning. Poisoning the water source. Who would be so vicious to commit such an act that is worse than that of a beast? Immortal's scalp tingled with horror, and he ground his teeth so hard they made a crunching noise. Poisoning the water source was a harmful act that benefited no one. It was a loss of humanity, more cruel than stabbing someone to death. Chills rose in the hearts of the others as well, realizing that there was probably more than one rat corpse in Black Iron Lake. The people of Black Iron Manor, had all been drinking the lake's water. It was only in the past few days that people had started falling ill in succession. Due to varying physiques, some had fallen sick while others had not. But if they continued to drink the water from Black Iron Lake for much longer, it was feared that the whole manor would be doomed. Although everyone was furious and wished they could tear the poisoner to pieces, they had no clue who had done it. Taking a deep breath, Immortal said, "The water from Black Iron Lake can no longer be used. From now on, fetch water from Spring River Creek, 5 miles away. To be safe, all drinking water must be disinfected before use." Everyone nodded. With Black Iron Lake suspected of being poisoned, certainly no one dared to drink from it anymore, and they were willing to put up with the inconvenience. That very night, Immortal informed everyone in the manor that there was a problem with the drinking water and that no one was to touch Black Iron Lake's water anymore. After stopping the use of Black Iron Lake's water, indeed, no one else fell sick in the following days. Yet everyone in Black Iron Manor felt very heavy-hearted. Dead. Qianyu is dead. Early in the morning, tragic news spread throughout Black Iron Manor. Although the source of the illness had been discovered, and afterward no one else got sick, for those who had previously become ill, like Qianyu, it was already a reality. Qianyu, who was the first to get sick, was isolated in a room, with meals delivered to him every day, but he ultimately didn't make it and died a miserable death. He coughed up blood repeatedly, and pus-filled sores also emerged on his skin. He was not the only one. Out of the 7 who got sick, 3 did not make it, enduring immense pain before their deaths. However, the remaining 4, by virtue of their strong physiques, were not seriously harmed. Still, to be safe, it was decided to observe them for a few more days before letting them out. The bodies of the 3 deceased were cremated, along with their clothing and bedding, and their families cried inconsolably on the verge of fainting. With natural and man-made disasters, is it really so difficult to survive these days? It's good that we acted in time, otherwise more than just a few people would have died. The people of Black Iron Manor all sighed with helplessness. They were also fortunate to have discovered the incident early, otherwise, most of them might have suffered. Su Changkong silently watched the burning flames, anger and murderous intent brewing in his heart. Su Changkong was in the know, aware that the deaths of Qianyu and others were not a natural disaster, but rather man-made. Someone had poisoned the water supply, leading to Qianyu and the others falling ill and dying painfully from the disease. If my physique weren't so strong, I would have likely fallen ill just the same, meeting the same fate as them, dying in despair and agony. Su Changkong's fist clenched tightly. He had drunk the same water too. He was just as lucky as most people, and with a strong body, he did not fall ill. Common poisons were practically useless against martial artists who had achieved great achievement in body refinement. Even though Su Changkong felt both rage and a desire to kill, he didn't even know the identity of the poisoner and could only suppress the anger in his heart. The commotion at Black Iron Manor calmed down. Those who had died were gone, and those who were living had to keep on living. Black Iron Manor returned to its usual state, with only a few people knowing that the disturbance had been caused intentionally by someone. The enemy had taken great pains to poison the water, an act that was harmful to others but not beneficial to themselves. What their exact motive was, however, remained unknown to everyone. We've almost used up the herbs for vital cheese spread. I'll go to Ginseng Town to buy some tomorrow. A week had passed since the disturbance at Black Iron Manor. Su Changkong spent his days as usual, practicing his punches and his skills, living a leisurely life, but he needed to replenish his supply of herbs for vital cheese spread, which had nearly run out. Since Su Changkong's turtle breath technique had been cultivated to the sixth realm, his strength had greatly increased, and the effects of vital qi spread had become even less significant, but it was still better than nothing. On his rest day, Su Changkong set out for Ginseng Town alone, using turtle breath shrinkage to alter his bone structure. Dressed in black, he resembled a wandering traveler. By the time he arrived in Ginseng Town, it was already noon. I haven't been here in 2 or 3 months. How could Ginseng Town have changed so much? As soon as he arrived in Ginseng Town, Su Changkong was somewhat surprised. Formerly bustling with constant traffic, Ginseng Town was now quite desolate. The streets were sparsely populated with pedestrians maintaining their distance from one another. Although perplexed, Su Changkong didn't hesitate, heading straight for Ginseng Manor. Yin Song. But Su Changkong's step slowed when he saw a man knocking on the gate of a house where a small tree was planted outside. This man was none other than Yin Song. Jia Er. Soon after, the gate opened, and a gentle-looking woman appeared at the doorway. She seemed a bit haggard, with somewhat swollen red eyes. Yin Lang. Upon seeing Yin Song at the door, the woman's face clearly brightened with joy. Jia Er, let's talk inside, said Yin Song in a low voice, comforting her, then continued. Emichum. The woman nodded softly, allowed Yin Song to enter the yard, and then closed the gate behind them. That woman looks somewhat familiar. What's her relationship with Yin Song? Watching the two disappear through the doorway, Su Changkong was slightly curious. But this had nothing to do with Su Changkong, and naturally, he wouldn't be so tactless as to go and ask about it. Go to Ginseng Manor. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Changkong moved to continue on to Ginseng Manor. Lord 1. At the entrance of Ginseng Manor, as usual, there were disciples of Ginseng Manor on guard. Seeing Su Changkong, dressed in black, approaching, they immediately greeted him respectfully. During this period, Su Changkong had often visited Ginseng Manor, and the disciples there all recognized him. Knowing he was a major patron of Ginseng Manor, they naturally treated him with respect. Is Manor Lord Lu here? Su Changkong nodded slightly, asking the question. Please come in. I will inform the Manor Lord immediately. The disciple of Ginseng Manor promptly invited Su Changkong to be their guest. At the invitation of the Ginseng Manor disciple, Su Changkong entered a reception hall in Ginseng Manor and sat down on a chair, quietly waiting. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Lu Feng, with a beard and a stern face, entered the living room. Lu Feng said with a face full of apologies, Brother 1, I was delayed by some matters, sorry. Su Changkong shook his head, then said, Manor Lord Lu, it's the same old rules. I want to buy those medicinal materials. However, a trace of difficulty appeared on Lu Feng's face. Brother Wen, the medicinal materials are available, but I'm afraid we can't give you the discount like before. It has to be 10 taels of silver for each portion. Hearing this, Su Changkong's brow furrowed slightly. In the past, buying medicinal materials for vital qi spread from Ginseng Manor was quite expensive, costing 8 taels of silver for each prescription, and the price had always been like that. But now, Lu Feng was saying it cost 10 taels of silver? Lu Feng explained, recently, a series of illnesses resembling a plague have broken out in various places in Clearwater City. The prices of all kinds of medicinal materials have skyrocketed, and our own cost to obtain them at Ginseng Manor has also increased greatly. The explanation from Lu Feng made Su Changkong pause. Plague? This couldn't help but bring to Su Changkong's mind the incident at Black Iron Manor some time ago, where several people had contracted an illness and died. Upon investigation by Su Changkong and others, it turned out that someone had poisoned the water source. Originally, Su Changkong thought someone was deliberately targeting Black Iron Manor, but now from Lu Feng's words, it became clear that similar incidents were happening all over Clearwater City. It was like a plague had erupted. A thought struck Su Changkong. This plague seemed man-made, with someone behind the scenes pulling the strings. It included the poisoning incident at Black Iron Port, which wasn't a targeted attack on Black Iron Manor, but rather similar events were happening all over Clearwater City. Who is behind this madness? Su Changkong couldn't help feeling a chill. Someone was deliberately poisoning water sources and spreading plagues and pathogens. This undoubtedly required tremendous resources, and their motives were baffling. It was utterly self-destructive. Brother One, it's 10 taels of silver per portion. Actually, this already includes a discount. We aren't making much as it is, Lu Feng said apologetically, snapping Su Changkong out of his shock. Then let it be 10 taels of silver. Su Changkong regained his composure, not dwelling on the price increase of 2 extra taels. In the end, Su Changkong paid 600 taels of silver for enough vital qi spread to last 2 months. With these medicinal materials, Su Changkong left Ginseng Manor, escorted out by Lu Feng, his mind heavy with thoughts. Clang, clang, clang. Walking on the streets of Ginseng Town, Su Changkong heard the sound of noisy gongs and drums coming from distance. The doors of the houses that were usually tightly shut were now wide open, and the faces of the residents beamed with joy. Master Du Jun has arrived. Quick, go and get some holy water. The residents, each one carrying pots, pans, and kettles, headed towards where the sound of gongs and drums originated. This scene made Su Changkong's eyebrows furrow tightly. Master Du Jun? Who is this person? Su Changkong couldn't help but feel puzzled. Within the domain of Clearwater City, he had never heard of such a person. Seeing the fervent demeanor of these residents, it seemed they were out of the ordinary. Let's go take a look. Driven by curiosity, Su Changkong followed the crowd towards the source of the drum and gong sounds. Before long, in a spacious square of Ginseng Town, Su Changkong witnessed an astonishing scene. All around were heads crowding together, shoulder to shoulder. The majority of people from Ginseng Town had come to the site. At a high platform in the center of the crowd, there was a group of monks dressed in black robes, numbering 4 or 5. The one in the middle was a white-browed old monk clad in a black kasaya, with a kindly face exuding an appearance of compassionate wisdom, suggesting he might be a highly attained monk. However, the black kasaya he wore gave him a slightly eerie air. This old monk is not an ordinary monk. Su Changkong's eyes narrowed slightly. As a martial artist with body refinement great achievement, Su Changkong had a keen perception and could sense that the old monk was far from common. Not only him, but the monks beside him also had bright eyes and robust physiques, most likely skilled in martial arts. Amipa, this humble monk's dharma name is Du Jun. There is an illness haze hovering over Ginseng Town, and I have come here to perform a ritual to disperse this sickly miasma. The old monk brought his palms together, and his voice actually overpowered the noisy clamor, resonating with a tone of profound compassion. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell somewhat silent. Currently, in various places across Clearwater City, people were suffering from diseases and outbreaks of plague, with not a few dying from illnesses, including those in Ginseng Town. Fearful for themselves, these words from the old monk Du Jun undoubtedly raised a glimmer of hope in the hearts of the people. Master, please save my son. He's not going to last much longer. Just then, a wailing cry rang out as a woman dressed like a commoner squeezed out of the crowd, holding a 6 or 7-year-old child. The child was pale, his eyes tightly closed, and his breathing seemed to have ceased, giving the impression that he was on his last breath while the woman pleaded incessantly. This female benefactor, do not panic. Allow this humble monk to take a look, said the old monk Du Jun kindly, as he approached the woman to examine the child's condition. Bring forth the holy water, commanded Du Jun. Yes, one of the young monks, standing by, brought over an exquisitely crafted porcelain bottle, which had a willow branch inserted into it. The old monk held the willow branch, gracefully sprinkling sparkling drops of water which fell upon the child's body. After a while, the child who had seemed at death's door now had a flush of color on his face, moaned, and opened his eyes. This miraculous revival astonished many in the audience, and some remained skeptical. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. The woman, holding the child who looked bewildered, kept bowing and thanking him repeatedly. May the Master's sprinkling of holy water prevent all illnesses and save people from the cycle of rebirth. A black-robed monk shouted aloud, propelling the atmosphere on the site to a climax. Many people started to hold up pots and pans, ready to catch what they believed to be holy water. Isn't this just a cultist scam? The sight made Su Changkong stare in amazement, wearing a strange expression. It's just hiring someone to perform trickery and deceit, a ruse common on Blue Planet. But in an era where information is obstructed and many people are illiterate, it's indeed an effective way to cheat the masses. Damn it, these bastards are up to their tricks again. At that moment, the keen-eared Su Changkong twitched slightly as he heard a low curse. He turned his head slightly and saw a few men in constable uniforms standing at the outskirts of the crowd. Aren't they going to do something about this, to prevent these bastards from deceiving the gullible populace? A young constable said indignantly, "Eliu, don't stir trouble. These people are mostly from the Black Lotus sect, not someone you and I, small-time constables, can afford to offend," said another older constable, pressing his shoulder and speaking with a serious tone. The Black Lotus sect? This caused a discreetly listening Su Changkong to stir within. Previously, Zhao Qing had invited Su Changkong to join their sect, but he refused to name it, prompting Su Changkong to refuse. Enraged, Zhao Qing ambushed Su Changkong, only to be killed by him. On Zhao Qing's body, Su Changkong found an identity token engraved with a black lotus. And these monks, according to the constables, must be people from the Black Lotus sect. Could Zhao Qing also be a member of the Black Lotus sect? Su Changkong wondered darkly. The Black Lotus sect is no ordinary organization. Zhao Qing, a martial artist in the divine strength realm, was one of their members, and the old monk Du Jun was spreading faith here, deceiving the public. Yet, even the local authorities dared not interfere, which shows how fearsome the Black Lotus sect is. The young constable's face was also somewhat drained. Now, near Clearwater City, the Black Lotus sect had revealed its presence, quickly garnering a large following with so-called holy water that could cure all ailments and other methods that seemed to bring the dead back to life. Given the current situation, the young constable felt that if he dared to say that Du Jun was a fraud, he would likely be overwhelmed by other fervent citizens. He could only let out a resigned sigh and stand silently on the spot. The Great Flame Empire truly suffers from both internal strife and external threats. Su Changkong sighed. Within the region of Clearwater City alone, there was rampant banditry, and now the emergence of the evil sect known as the Black Lotus sect. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a harbinger of chaotic times ahead. Moreover, in light of the poisoning of the water source at Black Iron Manor and the outbreak of an epidemic within the jurisdiction of Clearwater City, could there be a link to the Black Lotus sect? If that were true, it would indeed be terrifying. As Su Changkong pondered, the black-robed old monk on the stage, Du Jun, dipped a willow branch into a vase filled with holy water and flicked it, sending sparkling droplets flying into the air, which caused the crowd below to go wild, reaching up with both hands and any containers they had, hoping to catch the precious holy water. The scene was incredibly fervent and chaotic, as Du Jun was worshipped like a deity. What are you pushing for? Damn it, don't shove me. At that moment, the crowd became disorderly as someone forcefully made their way through, causing people to stumble around. You old thieving monk, playing God and tricking people. No evil deed undone. Today, let's see if your head is harder than my blade. A hoarse voice erupted, laden with peak frustration and murderous intent. A man dressed in gray, with his face covered by a black scarf, emerged from the crowd, a sword at his waist, radiating an aura of vengeance. Who is he? Thinking of taking action against Master Du Jun. Isn't he afraid of divine retribution? The previously frenzied and tumultuous scene suddenly quieted down. The old monk Du Jun, suddenly faced with this turn of events, did not show the slightest bit of panic. As the incensed man in gray approached, Du Jun greeted him with a kind smile. "Esteemed patron, why harbor such great anger? Buddha is merciful, and I can help you transcend any troubles you might have. Transcend? I'll transcend you, you old thieving monk. But the man in gray seemed to have a deep hatred for Dujan. He roared furiously, his eyes bloodshot, and abruptly drew his long blade, lunging at Dujan. How dare you? Dujan brought his hands together in prayer without moving, but the other monks in black raised cries of alarm. Each grabbed a long staff to block the man in gray. Clang, clang, clang. The martial arts of the man in gray were quite extraordinary. His blade moved like the wind, trailing shadows behind it, and the monks were also well trained in martial arts. Their coordinated attacks with the staffs, exchanging blows with the long blade, created a cacophony of clashing sounds. The two sides clashed, with several people besieging the gray-clothed figure alone, fighting so fiercely that the gongs, drums, and porcelain bottles set up on the stage were all knocked to the ground. The onlooking crowd couldn't help but retreat a distance, each of them watching the excitement. On one side was the seemingly all-powerful master Dujan in their eyes, and on the other was a very fierce-looking masked gray-clothed figure. He is... Meanwhile, Su Changkong, observing the battle on the stage, showed a flicker in his eyes. On the stage, the gray-clothed man's blade technique was sharp, but the black-clothed monks were numerous and cooperated tacitly. Their wooden sticks, 1 inch longer and 1 inch stronger, were extremely tough and even difficult for sharp blades to cut through, giving the gray-clothed man a hard time breaking through their blockade. Get out of the way! This infuriated the gray-clothed man, who channeled his true chi. His long blade hummed as it shimmered with the light of red flame, radiating a scorching sharpness. Hiss. Under the full burst of his channeled true chi, the gray-clothed man's combat strength surged. He struck continuously with his long blade, causing a monk to cry out in alarm as the wooden stick broke, and several wounds were added to his body, narrowly avoiding being gutted. He is Yin Song. Down on the ground, Su Changkong was certain of his guess after seeing this scene. The masked, gray-clothed man's blade technique and inner strength were all too familiar to him. It was indeed Yin Song. This left Su Changkong confused and puzzled. According to his understanding of Yin Song was cautious and should not have been this impulsive. Yet now, he was raging to the extreme, eager to slay Master Dujan in public, with his face covered. Thieving monk, your life ends here. While Su Changkong was lost in confusion, Yin Song erupted with true chi, breaking through the blockade and pouncing towards Master Dujan, bringing his blade down on his head without the slightest mercy. Obstinate fool. But Master Dujan sighed, as his wide left sleeve coiled around. The Kasaya's sleeve seemed to harden like iron and burst forth with a titanic force. Clang! Amidst the crisp sound of metal clashing, Yin Song felt a severe pain in the web of his thumb and fingers, nearly unable to hold onto his blade, with half his body losing all sensation. Master Dujan was fearsomely strong, at the very least of the divine strength realm, possessing a remarkable level of inner strength. Not good. What made Yin Song's pupils contract was that at the same time, Master Dujan's left palm struck through the air with cloud-piercing momentum, hitting Yin Song, who was unable to dodge due to the numbness in half of his body. Bang! This palm struck Yin Song solidly in the chest, causing him to spew a great mouthful of blood, darkening the color of his black face veil. He was sent flying like a sandbag for a couple of yards, falling from the high stage, nearly passing out on the spot. Go! Yin Song struggled to his feet, squeezing into the crowd. People, to avoid trouble, quickly made way, letting Yin Song flee towards the outskirts of Ginseng Town. Having struck Yin Song into a heavy injury with a single palm, Master Dujan sighed and said, "This benefactor seems to have some misunderstanding with this poor monk. I have inadvertently injured him and should follow up to see his condition and help treat his wounds. If his life is in danger, it would be this poor monk's grave error." Umaba. The master's compassion and propensity to repay grievance with virtue truly exceed our own. Many locals thought in admiration of Master Du Jun's broad-mindedness. Despite the masked, gray-clothed figure attacking Master Du Jun, not only was he not angry, but he also worried that he might have struck too heavily and endangered the other's life. He was truly a saintly monk. The crowd parted to create a path, and Du Jun, followed by several black-robed monks, passed through on their way out of Ginseng Town. As he moved through the crowd, the gentle smile on Du Jun's face vanished, replaced by an expressionless visage. Chase him. He's been hit by my piercing cloud palm. He won't get far. In reality, with Du Jun's strength, a full-power palm strike was enough to kill Yin Song on the spot or severely injure him. However, he had restrained himself from killing in front of an audience, which would damage his cultivated image. Now that Du Jun was leaving with his men, he obviously wasn't concerned for Yin Song's safety as he had implied. He was determined to pursue and exterminate him. I'd like to see who dares to oppose the Black Lotus sect. A cold light flickered in Du Jun's eyes. Damn it! This bald rascal has not only reached the divine strength realm, his inner strength cultivation is also extremely notable, very powerful even among those in the divine strength realm, much stronger than me by more than a little. Yin Song was currently forcing himself to keep moving, despite his injuries, having fled several miles outside of Ginseng Town. He was weaving through a forest, gasping for breath, and feeling waves of darkness before his eyes. Hit by Du Jun's palm, he had relied on his peak internal strength cultivation and a breath of true qi to prevent himself from collapsing. Benefactor, I am not some demon. Is there a need to run so urgently? At this moment, an aged voice sounded from behind, causing Yin Song's complexion to change drastically. Behind him, Du Jun and 4 or 5 other monks had already caught up. Yin Song, heavily injured, couldn't run fast. Yin Song stopped running. Clutching the long knife at his waist, he prepared for battle, though he could barely stand upright. You think you can offend the master and leave? The monks subtly formed a circle around Yin Song, trapping him. Each one's face bore a malevolent smile. With curiosity, Du Jun inquired, "This benefactor seems unfamiliar. Do I have any grudge with you?" By then, Yin Song, who had been running frantically, had already removed his mask to breathe, revealing his true face. In response to Du Jun's question, Yin Song sneered. "You think I would tell you?" Revealing any grudge to Du Jun would likely lead to him wiping out the problem at its root, endangering Yin Song's friends and family. Hearing this, Du Jun did not press further, but smiled gently. "Benefactor, it's not that I must kill you. Swallow this pill, and I will help heal your wounds." Du Jun flipped his hand and produced a black pill from his robes. Yin Song's eyes narrowed as he gritted his teeth. "You bald donkey are truly venomous." Yin Song was not a fool. He understood the pill was most likely a poison pill. If he ingested it, he would be subject to lifelong manipulation. Yin Song tightened his grip on the knife, preferring to fight to the death, dragging 1 or 2 of his adversaries with him. Stubborn fool, Du Jun sighed, his gaze becoming icy cold. "Brother Yin, it seems you've run into some trouble." At that moment, another voice rang out, causing both parties to pause in surprise. Under a large tree, a young man of average height, with narrow eyes and a somewhat cold demeanor, stepped forward. It was none other than Su Changkong. Su Changkong had witnessed everything that had occurred in Ginseng Town today and recognized Yin Song's identity. Upon seeing Yin Song badly wounded and fleeing, with Du Jun and the monks in pursuit, he hesitated briefly before following. Su Changkong had come, firstly to find out about the Black Lotus sect's affairs, and secondly, he was even more eager to know if the poisoning incident at Black Iron Manor, which had caused a great upheaval, was the deed of the Black Lotus sect. Indeed, the previously mentioned Zhao Qing was a member of the Black Lotus sect. Having been there for a while, Su Changkong had been secretly observing the standoff between the two parties. He saw the black pill medicine Du Jun took out, which was the same poison pill found on Zhao Qing earlier. It was what the Black Lotus sect used to control its members. Brother One, the sudden appearance of Su Changkong unmistakably left Yin Song stunned. He hadn't expected Su Changkong to show up here. When Du Zhan's gaze flickered towards Su Changkong, he said, "Young man, who are you? I advise you not to meddle in others' business and stay away." Su Changkong inwardly shook his head. After he revealed himself, it became impossible for Du Zhan, with his ruthless nature, to let him leave. "Are you a member of the Black Lotus sect? The recent plague in the vicinity of Clearwater City was also your doing, wasn't it?" Without beating around the bush, Su Changkong directly asked. As soon as he spoke, Yin Song was taken aback. He knew about the recent spread of a plague in Clearwater City that had caused no small number of deaths and injuries. Yet Su Changkong's words seemed to suggest he believed this plague was deliberately propagated by the Black Lotus sect. In response to Su Changkong's question, the previously faintly amiable expression on Du Zhan's face disappeared, turning into sheer coldness. "Young man, words can bring disaster upon you. It seems that I cannot allow you to leave alive." Du Zhan stared at Su Changkong. The coldness in his eyes was no longer concealed, and Su Changkong's words had evidently provoked a killing intent in Du Zhan. "Be careful. This old villain has very high martial arts skills. Not only has he reached the divine strength realm, his inner strength cultivation is even higher than mine." Yin Song immediately shouted out a warning, aware that Su Changkong was strong but still uncertain about the outcome when facing this powerful demon monk from the Black Lotus sect who was formidable even among those in the divine strength realm. Su Changkong's words had clearly touched a nerve in Du Zhan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, and he was unwilling to let Su Changkong leave alive. Du Zhan's reaction confirmed the suspicions in Su Changkong's mind. The plague within the territory of Clearwater City, including the poisoning of the water source at Black Iron Manor, was not accidental, but orchestrated, and most likely by the Black Lotus sect. Recalling several people in Black Iron Manor who had died painfully without apparently doing anything, Su Changkong's own killing intent was boiling. If it wasn't for his diligent practice of martial arts, he might have fallen victim and died in despair as well. Chop! Du Zhan, not knowing the identity of the young man in black before him, had already decided to kill Su Changkong. He uttered a slight reproach, and with a pull of his hands, he took off a string of prayer beads from around his neck. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Du Zhan's robust, true chi was infused into the prayer beads. With a forceful push of his hands, the string of prayer beads scattered in all directions, shooting towards Su Changkong like bullets. The powerful wind they carried tearing through the air with a piercing, whistling sound. In order to kill the young man who seemed to know something, Du Zhan had pushed his true chi to its peak from the moment he made his move, using his deadliest technique in the hope of not giving Su Changkong any chance of survival. Each prayer bead, fueled by Du Zhan's true chi, could penetrate bone and tear flesh, and it moved at speeds beyond the limits of ordinary human reaction. But to Su Changkong, the trajectory of each prayer bead was visibly clear. 5 animal frolics, penetrating forest deer. As the prayer beads approached, Su Changkong didn't retreat, but moved forward instead, his body rushing while slightly swaying, showcasing a beauty of motion, like a spirit deer running through the forest, untouched by a single leaf. The seemingly insignificant swaying allowed Su Changkong to dodge the prayer beads shooting towards him, each missing him by a hair's breadth. Amidst a series of tearing sounds, the prayer beads hit the trees behind Su Changkong, each one bursting with immense power and leaving fist-sized holes in the trunks, which made it imaginable what kind of horrific damage they would inflict if they hit a body of flesh and blood. What kind of movement technique is this? Yin Song's eyes widened in horror at the brilliance of Su Changkong's agility. Su Changkong swiftly closed in on Du Zhan while dodging the bead shot at him. Iron sleeve skill. Du Zhan was horrified in his heart, not expecting that his own lethal move would be so easily evaded by Su Changkong. Seeing Su Changkong closing in, he didn't dare to be careless, and with a low roar, his wide sleeves swung. With force pouring into them, the sleeves whipped like an iron chain, fiercely lashing at Su Changkong, enough to easily break bones and tear tendons. Previously, Du Jun had effortlessly resolved Yin Song's killing move with a flick of his sleeve. The sleeve, like an iron whip, struck Su Changkong, emitting a crisp, bursting sound. But the Su Changkong before him shattered into 4 or 5 pieces, nothing but an afterimage. Behind me, Du Jun's pupils contracted. Su Changkong's speed was too fast, like a prancing spirit deer. He made an abrupt turn in midair, dodging the sleeve strike, and circling to his back. 2 hands reached out from behind, grabbed Du Jun's head, and then squeezed with force. Let go. Du Jun reacted quickly, grabbing Su Changkong's wrists at once. His arms exerted force, trying to break free from Su Changkong's grip. Du Jun's martial arts realm had also reached the divine strength realm, granting him the strength to lift cauldrons. However, compared to Su Changkong, Du Jun felt like a child against an adult. The tremendous force of divine bravery, bursting from a single arm, squeezed fiercely from both sides. From Du Jun's mouth came a piercing, agonizing scream, accompanied by the sound of his skull cracking and popping, as if a tightening golden hoop was on his head, continuously constricting until his skull could no longer bear it and shattered. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst the dreadful screams, Du Jun's skull was twisted and deformed by Su Changkong's sheer squeezing force, splintering apart, with brain matter mixing with blood trickling out. Su Changkong released his hands, and Du Jun, with a head shattered, eyes filled with blood, and wearing an expression of unwillingness, collapsed limply onto the ground, dead without even knowing the identity of his killer. Not falling into the cycle of reincarnation? I thought your head would be hard. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Su Changkong's face was expressionless. How is this possible? Yin Song stared dumbfounded at the scene before him, having always thought that with his peak internal strength realm and some achievement in the red fire skill, he wouldn't be much inferior to Su Changkong. But Du Jun, who had so easily defeated him, was now crushed to death by Su Changkong as effortlessly as if squishing a chick, the gap between them a chasm too vast to cross. Too weak. Su Changkong shook his head slightly. Du Jun was actually quite formidable within the divine strength realm, and if it had been Su Changkong from 2 or 3 months earlier, before his breakthrough, he might have had to fight hard. But now, having reached the divine bravery stage, with both the 5 animal frolics and turtle breath technique having made breakthroughs, the difference between him and Du Jun was too vast. Su Changkong didn't even need to draw his blade to kill him. Master! The remaining 4 or 5 black-clad monks finally came back to their senses, each one crying out in shock, as if mourning their deceased relatives. The formidable Du Jun having his skull brutally crushed by Su Changkong in the blink of an eye had left them overwhelmingly shocked. Not a single one left. Su Changkong's face was expressionless. His figure flashed, dragging a shadow behind him, and appeared in front of 2 black-clad monks, fists flying in unison. Bang, bang. These 2 black-clad monks didn't even have time to react before Su Changkong's heavy punches caved in their chests, and blood spurted wildly as they flew backward over 10 feet and slammed into the ground, lifeless without uttering a sound. Go! Go! The remaining 2 black-clad monks, with their scalps tingling, cried out and fled in 2 different directions. Bang! Su Changkong strode forward, catching up with the one on the left. His fist pounded on the man's back, the powerful force stopping the monk's heart instantly, causing him to fall face first and die on the spot. Hiss! Yin Song didn't stand by idly either. Gathering his strength, he swung his sword and decapitated the fleeing black-clad monk on the right. The previously chaotic woods returned to tranquility, now with 5 more bodies on the ground. Yin Song gasped for air, looking at the body of Du Jun on the ground, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Old bald thief! What goes around comes around. After dealing with Du Jun and the others, Su Changkong skillfully searched the bodies while asking Yin Song, "Brother Yin, do you know these monks?" Upon hearing this, Yin Song's face showed a bitter smile as he said, "I have heard of them. They seem to be from the Black Lotus sect. This Black Lotus sect has quite a massive following, not just in Dafeng State, but they also have a presence in Sky River State and Qianluo State. I just never imagined that even a small place like Clearwater City would interest the Black Lotus sect. Su Changkong nodded slightly upon hearing this, also somewhat astonished. From Yin Song, Su Changkong learned that this Black Lotus sect was terrifyingly formidable, gathering many fanatical followers, spreading doctrines, and even with their so-called holy water that could supposedly cure all diseases and prolong life. Many officials, nobles, and wealthy families secretly supported the Black Lotus sect. This Black Lotus sect, in plain terms, was a faction with delusions of rebellion, aimed at overthrowing the imperial power. The fact that they were not annihilated showed that the Black Lotus sect foundation was quite extraordinary. Why did you provoke this, Duzhen? Su Changkong asked curiously, as Yin Song seemed to hate Duzhen intensely, clearly harboring deep grudges. It's a long story. A friend of mine was deceived by this Duzhen, and her son died of illness because of him. Yin Song hesitated for a moment, but chose to share the reason with Su Changkong, to whom he owed a life-saving favor. As it turned out, Yin Song had fallen in love at first sight with a woman in Ginseng Town. Her husband had died several years before, and she struggled to raise her child alone. Yin Song didn't mind this and grew close to her, spending some beautiful times together. Not long ago, Yin Song accepted a bounty and went out for a job. During that time, a misfortune befell the woman's household. Her child fell ill. The woman, seeking medical help with her child, was shunned by many doctors until they encountered Duzhen. This Duzhen, sanctimonious in appearance, agreed to give the woman holy water to save her son, but in exchange, she had to assist his cultivation. Out of desperation for her child, she agreed and yielded to him, after which Duzhen did provide her with holy water. However, this so-called holy water was of little use, and the woman's child still died a slow death, leaving her faint from grief multiple times. When Yin Song returned from outside and learned of this, he was undoubtedly enraged. No man could tolerate such an event. Coincidentally, Duzhen arrived in Ginseng Town again to promote the doctrines of the Black Lotus sect. Yin Song, unable to contain his rage, decided to disguise himself and kill Duzhen, making him pay a severe price. That explained the cause and effect of the incident. Su Changkong listened in silence. The Black Lotus sect was no different from an evil sect responsible for devastating countless families and lives, with actions that were utterly abhorrent. Brother One, I owe you my life for your help today, Yin Song said to Su Changkong with immense gratitude. Su Changkong had helped him once before, and if not for Su Changkong this time, Yin Song would surely have lost his life. It's nothing, but I don't want to attract trouble. Let's keep Duzhen's death untied to me. Su Changkong spoke in a deep voice. It was clear to Su Changkong from Yin Song that the Black Lotus sect was a colossal entity. Even though he disdained the Black Lotus sect's actions, he had no intention of acting as a champion of justice for heaven's sake. After all, Su Changkong was not even able to exterminate the Black Cavalry gang at his current strength, let alone the Black Lotus sect, whose influence spanned several states and was 10 to 100 times more formidable than the Black Cavalry gang. One should do what one's abilities permit, and personal safety is of utmost importance. I understand. Yin Song nodded repeatedly. So poor. Do these monks go out without any money? Su Changkong frowned as he found only a few taels of broken silver on Duzhen and the others, some poison pills that were of no use to him, and an identity token identical to the one previously found on Zhao Qing. Duzhen was shockingly destitute. Compared to him, Zhao Qing was downright wealthy. 5. Brother Yin, I shall take my leave now. Then Su Changkong rose to his feet and said to Yin Song, not staying for long and preparing to leave. Brother One, take care. Yin Song did not try to keep him, knowing Su Changkong was mysterious and preferred to come and go alone. Who would have thought? This unheard of when Tai possessed such profound and unpredictable strength. In Clearwater City's martial world, probably only by Tianhao and Shi Zijian could outmatch him. Yin Song speculated as he watched Su Changkong's retreating figure with shock in his heart. Wen Tai was unknown to Yin Song before their encounter, and Yin Song suspected that the death of the Black Cavalry Gang's young gang leader, Shi Han, was his doing. Outsiders guessed that the young, mysterious martial artist was a prodigy secretly cultivated by the White Jade Gang. Yin Song had thought so too, but considering that Wen Tai had to personally deal with purchasing medicinal herbs, if he were truly a member of the White Jade Gang, that shouldn't be the case, adding to his mysteriousness. An unknown martial artist in the martial world of Clearwater City, yet possessing top-ranking strength, was astonishing. Damn it, how dare someone lay hands on my Jia heir? I'll chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Yin Song shifted his gaze from Su Changkong to Du Jun's corpse on the ground, his eyes tinted with blood-red fury. He started chopping wildly with his sword, venting the hatred in his heart. No one could endure the humiliation of his woman being touched by another man. Let's leave Yin Song aside and return to Su Changkong, who made his way back to Black Iron Manor. This Black Lotus sect is spreading a plague in the Clearwater City area, using it to promote their sect. The vicinity of Clearwater City will probably be in turmoil for a while. It's best to limit my outings, he thought to himself as he walked. With chaos outside, it was better to steer clear. Upon returning to Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong resumed his training as. News of the turmoil outside reached Black Iron Manor as well, and its members also tried to minimize outings to avoid unnecessary trouble. Inside the small Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong lived a rather content and peaceful life, unbothered by the chaos of the outside world. 2 months passed quietly. My 5 animal frolics and turtle breath technique are becoming stable. Su Changkong's progress in martial arts had reached a point where no quick breakthrough in the divine bravery stage was possible. 5 animal frolics. Stage 7 profound mastery, 31%. Even 4 months after breaking through to stage 7 in 5 animal frolics, Su Changkong still practiced it daily. In terms of progress, Su Changkong felt it would take about 2 years to advance further at this speed, which was not slow at all. It's difficult for any martial arts to improve further once a high level is reached. Turtle breath technique. Stage 6 reached the pinnacle, 13%. As for his practice of the turtle breath technique, it was quite slow. Even 2 months of hard training, along with the aid of the vital qi spread medicine, brought limited progress. The cultivation of inner strength is related to one's talent and physical constitution and requires time and the accumulation of resources. After the turtle breath technique reached stage 6, the effect of the vital qi spread was already very limited. Iron cutting blade technique. Stage 6 reached the pinnacle, 86%. Su Changkong's blade technique had recently progressed as his potential value had increased, and he should be able to step into the 7th realm soon. I've run out of medicinal herbs again. I need to make a trip to Ginseng Town, and I don't have much money left. However, Su Changkong couldn't help but feel somewhat vexed. Nowadays, Su Changkong's cultivation required him to spend 300 taels of silver a month. He had made quite a fortune from Zhaoqing previously, but now there wasn't much left. As for the money earned from forging at Black Iron Manor, it was substantial but still not enough to cover all his expenses. Should I make another trip to the ghost market and sell those crossbows? Su Changkong pondered. During his previous transaction with Zhaoqing, he had taken back all the crossbows he had crafted, along with a penalty fee. But since Zhaoqing had died outside the ghost market, there was no guarantee that the Black Lotus sect wouldn't investigate his death and have people watching in the ghost market. There was a risk that the Black Lotus sect would discover him if Su Changkong went to sell the crossbows. I'll go to Ginseng Town first. Collecting his thoughts, Su Changkong decided to go to Ginseng Manor to buy medicine first, as he still had some savings left. On the rest day, Su Changkong arrived at Ginseng Manor around noon. In a reception room within Ginseng Manor, Su Changkong met with the manor's lord, Lu Feng. Brother Wen, I'm sorry. As you know, the prices of necessities like food and medicine have been continuously rising lately. The cost of the medicinal herbs you want to purchase has increased, and they're now 12 taels of silver per serving, Lu Feng said with a hint of apology, facing Su Changkong. Damn the Black Lotus sect. Already strapped for cash, Su Changkong inwardly cursed the Black Lotus sect for causing the chaos that had driven the prices up. Let's go with that price. Su Changkong didn't make it difficult for Lu Feng. After the transaction, Lu Feng added, "By the way, Yin Song was looking for you some time ago and asked me to pass on a message if I saw you. If you were available, you might want to visit where he resides for a chat. Yin Song is looking for me." Su Changkong was puzzled as to why Yin Song would want to see him. Su Changkong knew Yin Song's address, but Yin Song didn't know how to get in touch with Su Changkong. He had gone to Lu Feng in advance, figuring Su Changkong would come to Ginseng Manor every so often to buy medicine, and asked him to relay a message when he saw Su Changkong. Got it, Su Changkong nodded. With Lu Feng seeing him off, Su Changkong carried the packaged medicinal herbs and left Ginseng Manor. Let's see what Yin Song wants from me. Ultimately, Su Changkong decided to go see Yin Song. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the residence where Yin Song lived in Ginseng Town, Su Changkong knocked on the door knocker and then waited. Creak. Shortly after, the courtyard door swung open, and Yin Song peeked outside through the gap, spotting Su Changkong waiting at the door. "Brother Wen, you here? Please come inside and sit." Delighted, Yin Song immediately opened the gate wider and invited Su Changkong in. Inside the modest residence, Su Changkong also saw a woman who must have been the Jia heir that Yin Song had mentioned, who was already living with him. When the woman saw Su Changkong, she slightly curtsied and then sensibly turned to go back to her room, not wanting to interrupt their discussion. In the living room, Su Changkong and Yin Song sat down. Su Changkong cut to the chase. "Lord Lu just told me you were looking for me." Yin Song nodded, his expression becoming more serious as he spoke. "To be frank with you, Brother Wen, it's not that I have something to discuss with you, but rather the county magistrate of Clearwater City, Wang Yun, would like to meet you to discuss some matters." At those words, Su Changkong's face instantly turned cold. "You've been telling others about my affairs?" Previously, Su Changkong had slain Du Zhen of the Black Lotus sect, saving Yin Song, and instructed him not to tell anyone about the incident since he didn't want to cause any trouble. However, upon meeting him, Yin Song mentioned that the county magistrate of Clearwater City wanted to see him. Su Changkong couldn't help but speculate. Su Changkong's face turned icy, causing Yin Song to immediately feel as if the temperature in the room had dropped, and he quickly explained, "Brother Wen, please don't misunderstand. I haven't told anyone about your business, not even Jia. It's just that, as a blade catcher, I met with Magistrate Lu a while ago. He approached me, wanted my help to introduce some masters of martial arts, claiming there would be a generous reward. I thought of you, Brother Wen, but I did not mention anything about you, including your name." Yin Song's explanation slightly eased Su Changkong's mood, as everyone dislikes being betrayed, but it seemed that Yin Song indeed hadn't told anyone else about his affairs. Su Changkong then became curious. He did not know Wang Yun, yet this Wang Yun was the county magistrate of Clearwater City, the top official in the city. The fact that Wang Yun sought out Yin Song to introduce a martial artist of high caliber was intriguing. Therefore, Su Changkong asked, "What is the purpose of this county magistrate Wang in looking for a master?" "I'm not quite sure. County Magistrate Wang Yun met with me privately, asking for my help in introducing a master. It seems there's some assignment. Brother Wen, would you like to meet with County Magistrate Wang?" Yin Song shook his head. Su Changkong began to ponder. Yin Song himself was of exceptional ability, and yet Wang Yun had no intention of directly employing him, which indicated that in Wang Yun's eyes, Yin Song's ability didn't meet the requirement. He needed a true top expert. Yin Song was self-aware, but he had thought of Su Changkong, supremely superior to himself and easily capable of annihilating even masters like Du Zhen. That was why Yin Song approached Su Changkong, bringing up the matter. If Su Changkong wasn't interested, then it could be left aside. Su Changkong carefully considered. If County Magistrate Wang was asking Yin Song to introduce a master, it was likely there was a task involved, and he had also mentioned that there would be an extremely generous reward. "I'm in need of money now. Why not go see this County Magistrate Wang and find out what the business is about?" After mulling it over, Su Changkong made a decision to meet with Wang Yun. For one thing, Su Changkong was almost out of money. For another, he was curious about County Magistrate Wang's intentions. Thinking this, Su Changkong looked up at Yin Song and said, "Then I shall go and meet with this County Magistrate Wang Yun." "Great. The sky is already growing dark. Let's go to Clearwater City tomorrow," replied Yin Song. Seeing that Su Changkong had agreed, Yin Song was overjoyed. So, Su Changkong stayed in Ginseng Town for one night. The next morning, Su Changkong set out for Clearwater City with Yin Song. At the magistrate office of Clearwater City, this was the center of the city's governance. Wang Yun, as the county magistrate of Clearwater City, was the highest-ranking official in the area, with several nearby villages under his jurisdiction. But the reputation of this magistrate Wang was mixed. He was relatively incorruptible, and there were no stories about him taking bribes or oppressing the people. However, he was not regarded as a good official. From the state of the region surrounding Clearwater City, it was evident. Banditry was rampant, and as of late, the Black Lotus sect had been wreaking havoc. Magistrate Wang Yun turned a deaf ear to external affairs, comfortably ensconced as though idly fishing, ignoring all these issues. At the entrance of the magistrate office, mighty stone lions stood guard, with heavily armed soldiers present. Dressed in uniform and armed with swords, the government officials stood rigid as pine trees, exuding a significant sense of authority. The arrival of Yin Song and Su Changkong drew the attention of the officials at the gate. Yin Song produced a token and said, "Lam Yin Song, a blade catcher officially recorded in the books of Clearwater City. I wish to see County Magistrate Wang Yun. Please notify him of my request." It would be difficult for an ordinary person to meet with the county magistrate, but Yin Song was no ordinary person. He had met with Wang Yun numerous times before, and Wang Yun had even asked him to introduce top martial artists he knew. "Please wait a moment," said the official. Upon hearing Yin Song's self-introduction, the official did not dare to delay and went inside to report immediately. While Su Changkong and Yin Song waited at the entrance, the official soon returned and said to the two, "Please follow me. Lord Wang wishes to see you." "Let's go." Yin Song, followed by Su Changkong, accompanied the government official as they stepped into the magistrate office of Clearwater City, passing through layers of guards, and eventually arrived outside a quiet room in the back courtyard. "Come in, everyone." The unmistakable sound of footsteps alerted the person inside, and a deep voice resounded. Yin Song was the first to push the door open and enter, with Su Changkong following behind. Su Changkong saw that there were two men inside the room. One was clad in armor and imposing in stature, with a remarkable presence and spirited eyes. His martial arts cultivation was definitely extraordinary. The other was a man near 50, with graying temples and a scholar-like quality about him, extremely gentle and refined. That middle-aged man must be the Clearwater City County Magistrate Wang Yun. "Yin Song, you actually found the time to visit me? And who is this Wang man?" 6. Upon seeing Yin Song, Wang Yun greeted him with a smile, devoid of any bureaucratic air. Yin Song cupped his fists and said to Wang Yun, "County Magistrate Wang, last time you entrusted me to find a martial artist of great skill. Brother Wentai here possesses strength far surpassing mine, and he should meet your requirements." These words stunned not only Wang Yun, but also the towering bodyguard who stood by his side. The reason was that Su Changkong looked too young. Even though Su Changkong had used turtle breath shrinkage to alter his appearance, making himself look much older than his actual age, he still had the visage of a youth. And Yin Song himself had a considerable reputation in the martial world of Clearwater City for his substantial abilities. Yet he claimed this obscure young man's strength surpassed his own. Even though Wang Yun knew Yin Song wouldn't have come all this way to jest, doubts still arose in his heart. The tall and large guard behind Wang Yun then asked, "May I inquire, young friend Wen, from which sect or school have you learned your arts, that even the proud blade catcher, Yin Song, admits inferiority?" Yin Song's interest was piqued, and he listened carefully. He was also curious about which sect or school Su Changkong hailed from. as he had seen Su Changkong in action, yet he couldn't discern the origins of his martial arts. Su Changkong replied calmly, "No sect, no school. I just practice for fun when I have time." It wasn't that Su Changkong was putting on airs. Firstly, what he said was the truth. And secondly, facing Wang Yun with unknown intentions, it was only natural he maintained an air of profundity to keep the upper hand, presenting an enigmatic image of a master difficult to fathom. Yin Song felt somewhat embarrassed. He had personally witnessed Su Changkong's skills. His immeasurable strength was far beyond his reach, and yet Su Changkong claimed he only practiced for fun. Comparisons could indeed be frustrating. At that moment, the tall man's eyebrows rose. He was eager to see if Su Changkong had real abilities or was just bluffing. A test would reveal the truth. Swoosh! The large man's hand touched the hilt of a knife at his waist, preparing to draw it and test Su Changkong. However, as soon as the large man's palm touched the knife handle, Su Changkong moved without warning. Dragging a faint afterimage, he appeared in front of the large man and slapped down towards his right hand that was on the knife hilt. Bang! The large man felt an excruciating pain, as if his right hand had been struck by a 1,000-pound hammer. A tremendous force traveled from his palm into the knife. Crack! With a crisp sound, the knife sheath shattered into pieces, and the large man could no longer hold onto the knife handle. The long knife plunged towards the ground, its massive force driving it over a foot into the hard ground. Drawing a blade in my presence? Su Changkong's eyes flickered with cold light, naturally exuding a chill that only someone whose hands were stained with the lives of many could possess. This! The big man broke out in a cold sweat, unconsciously stepping back, his heart pounding. So strong. Yin Song admired inwardly. This tall man, named Jing Hong, was the leader of the guards responsible for protecting County Magistrate Wang Yun. His own strength was extremely formidable, no less than Yin Song's. Yet in the presence of Su Changkong, he couldn't even draw his blade. Yin Song quickly came to his senses and hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Brother One, Lord Jing Hong is just eager to practice martial arts and bears no ill will." True. Mr. Wen's martial skills are formidable. I am no match." Jing Hong nodded repeatedly. "Good. But I do not wish for anyone to draw a blade in my presence again," Su Changkong said, gradually withdrawing his killing aura. Jing Hong wanted to test him, which was exactly what Su Changkong had anticipated. He understood that to gain the respect and attention of others, he needed to show a certain level of power. With an effortless display, he subdued Jing Hong and took the opportunity to give them a warning, creating an image of himself as a cold, peculiar wanderer of the Jianghu. Jing Hong is ignorant. I, on his behalf, apologize to Mr. Wen. And at this moment, County Magistrate Wang Yun also quickly rose and clasped his hands in salute, lowering his stance to show his respect and esteem for Su Changkong. Jing Hong composed himself, whispering into Wang Yun's ear, "His skill is not inferior to Su Jin's." Hearing this, a surge of excitement rose in Wang Yun's heart. Su Jin was the master of Clearwater City's largest martial art academy, Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy. He was well known for many years, with a multitude of disciples, reputed to have achieved body refinement great achievement. People often referred to him as Iron Fist Invincible, one of the most respected and preeminent martial artists of Clearwater City. This young man before him had effortlessly suppressed Jing Hong, rendering him unable to draw his blade, and Jing Hong rated his abilities as equal to a figure like Su Jin. Immediately, Wang Yun said, "Yin Song, Jing Hong, would you please step outside for a bit? I have something I'd like to discuss with Mr. Wen." "Yes." Wang Yun's forthcoming conversation was not meant for others to hear, which is why he sent Yin Song and Jing Hong away. Both replied and left the room, with Jing Hong closing the door behind them. Only Su Changkong and Wang Yun remained in the room. "Mr. Wen, please take a seat." Wang Yun invited Su Changkong to sit down with great enthusiasm, pouring tea for him in person. Su Changkong didn't stand on ceremony, taking a seat. Then he got straight to the point, County Magistrate Wang, I heard from Yin Song that you are looking for a martial artist with some ability. May I know for what matter? Wang Yun's expression grew slightly serious, and after a slight hesitation, as if considering something, he realized he needed to tell Su Changkong the truth if he wanted his help. Hence, Wang Yun tentatively asked, Brother One, have you heard of the Black Lotus sect? Wang Yun's heart grew slightly vigilant. The man before him, Su Changkong, who was introduced by Yin Song, possessed great strength, yet he had never heard of such a personage in Clearwater City's martial world, and he couldn't help but worry whether Su Changkong was related to the Black Lotus sect or even a member of it. Su Changkong was stunned for a moment. Seeing the wariness on Wang Yun's face, he probably understood the other's concerns. Right then, Su Changkong said indifferently, the Black Lotus sect, a gang of cultists causing trouble wherever they go. I have indeed heard a bit about them. Wang Yun let out a sigh of relief upon hearing Su Changkong's response. Members of the Black Lotus sect were a bunch of fanatics with strong beliefs, brainwashed to the core, and they would definitely not call the Black Lotus sect an evil sect. Wang Yun's expression became even more serious. I don't mean to hide from Brother One, but lately the Black Lotus sect has been wreaking havoc, doing more and more inexcusable things in the Clearwater City area, leading to many innocent civilians losing their lives and livelihoods, their families broken, their lives lost. As the local official of Clearwater City, tossing and turning each night, unable to eat or drink, I truly can't stand by and watch these things happen. These words took Su Changkong by surprise, to hear Wang Yun speak like this. It seemed he intended to deal with the Black Lotus sect. Of course, what amazed Su Changkong even more was that he was well aware of what kind of person Wang Yun was. Certainly not the kind of benevolent official who hates evil and has the people's best interests at heart. As far as Su Changkong knew, the Black Cavalry Gang had been rampaging around Clearwater City for years, yet he had never heard of any action by the Clearwater City government to suppress the bandits. And Su Changkong had seen with his own eyes Black Iron Manor being exploited by the Black Cavalry Gang these past few years. Yet the overall power of the Black Lotus sect was spread across several states in the Great Flame Empire, far beyond comparison with a mere Black Cavalry Gang. So, he disregarded the actions of the Black Cavalry Gang, but seemed to have the intention to move against the Black Lotus sect. But Su Changkong was no fool. After careful thought, he understood the key points. The Black Cavalry Gang and the Black Lotus sect were fundamentally different. The Black Cavalry Gang was a gang organization, at most a group of bandits. Such gangs and bandits were countless in the Great Flame Empire, and even if they eradicated the Black Cavalry Gang, in a few years a second Black Cavalry Gang would emerge. It was better to turn a blind eye, as the Black Cavalry Gang would, in order to maintain their position, wage wars with other gangs, restraining each other. They just needed not to go too far. Just like the current strife between the Black Cavalry Gang and the White Jade Gang. No matter who prevailed, neither would threaten Wang Yun. In the Great Flame Empire, killing an imperial official was a grave crime, attracting the attention and investigation of the Divine Detective Department. Those involved in killing officials would be subjected to the most cruel punishment, death by 1,000 cuts, dismemberment by 5 horses. No matter how vicious the Black Cavalry Gang was, they wouldn't dare touch Wang Yun. Though they were desperados, they were not fools. If there were no conflicts of interest, both sides could live in peace. But the Black Lotus sect was different. Essentially a cult intent on rebellion, on overturning imperial authority, even offering bounties for the heads of certain officials within the sect. If they tolerated the development and growth of the Black Lotus sect in the Clearwater City area until it spiraled out of control, not only might they be held accountable by the authorities, losing their official hats, but they might also face real danger to their lives. Since the Black Cavalry Gang posed no threat to Wang Yun, he wouldn't risk eradicating them. If successful, it was merely his duty, and he would be praised as a benevolent official. Beyond that, there were no other benefits, and if he failed, the consequences would be disastrous, and he would have to bear responsibility. Whereas the Black Lotus sect was a real threat to both Wang Yun's position and life, leaving him no choice but to take it seriously. Having understood the key points, Su Changkong's heart grew somewhat cold. In the current state of internal strife and external threats within the Flame Empire, such astute local officials like Wang Yun were probably not in the minority. The Black Cavalry Gang posed no threat to Wang Yun. He didn't care how they ravaged the civilians, as it was none of his concern, while Wang Yun's intention to deal with the Black Lotus sect was not for the civilians, but merely for himself. In a tone that was neither salty nor bland, laced with subtle sarcasm, Su Changkong said, "I truly admire the official Wang's hatred of evil, ensuring that the common people of Clearwater City live peacefully and happily, prospering day by day. If official Wang were to take a walk in the streets, surely everyone would have endless praises for you." Whether he didn't detect the sarcasm in Su Changkong's words, or he did, but deliberately pretended not to, Wang Yun responded with a sheepish smile. "These are all duties within my official role." Su Changkong did not continue to mock Wang Yun. Instead, he directly said, "It's good for everyone that Lord Wang intends to act against the Black Lotus sect, but what does this have to do with me? A mere martial artist?" Wang Yun, who wanted to deal with the Black Lotus sect, could simply call upon the troops, so why was he approaching him? What did he want to do? Wang Yun said earnestly, "Most members of the Black Lotus sect are quite skilled, and Mr. One, being highly proficient in martial arts, is rare in Clearwater City. I would like to ask Mr. One to take action and chop down those sect followers. This would disintegrate the influence of the Black Lotus sect in Clearwater City. In fact, there were only a few members of the Black Lotus sect. Among those Su Changkong had encountered, such as Zhao Qing and Du Zhan, only Du Zhan and Zhao Qing were official members with the sect's identity token. Most of the others were underlings who had been convinced or controlled by them, not even formal members of the sect. These Black Lotus sect members, whether they had considerable martial arts cultivation or possessed a strong ability to beguile people's hearts, took advantage of the chaos to coerce some civilians and mercenaries. As long as these followers of the Black Lotus sect were killed, the turmoil around Clearwater City would gradually dissipate. This Wang Yun, he really is quite the schemer." Su Changkong thought to himself. In dealing with the Black Lotus sect, the most effective method for Wang Yun, with his status as a county magistrate, would be to directly mobilize the local government and the masses against the sect. However, it was clear that Wang Yun was worried about provoking trouble. If Wang Yun leveraged all his resources against the Black Lotus sect, it would mean declaring war against them. Other people, even bandits and outlaws, had reservations about killing officials, but the followers of the Black Lotus sect wouldn't care about such things. Wang Yun and even his relatives and friends would face assassination attempts from the sect. Therefore, Wang Yun was exceedingly cautious and unwilling to confront the Black Lotus sect openly. That's why he had come up with this plan, asking a martial arts expert to assassinate those Black Lotus sect members, causing harm everywhere. It was not unusual for highly skilled, chivalrous individuals who could not stand the harm done by the Black Lotus sect to draw their swords and eliminate the villains, protecting the innocent. This had nothing to do with him. Wang Yun. And within Clearwater City, some martial arts experts like Su Jin, the head of the Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy, were also powerful. However, they did not dare to provoke the Black Lotus sect for fear of involving their families. Wang Yun couldn't enlist their help either. This young man, known as Wen Tai, with his mysterious identity and strong martial arts skills, was simply perfect for the task. Immediately, Wang Yun bowed deeply to Su Changkong. "I implore Mr. One to help those innocent people who have been victimized by the Black Lotus sect. It's a great act of merit." Wang Yun's words were passionate and sincere, yet Su Changkong remained expressionless, knowing full well that Wang Yun was only looking out for himself. Su Changkong said indifferently, "Enough. I am not such a good person who loathes evil. We both know how formidable the Black Lotus sect is. If we act against them, and things go awry, it can affect friends and family. You think I would risk my life against the Black Lotus sect just based on your empty words?" Su Changkong was no naive person, although he also despised and was even angry at the actions of the Black Lotus sect. Picking a fight with such a colossal entity was not the way of the wise. Hearing this, Wang Yun's eyes lit up. Since when Tai didn't outright refuse, there was a chance. As long as sufficient benefits were given, even the Black Lotus sect would not intimidate Wen Tai. Wang Yun immediately said, Mr. One, if you are willing to help Clearwater City against the Black Lotus sect, for every official member you kill, I am willing to offer Mr. One 500 taels of silver as a reward. Our Yamen will also provide intelligence to Mr. One and support you fully. 500 taels for a single head. In these times, many people wouldn't earn 500 taels of silver in their entire lives. Su Changkong calmly stated, 500 taels? Some wanted criminals have bounties of several thousand, even tens of thousands of taels of silver. The harm caused by the followers of the Black Lotus sect is no less grave than theirs. Wang Yun offered 500 taels of silver for the head of an official member of the Black Lotus sect, which was not a small amount. But Su Changkong was far from satisfied. Wang Yun was no good man, and since he wanted him to make a move, he would have to pay a steep price. Su Changkong indeed had no fondness for the Black Lotus sect, as they had poisoned the water source at Black Iron Manor, causing several people to fall ill and die. Even if Su Changkong hadn't been strong and sturdy, he might have fallen ill as well. Wang Yun wanted to hire him to deal with the Black Lotus sect, and in doing so, Su Changkong could take his revenge while also making enough money. In fact, Su Changkong was in great need of money. Wang Yun knew that to hire the unfathomable expert before him, he would have to pay a certain price. Clenching his teeth, he said, 500 taels really isn't a small sum. I've been relatively incorruptible over the years and don't have much savings, but I can give Mr. Wen a pill recipe for the Qi blood pill, worth its weight in gold. This is a precious secret recipe that money can't buy. A pill recipe for the Qi blood pill. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong felt a slight stir in his heart. Any recipe referred to as a pill was of an extremely high level. Unlike the body-strengthening soup and vital Qi spread Su Changkong had worked with before, which were not in the category of pills. Wang Yun wanted to use a pill recipe for the Qi blood pill as a bargaining chip to prevent Su Changkong from raising his price further. Seeing the slightly puzzled look on Su Changkong's face, Wang Yun explained with renewed vigor. In the cultivation of martial artists, the first realm is the body refinement realm. Reaching the divine bravery stage of body refinement great achievement is the limit, and the next step is entering the Qi blood realm, where one cultivates Qi in blood. Su Changkong nodded slightly. He was certainly aware of this, having discussed it previously with Yin Song. He knew that above the body refinement realm was the Qi blood realm. The body refinement realm was divided into levels of strength refinement, internal strength, divine power, and divine bravery. The second realm in martial arts was the Qi blood realm. Blood is the source of life. If Qi and blood weaken, one would become frail and sickly with a lackluster spirit. If Qi and blood are vigorous, then one is immune to myriad diseases and can easily ward off evils. What is cultivated in the Qi blood realm is Qi and blood. But for martial artists, entering the Qi blood realm is extremely difficult. Not only does it require achieving great achievement and body refinement, but there are also age restrictions. Being in the prime of life, when Qi and blood are most vigorous, is when one reaches the peak of their life, and the impact on the Qi blood realm is naturally doubled. However, once one has aged and their Qi and blood have begun to wane and their physical state has declined, then attempting to break through to the Qi blood realm becomes much more difficult. Wang Yun said, after martial artists reach the divine bravery stage, advancing further is filled with insurmountable difficulties because their bodies have reached the limit of what body refinement can achieve. But if one can bring their Qi and blood to their peak and cause a metamorphosis, then they can step into the level of the Qi blood realm, breaking their shackles and allowing their bodies to grow once more. Every martial artist in the Qi blood realm is powerful enough to take on dozens or even nearly 100 enemies. And the simplest, most straightforward method to strengthen Qi and blood is through eating. The food that is consumed and digested will partially transform into Qi and blood. Wang Yun spoke up and although he was not a martial artist, as the county magistrate of Clearwater City, he surely had extensive knowledge and was well informed. Su Changkong nodded slightly. He was clear on the method to reach the Qi blood realm, to increase Qi and blood to their peak, naturally resulting in metamorphosis. And relying on the consumption of nutrition-rich meat was one way, but it was very difficult. The amount of food a person can eat has its limits, and even though martial artists in the body refinement realm consume much more than an average person, even eating meat at every meal is just enough to maintain their own energy balance. To rely solely on eating to expand one's qi and blood to the limit, causing a qi and blood metamorphosis, is possible only for those with unique physiques and exceptional talents. Hence, most martial artists seeking a qi and blood metamorphosis need to increase the quality of their food intake, consuming items that nourish qi and replenish blood. I vividly remember the first time my book hit the shelves at the beginning of 2017, when my submission unexpectedly passed the contract review, and I boldly decided to write full-time. Back then, because there was no computer in my parents' home, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to write if I went back. So I stayed alone in a tiny 10-square meter rental in Wenzhou, typing away. It was very cold at the beginning of that year, and I assured my parents that I would receive the manuscript fee at the beginning of the month. But the first month's payment of over 1,000 was delayed, and I didn't get it. At that time, I only had about 100 yuan on me. Being in an unfamiliar place and afraid of telling my parents, they might think I'd been scammed by the website and disagree with my decision to write full-time, I stayed there. So during the new year, just having turned 19, one survived on instant noodles and oatmeal, typing out my story while hearing the laughter and smelling the delicious meat cooking next door, nearly crying out of envy. I spent those 10-plus challenging days with no sense of hardship or fatigue, filled with motivation, because living off writing novels was my childhood dream. Fortunately, stumbling along, I persevered to this day. By this year, I can't even remember how many times I've put new books on the shelves, but I still get nervous every time and can't sleep. Tomorrow at noon, the book will go live, and I'll first update 3 chapters, a 16,000-word section, as I really don't have any drafts saved. If I can hit 5,000 initial orders, then this book will be updated with at least 10,000 words every day until it's finished. On top of this, for every extra 200 initial orders, I will add one more chapter, a 4-word section. I want to rediscover the original passion I had when I started writing, to write earnestly, to be responsible to my supportive readers, and to myself. I promise here that this book will definitely not become an unfinished eunuch. I will write it until the end. If it does become an eunuch, then I, the author, shall become a eunuch too. JJ and Joe. Finally, I ask once more for your initial orders. If you could set up an automatic subscription or something, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ors. This Qi blood pill is a miraculous medicine that strengthens one's Qi and blood. Martial artists at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm who take the Qi blood pill, along with their own cultivation, will have great hope of stepping into the Qi blood realm. Wang Yun excitedly described the value of the recipe for the Qi blood pill, his spittle flying. Su Changkong's face showed little emotion, but he was inwardly moved. Ever since he broke through to the divine bravery stage, Su Changkong could clearly feel that his body's growth had reached a plateau, because divine bravery represents the limit of the body refinement realm. To grow further, he needed to complete blood refining and step into the Qi blood realm. And the Qi blood pill recipe promised by Wang Yun was indeed of tremendous value to Su Changkong. At the very least, it could allow him to see a higher realm. So Su Changkong decided to accept this Qi blood pill recipe. Fine, consider the Qi blood pill recipe a bonus, said Su Changkong. This made Wang Yun's heart leap with joy. The Qi blood pill recipe was indeed precious, but just having a recipe wasn't enough. It also required various extremely valuable herbs. Even with the required herbs, one still needed a highly skilled alchemist to refine them into pills. All these steps were not something an ordinary person could achieve. Otherwise, martial artists of the Qi blood realm would not be so scarce. But before Wang Yun could revel in his joy for too long, Su Changkong suddenly changed the subject. Also, the head of a Black Lotus sect disciple, up to 1,000 taels each. Of course, Su Changkong knew that just having a pill recipe was only the most basic aspect. He also needed sufficient materials, and even to refine them into pills, which wasn't as simple as preparing vital qi spread or body-strengthening soup that anyone could mix up. All this required money. Thus, Su Changkong wanted to earn enough money, the more the better. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun couldn't help but hesitate. But soon Wang Yun saw the long saber inserted a couple of feet into the ground, and knowing that his own guard, Jing Hong, couldn't even draw his sword before Su Changkong, such a master was truly hard to find around Clearwater City. Not to mention that one Tai was not like other martial artists who would fear offending the Black Lotus sect. If he did not seize this opportunity, Wang Yun knew not when he might find another skillful martial artist who was not afraid of offending the Black Lotus sect. Thinking this, Wang Yun gritted his teeth. All right, then let's go by what Mr. Wen has said. For every confirmed member of the Black Lotus sect killed by Su Changkong, Wang Yun agreed to pay 1,000 taels of silver as reward, along with giving Su Changkong a Qi blood pill recipe. Then, I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. A smile graced the corners of Su Changkong's mouth. He desperately needed money and yearned to reach higher realms. Wang Yun, determined to stop the Black Lotus sect from setting roots in Clearwater City and choosing to hire him, created a win-win situation. Having reached an agreement, Wang Yun also felt relieved. He could turn a blind eye to the Black Cavalry gang, but the Black Lotus sect posed a threat to his position and his life, something he could not ignore. How shall I contact Mr. Wen in the future? Wang Yun asked. I will come to Clearwater City to see you every week. Just give me the intelligence you have gathered, Su Changkong replied, not giving Wang Yun a way to proactively contact him for safety reasons. Instead, he chose to contact Wang Yun regularly himself. All Wang Yun had to do was collect intelligence on Black Lotus sect members within Clearwater City territory and hand it over to Su Changkong, who would then take action and eliminate them, killing these official members of the Black Lotus sect. Those who were coerced or deluded were merely a rabble. Wang Yun understood Su Changkong's concerns. To show his sincerity, Wang Yun said, the Qi blood pill recipe can be given to Mr. Wen in advance. I thank you greatly then, Magistrate Wang. Su Changkong naturally would not refuse. The Qi blood pill recipe was indeed precious, but in reality, giving it to Su Changkong didn't constitute any loss for Wang Yun. Is our business concluded? Even though Wang Yun had offered to keep Su Changkong with a banquet, Su Changkong decided to say his goodbyes and leave, joining Yin Song, who was waiting outside. Yin Song asked, Yes, it's concluded, Su Changkong nodded. Yin Song knew that whatever Su Changkong was discussing with Wang Yun was important, and he tactfully restrained his curiosity, not asking for specifics. Magistrate Wang, can this Wen Tai be trusted? Within the prefecture Yamen, Jing Hong voiced his concerns with some apprehension. Wen Tai was a martial artist of high skill, clearly not a nobody. Yet, there was no information about him around Clearwater City, and Wang Yun had entrusted such an important task to Su Changkong. If anything went wrong, the consequences would be dire. It would backfire greatly. Doubt not whom you choose to employ, nor employ those you doubt. Go and collect intelligence on Black Lotus sect members within Clearwater City immediately. I need to organize it personally. Wang Yun shook his head. Having made his decision, he couldn't afford too much hesitation. Understood. Jing Hong respectfully responded and exited the room. Nowadays, the Great Flame Empire is filled with internal strife and external threats, a state of unrest. But none of that is my concern. I just want to preserve my own territory and enjoy my twilight years in peace. In the room, Wang Yun was left alone, sighing tiredly. With no great ambitions of his own and being advanced in years, he had no desire to climb any higher. Maintaining his current status and situation was his only goal. After leaving Clearwater City, Su Changkong split ways with Yin Song and returned to Black Iron Manor alone. From now on, he would visit Clearwater City every week on his rest day. This Chi blood pill recipe, it's too complex. Back at Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong took out the Chi blood pill recipe he had obtained from Wang Yun and started to study it closely. Following this, Su Changkong's brow immediately furrowed. For starters, many of the medicinal ingredients required for the Chi blood pill were ones Su Changkong had never even heard of, such as blood insect grass, which turns into a dormant insect in winter. Just by the name, one could tell it was extraordinarily precious, and it was likely not to be found in Ginseng Manor, let alone anywhere in Clearwater City. Not only that, even if there were enough medicinal ingredients, an alchemist will be needed to refine them into pills, which demands no small skill in alchemy. "I'll think about it when I have money," Su Changkong said helplessly, memorizing the formula for the Chi blood pill. For now, he would focus on training and making money. There was still ample room for improvement in his strength. His physique could hardly be further strengthened, but his mastery of inner strength and blade technique could still accumulate and progress steadily. A week passed, and on his day off, Su Changkong got up early as usual, practiced the 5 animal frolics, then left for Clearwater City. On the way, he used the turtle breath shrinkage to disguise himself, transforming from a tall young man to the reserved-looking young adult Wen Tai. In Clearwater City, at the prefecture Yamen, with the prior advice from Wang Yun, Su Changkong successfully entered and met with Wang Yun. "Mr. Wang, how goes the intelligence gathering?" Su Changkong got straight to the point. Wang Yun was in a hurry to tackle the growth of the Black Lotus sect in Clearwater City, and Su Changkong likewise wanted to earn money. "Mr. Wen, please take a look at this." With that, Wang Yun took out a scroll from the desk drawer and handed it over to Su Changkong. Black Moon's superior, real name unknown, a member of the Black Lotus sect, had cured the bedridden family head of the Liu clan in Fengxi town with a charm a fortnight ago, and was worshipped by the town's villagers as a deity. He has amassed considerable wealth, spread his faith, and deceived the ignorant populace. He is accompanied by 4 disciples, all suspected to have no small martial arts cultivation. This scroll contained detailed information on a member of the Black Lotus sect, the Black Moon Superior. Su Changkong carefully read through the intelligence on the scroll and nodded slightly. "Then I shall make a trip to Fengxi town. I wish you a favorable journey, Mr. Wan." Wang Yun bowed his hands in courtesy. Su Changkong didn't delay and set off for Fengxi town. Fengxi town, located about 100 miles north of Clearwater City, would take 1 to 2 days of walking for an average person. For Su Changkong, with his speed and endurance, a 100-mile distance was merely a leisurely walk. Maintaining a steady pace of more than 10 meters per second, it took him only an hour to cover the 100 miles and reach Fengxi town. 6. Fengxi town, a small town within the territory of Clearwater City. Su Changkong noticed several fields outside the town where wheat, cabbage, and various other crops were grown. But it seemed somewhat arid, and the crops were malnourished and withered. However, Fengxi town was quite lively today. Atop a temporarily erected stage, a black-robed Taoist was sitting cross-legged. This black-robed Taoist had a small beard and was around 40 or so. His eyes were tightly shut, muttering incantations, and in front of him on an altar, incense and candles were burning. Can it really work? It hasn't rained much in 2 months. Can this Black Moon Taoist really pray for rain and solve the drought? This is the divine figure who cured old Master Liu. Surely he can perform a ritual to summon a downpour. The townspeople stood quietly below the stage, not daring to speak loudly, worry etched on every face. The water sources near Fengxi town were scarce, and the lack of rain for a long time had made the townsfolk, who mainly relied on farming, quite miserable. If the crops failed, they would have difficult times ahead. Your Fengxi town has accumulated too little merit. As long as you are sincere, the Black Lotus World Venerable, who relieves suffering and difficulty, will reveal his divine powers. He will push apart the clouds and mist. A young Taoist snickered. His gaze swept over the full merit box beside him, a smile curling at his lips. The Black Moon Superior's rain prayer wasn't free local wealthy people, and civilians of Fengshi Town all had to donate money to prove their sincerity. Time passed. The sun hung high in the sky, and every townsman grew more anxious. But the Black Moon Superior continued to sit quietly. His attendants, a few Taoists with dust whisks, stood immobile by his side. It's raining. As the afternoon approached, the sky darkened. The sun was obscured by clouds, and suddenly someone cried out in delight, feeling the wetness on their face from raindrops. The patter of a light shower. The dark sky first released a light drizzle. Then the downpour became torrential. It's raining. It's finally raining. Such vast, divine powers of the Black Moon, Immortal Master. The townspeople cried tears of joy. Some even worshipped the Black Moon Superior religiously, bowing reverently in awe. Believe in the Master. Believe in our Black Lotus world, Venerable. Everyone can achieve immortality and be reborn into pure bliss. The Taoists became even more arrogantly proud, seizing the moment to promote the doctrines of the Black Lotus sect. These guys are really shameless. Su Changkong, dressed unassumingly and having altered his appearance through the turtle breath technique, had witnessed the whole scene with contempt. It was clear to him that the townsfolk believed it was the Black Moon Superior's ritual that brought the rain. However, Su Changkong, who was educated and literate, understood it was not so. Extended droughts were followed by rain. By observing the sun, the moon, wind direction, and even animal and plant behaviors, one could predict weather changes. To put it simply, it was weather forecasting. The Black Moon Superior knew this and predicted that it would rain in the next few days. So he performed the ritual precisely because it was going to rain, not because of any miraculous power from the ritual. And if it didn't rain today, they would just wait and perform another ritual tomorrow or the day after. I really miscalculated. Just roll up the money and run. No loss anyway. These fools' money is so easy to earn. Black Moon Superior smiled at the corner of his mouth, having amassed a fortune in just a few days since his arrival in Fengshi Town, and even made the townspeople feel grateful to him. Alas, this Black Moon Superior is mostly a swindler, who can make it rain at will. If he truly had such ability, he would have been taken in by the Emperor long ago. Why bother coming to such a poor and remote place? Most of the townsfolk were fanatically devout, worshipping him fervently. But there were a few educated ones who remained clear-headed, knowing that this Black Moon Superior was nothing but a charlatan. But their voices were too weak to persuade the other fanatically worshipping townsfolk. To expose Black Moon Superior's tricks, they didn't need him to lift a finger. The townspeople, fearful of offending the Immortal Master, would beat them half to death. They could only sigh helplessly at the scene before them. After today, Black Moon Superior will probably find an excuse to extort a fortune from Fengshi Town again. By the time he leaves, Fengshi Town will be nearly drained, adding insult to injury for the already struggling townspeople. This Black Moon Superior plays tricks like a god, but from my observations, he's not someone formidable. Deal with him, then leave. Su Changkong silently lowered his head and took out a mask from his bosom and put it on his face. Who's there? The Black Moon Superior on the stage suddenly opened his eyes, and the rest of the Taoist priests also looked on with alertness. They saw a figure pass through the crowd and leap straight onto the altar. This person wore a crimson ghost face mask, his figure neither fat nor thin, but standing there, a faint murderous aura spread, making the rain even colder. Who are you? Get down, intending to bump into the Immortal Master. And the townspeople, many of them screamed in horror, fearing that this person of unknown identity would bump into Black Moon Superior and bring disaster to Fengshi Town. Black Moon Superior. It is rumored that members of the Black Lotus sect have 3 heads and 6 arms, and are indestructible like the Vajra. Why not come over and let me, your master, give you a punch? Please visit Sedistrist C0M. Maybe Y0 you will Eng0 why the captivating Asadro RTSD0 rise. Su Changkong, wearing the ghost face mask, deliberately lowered his voice to make it sound very deep, staring at Black Moon's superior with ill intentions. Black Moon's superior sat cross-legged without moving, but his face turned icy. He was a member of the Black Lotus sect. Others avoided him like the plague, fearful of causing trouble and not daring to meddle in his affairs. But this man wearing the ghost face mask clearly meant no good. Without needing orders from Black Moon's superior, for Taoist priests exchanged glances, coldness flashing in their eyes. Who is this idiot who knows nothing about life and death, daring to challenge the authority of the immortal master? Two Taoist priests shouted and quickly accelerated, flanking Su Changkong from the left and right. They reached out their hands, deployed catching techniques, and grabbed at Su Changkong's arms. The two Taoist priests precisely grabbed Su Changkong's arms, intending to forcefully dislocate Su Changkong's bones. However, when the two Taoist priests exerted their strength, they could not budge Su Changkong's arm in the slightest. It was like two small children trying to shake a burly adult man, utterly futile. This is the kind of skill you bring against your master? Su Changkong deliberately acted rough and furious. He snorted coldly, his arms trembled slightly like two dragons. A massive force emerged, causing the two priests, not far from entering the internal strength realm, to moan in pain. Their fingers that grasped Su Changkong's arms were shattered by the vibration. Ouch! They were uncontrollably thrown backward, crashing onto the ground, wailing incessantly, unable to stand up for a long time. The remaining two priests felt a chill in their hearts upon seeing this. The man in the ghost face mask was no ordinary martial artist, his strength unfathomable. Black Moon's superior's eyes also showed seriousness. Such a capable person in this small town? Black Moon's superior stood up and said in a deep voice, "You who dare to offend the Black Lotus world venerable are destined to fall into hell, to endure the endless torment of 18 kinds of cruel punishment. Let me send you to hell first." Su Changkong laughed coldly. With a step, he was about to charge at Black Moon's superior. Swish, swish, swish. Black Moon's superior was quick. He raised his duster in his right hand, and within it, a wisp of fine silver light flitted by. It was 3 small silver needles, hidden among the filaments of the duster, like dark arrows that hurt people by surprise. With Su Changkong's speed and agility, he could avoid them, but it might inadvertently injure the ordinary civilians below. Therefore, he ran turtle, breathing true chi, concentrated onto his sleeve, and brushed it aside, bringing forward a gust of wind. PFFFD, PFFFT, PFFFD. The 3 silver needles were struck and fell to the ground, embedding in the wooden platform. Shattered gold palm. But at the same time, Black Moon's superior, moving with silent swift steps, had already closed in on Su Changkong. His left palm, infused with a faint golden light, smashed through the air, with a force that was bold and tyrannical, striking straight at Su Changkong's abdomen. Thump! His palm struck Su Changkong's abdomen, making a muffled sound, yet Su Changkong stood unmoved, whereas Black Moon's superior shivered, feeling as if Su Changkong's body was like an ironclad copper wall. His palm could split a huge rock, but it couldn't shake Su Changkong at all, and instead his own arm went numb from the shock. Too weak, not even at the divine strength realm. Su Changkong raised his eyebrows. He had achieved the body refinement, great achievement, divine bravery stage, and the muscles beneath his skin had undergone a second growth. Even the mightiest blows felt like mere tickling to him. And though Black Moon's superior's inner strength was passable, he had not even reached the divine strength realm. At most, his level was about the same as Yin Song's. Moreover, Su Changkong was wearing golden chainmail under his clothes, so when faced with that palm strike, Su Changkong didn't even bother to dodge. Wait a moment. Black Moon's superior, who had initially seized the advantage with his concealed weapons, then struck with all his might, had failed to injure Su Changkong in the slightest. This realization of impending doom caused him to cry out in panic, his forehead beating with sweat. "First, take a punch from me." Su Changkong couldn't be bothered with further talk. With a loud roar, he interrupted Black Moon Superior's words. His shout, imbued with the astonishing spirit of the divine bravery stage, caused Black Moon Superior's head to reel with dizziness. Su Changkong's right fist rose high, smashing down on Black Moon Superior's head like a massive iron hammer. Black Moon Superior felt his mind reel from the profound shock, with no ability left to dodge. Su Changkong's punch, heavy with the weight of 1,000 genes of divine power, landed solidly on the top of Black Moon Superior's head. Thump! In the heavy sound of the impact, the wooden boards under Black Moon Superior's feet caved in, and his legs sank into them. His crown shattered and caved in, his skull crushed into his chest cavity as his neck vanished from view. Blood dripped from his eyes, mouth, and nose. He didn't even have a chance to scream before Su Changkong's punch brutally killed him on the spot. For a moment, the entire place went silent. To the townspeople of Fengshi Town, who looked upon Black Moon Superior almost as a deity capable of commanding the wind and rain, it was astonishing to see him hammered to death on the spot by the ghost-faced man in the blink of an eye. Su Changkong knew it was not that Black Moon Superior was weak, but that his own strength had become too overwhelmingly powerful. Having reached the great achievement of body refinement, one would be hard-pressed to find many equals within several hundred miles of Clearwater City. Apart from a few exceptions, all other martial artists were as fragile as children against Su Changkong. Having easily killed Black Moon Superior with a single punch, Su Changkong's gaze turned to the remaining two standing Taoists, with a chilling intent in his eyes. The two Taoists saw Black Moon Superior brutally killed with a single punch and began trembling, fluid dripping from the legs of their trousers, whether it was rainwater or something else. "Spare us. Great hero, spare us." It was all Black Moon Superior's. Black Moon's idea. We were just following orders. The two Taoists slumped to their knees, weeping and begging for mercy, fearing that they would meet the same fate as Black Moon Superior in the face of this merciless killer. But Su Changkong couldn't be bothered to waste words on them. Since he had decided to act, not one could be spared. Crack! Crack! Striding up to the two, Su Changkong reached out and grabbed their necks, squeezing hard. Their necks broke with a snap, and they fell limply to the ground. Facing the fearsome Su Changkong, they didn't even have the courage to fight back. The two previously wounded Taoists, lying injured on the ground, also received Su Changkong's attention as he stepped forward and twisted their necks. Afterward, Su Changkong, as if no one else were present, began searching the bodies. Eventually, Su Changkong found an identity token of the Black Lotus sect on Black Moon Superior's body, along with 700 or 800 taels worth of silver notes. Pocketing them, Su Changkong finished what he had set out to do and headed towards the stage exit without saying a word, leaving the scene. The aura of killing intent radiating from him caused the townspeople to step aside, opening up a path for him. Only after Su Changkong had passed through the crowd did an elder, who seemed to be the town mayor, shout out, "May I know your grand name, sir? You have slain a sorcerer of the Black Lotus sect in Fengshi Town. How should we respond if someone holds us accountable?" The elder was concerned that someone might seek revenge for the death of Black Moon Superior and implicate them as well. Lamb Ghostface, the fourth boss of the Black Cavalry Gang. Those who seek revenge or retribution can come to the Black Cavalry Gang to find me. I'll welcome them with open arms. Su Changkong paused mid-stride, his robust voice echoing in the ears of the villagers of Fengshi Town. Amidst a burst of hearty laughter, as hundreds of eyes watched, Su Changkong's silhouette disappeared into the heavy rain. He left behind the bodies of Black Moon Superior and the rest, along with the Fengshi Town residents, who were at a loss for what to do. The Black Cavalry Gang. Does such a heroic figure truly exist within the Black Cavalry Gang? Some more knowledgeable townsfolk were shocked. The name of the Black Cavalry Gang was notoriously infamous around Clearwater City, known to everyone as a gang of bandits living by plunder and violence. And now, a monster man of the Black Lotus sect, who had been extorting money and deceiving the ignorant in Fengshi Town, was killed on the spot by the fourth boss of the Black Cavalry gang. Of course, they didn't know that there was no such person as Ghostface, the fourth boss of the Black Cavalry gang. Su Changkong had merely made up the identity on the spot to confuse the crowds. Firstly, to obscure the truth, and secondly, if the Black Lotus sect truly believed it was the work of the Black Cavalry gang, letting them fight among themselves would be most advantageous. At the very least, it would bring some trouble to the Black Cavalry gang. In the afternoon, Su Changkong headed to Clearwater City. Within the prefecture yamen of Clearwater City, Su Changkong met with Magistrate Wang Yun. So soon, Wang Yun was somewhat surprised, wondering if Su Changkong, who had left in the morning, had already achieved his goal by the afternoon. This is the identity token of Black Moon Superior. Without beating around the bush, Su Changkong directly took out a token engraved with a black lotus from his bosom and placed it on the desk, which was exactly the token he had found on Black Moon Superior, the identity token of a disciple of the Black Lotus sect. Wang Yun recognized the origin of the token and knew it came from Black Moon Superior. Being an official member of the Black Lotus sect, Black Moon Superior had impressive martial arts skills, but had already lost his life at the hands of one Tai. Wang Yun had no doubts about Su Changkong's authenticity and believed that related news would spread before long. Mr. Wen has worked hard. Here is a silver note of 1,000 taels. Please keep it well. Right then and there, Wang Yun respectfully took out the prepared silver note worth 1,000 taels and presented it with both hands. A silver note of 1,000 taels in hand. It seemed simple enough, but there were not many who could earn this money. Ordinary martial artists were not afraid of the Black Lotus sect, but they might not have the strength to deal with the sect's experts. Martial artists capable of killing Black Moon Superior were mostly wary of the Black Lotus sect's revenge, fearing the involvement of family and friends, and they all shunned such dealings. However, for someone like Su Changkong, with an inconspicuous reputation and formidable strength, who carefully hid his identity and did not fear retaliation, he had the qualifications to earn this money. If there's nothing else, my lord, I shall take my leave. Having pocketed the silver note of 1,000 taels, Su Changkong did not linger and bade farewell to Wang Yun before departing. After Su Changkong left, Wang Yun sat alone in the room, a touch of expectation on his face. Every week there will be a member of the Black Lotus sect dead. I believe even those sect members who aren't afraid of death will start to fear and restrain themselves. What Wang Yun needed to do was use his own influence to gather information on the disciples of the Black Lotus sect within Clearwater City's domain, and then hand it over to Su Changkong, who would be tasked with the killing. The official members of the Black Lotus sect were actually very scarce, and with each one eliminated, the sect's influence in Clearwater City diminished bit by bit until they were forced to give up on developing further in the city. Of course, the prerequisite was that Su Changkong could not slip up. If Su Changkong were to fail, or if the Black Lotus sect learned of his identity as an agent of Wang Yun, the situation would become troublesome. Of course, if that happened, Wang Yun would have no choice but to mobilize all his power for a frontal confrontation with the Black Lotus sect, a scenario that the cautiously self-preserving Wang Yun least wanted to face. Indeed, committing murder and arson for a golden belt. On the way back to Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong patted his bulging backpack and couldn't help but exclaim. Today, he killed Black Moon Superior, obtained 700 to 800 taels worth of silver notes from him, and also received a remuneration of 1,000 taels of silver from Wang Yun, totaling nearly 2,000 taels of income. In one day, he earned a fortune that others might not see in their whole lives. Martial arts, strengthening oneself, is the essence. Su Changkong's determination to become stronger was even more resolute. Money was nothing more than an external resource he used to purchase cultivation materials to enhance his abilities. Back at Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong continued practicing martial arts as usual. What was different from before was that he would visit Clearwater City to see Wang Yun every week, obtain information about the Black Lotus sect from him, then go knocking on doors, ready to kill. Of course, such good fortune did not come every week. Information had a shelf life, and sometimes by the time Su Changkong arrived, the Black Lotus sect member had vanished without a trace, leaving him to return empty-handed, and at times Wang Yun could not acquire specific intelligence. However, even if the chance came only once every 10 days or half a month, it was enough for Su Changkong. With sufficient wealth, Su Changkong's lifestyle also became much more extravagant. In the past, Su Changkong would use 30 vital qi spreads in a month. But as his inner strength became more profound, the efficacy of the vital qi spread weakened. Su Changkong compensated by doubling the dose. Despite the fact that taking vital qi spread in quick succession would weaken the overall effect and result in a certain waste, Su Changkong, rich as he was, could afford it. The vital qi spread he took in a month would consume 600 to 700 taels of silver, an amount that astounded others. Changkong, your forging skills have improved quite a bit. During the hot summer, Yang Chao, in the workshop holding a shining longsword, couldn't help but express his admiration. With dedicated effort, there should be some harvest. Standing by the hot forge with his strong, bare upper body, Su Changkong responded with a smile upon hearing the words. Su Changkong's forging skills were continuously improving, and the quality of the weapons he created was naturally getting better and better. When a Manor Lord retires, the position of Manor Lord of Black Iron Manor will most likely be passed on to Su Changkong, right? The other forging masters were quite envious of Su Changkong. Young as he was, Su Changkong's forging skills were unparalleled, and he was an honest man without much cunning, never arguing with others, living in harmony with everyone, being humble and keeping a low profile. And although the weapons he made were far superior to those of the others, he had never been arrogant because of his talents, never demanding higher pay. Skilled and honest. With Mo Tai having no sons, it was quite likely that when he eventually retired, he would hand over Black Iron Manor to Su Changkong. Facing the envy of others, Su Changkong felt indifferent, for he was well aware of his own situation. It was impossible for him to stay at Black Iron Manor forever. The outside world was vast, and perhaps before long, he would leave this corner and soar high and wide. As for not asking for a raise, the reason is simple. The money earned from forging is still far from sufficient for his cultivation needs. Su Changkong continued to practice forging every day, simply because he loved forging and treated it as a form of cultivation. Through forging, he tempered his body and mind into steel. Quitting time. In the afternoon, a day's hard work came to an end. Su Changkong wiped a trace of sweat from his forehead with a towel and left the workshop. 5 animal frolics, practicing blade, and turtle breath technique had all become a part of Su Changkong's life. In the courtyard, Su Changkong practiced his blade technique. With a flick of his toe, Su Changkong sent a fist-sized pebble flying into the air. And at that moment, Su Changkong suddenly struck with his sword. Shoo. A series of blade gleams poured out like flowing light. Each strike so fast it nearly surpassed the catch of the naked eye, with each embodying a combination of speed and skill, presenting a visually delightful beauty. The fist-sized pebble, hanging in midair, was enveloped by the light of Su Changkong's sword, unable to fall to the ground, as if frozen in place amidst the scattering stone chips. Su Changkong was fully focused, continuously swinging his blade at high speed. He breathed steadily, his hands never tired, and his eyes did not blink. The heavy iron-cutting sword felt weightless in his hands. If outsiders could see this, they would find it unbelievable that a youth could possess such profound mastery of the blade. Only after more than a dozen breaths did Su Changkong abruptly sheath his sword after hundreds of strikes. The pebble fell, and he reached out to catch it. The pebble was hot to the touch, its surface heated from the relentless cutting and friction. Upon closer inspection, the once irregular, angular stone had shrunk in size, but had transformed into a perfect sphere. Exquisitely perfect, as if naturally formed, or as if it had been carefully polished by a craftsman. However, it was not crafted by a craftsman, but was shaped by Su Changkong using the iron-cutting blade within a dozen breaths. To use a heavy iron cutting sword to sculpt a pebble into a regular spherical shape was simply astounding, unheard of. It could only be attributed to profound mastery in 4 words. Iron cutting blade technique. 7th realm, profound mastery 1%. My iron cutting blade technique has finally reached the 7th realm. Feeling the smooth, spherical stone in his hand, a smile couldn't help but surface on Su Changkong's lips. During this summer, Su Changkong's blade technique had advanced further, moving into the realm of profound mastery. Su Changkong's skill with the blade had become an extension of his own limbs. Even wielding the cumbersome iron cutting sword, he could carve exquisite patterns onto a piece of soft tofu. The progress in 5 animal frolics and turtle breath technique required accumulation, like the growth of a body, which could not happen overnight, nor could you become fat in one gulp. But there were no such limits to the progress of skills. Like with martial arts cultivation, even if one has poor talents, given a massive amount of resources, it is possible to build an average martial artist up to the divine strength realm, or even achieve body refinement grade achievement. Yet, techniques like the blade technique and martial arts skills, which fall under the category of skill, cannot merely be built up with resources. If you don't learn it, you simply don't learn it. Even with guidance from a famous teacher, if one has poor talents and comprehension, their progress is limited. To a certain extent, advancing to a higher level in martial arts skills is even more difficult than advancing in martial arts realms once a certain level is reached. With a potential value as high as 15 points, Su Changkong undoubtedly possesses martial arts genius-level talents and comprehension, which is why he could achieve such a level in his blade technique at a young age. With this kind of blade technique, it must be difficult for others of the same realm to match me, right? Su Changkong thought to himself, but he didn't become arrogant or complacent. He knew that there would always be someone better, and that continuously improving oneself was the true path to strength. Tomorrow I will make a trip to Clearwater City. I hope it won't be a wasted journey. Su Changkong finished practicing with the blade. As night fell and everyone else drifted into sleep, Su Changkong also lay down early and practiced the turtle breath technique to restore his spirit and strength, for he needed to meet Wang Yun the next day. The next morning, Su Changkong set out early for Clearwater City to meet with County Magistrate Wang Yun. "Mr. Wen, you look even healthier than when I last saw you a few days ago," Wang Yun said with a smile. Su Changkong had been working with Wang Yun for 2 months. In that time, Su Changkong had killed a total of 6 Black Lotus sect disciples without a single slip-up, which greatly impressed Wang Yun with Su Changkong's efficiency. "What about the information this time?" Su Changkong cut straight to the point. "The information we've received this time is different from before. There are 2 Black Lotus sect disciples," Wang Yun said hesitantly as he took out a scroll and handed it to Su Changkong. 2. Su Changkong's interest was piqued. 2 Black Lotus sect disciples meant 2,000 taels of silver. Of course, Su Changkong didn't let his guard down. He knew he had to be careful, or he might capsize in the gutter. Su Changkong took the scroll and unrolled it, examining the contents carefully. Gong Yangma and his brother Gong Yang's son, both hailing from the Gong Yang family in Nanwang City, have practiced martial arts since childhood. They were local tycoons, but gave their entire fortune to the Black Lotus sect and became disciples. Half a month ago, they appeared in Huanan village, conducting public trials and burning several villagers who openly opposed the Black Lotus sect alive. According to the information, the 2 are currently residing in Maple Leaf Town, 400 miles from Clearwater City, where they frequent the Maple Leaf building every night to indulge in pleasures. After perusing the information for a while, Su Changkong nodded slightly. "Gong Yangma, Gong Yang's son, these are the targets for this time." "Good. Then I'll head to Maple Leaf Town to take a look." Su Changkong stowed the scroll away and spoke to Wang Yun. "Take care on your journey, Mr. Wen." Wang Yun did not urge him to stay. Acting swiftly was always best, and if he delayed, perhaps the Gong Yang brothers would have already left Maple Leaf Town. Su Changkong immediately set off for Maple Leaf Town. The journey of 400 li took him 3 hours, and by the time he arrived, it was noon. Maple Leaf Town was a small town on the edge of Clearwater City, lined with maple trees along its roads, creating a rather beautiful scenery. As for the Maple Leaf Building, it was a place of entertainment, patronized only by locals with a modest fortune. The Gong Yang brothers should come at night. I'll wait for now and observe discreetly. At a table inside the Maple Leaf Building, Su Changkong sat alone. Both Gong Yang brothers were clan descendants, who had practiced martial arts since childhood and later joined the Black Lotus sect, making their martial arts cultivation quite extraordinary. Time ticked away, second by second. As the daylight gradually faded, the Maple Leaf Building became busier, lit up brightly with joyous song and dance. "Young master, why not come upstairs?" Women with slim figures and heavy makeup noticed Su Changkong sitting alone in a corner and called out to him with enchanting voices. "Don't bother me." Su Changkong frowned, repulsed by the pungent scent of rouge on the woman, and shot her a cold glance. "Yes, yes." Chilled by Su Changkong's gaze, the woman nodded repeatedly and hurried away, not daring to linger. "They still haven't come?" Su Changkong held a cup of tea. The Gong Yang brothers had yet to show themselves. "Tang Mo, Tang's son, the two lords are here. Ladies, why aren't you coming to greet the guests?" It wasn't tea until the sky was completely dark that the voice of the enthusiastic brothel madam rang out at the entrance of the Maple Leaf Building. "The Tang lords are here." The girls of the Maple Leaf Building were both pleased and afraid. Pleased because these two Tang lords were generous and did not skimp on silver coins, yet fearful for their capricious tempers and bizarre tastes, which were too much for the average person to handle. "Tang lord, little Chui misses you so much. Stay overnight today. I'll make sure to serve you well." Still, a large group of girls from the Maple Leaf Building flocked around them, fawning and ingratiating. "Ha ha! Tonight, we'll definitely make you little saucy wretches cry and beg for mercy." A boisterous laugh erupted. Su Changkong looked in the direction of the laughter. It came from a burly man with a beard, broad shoulders, and an enormous frame. Next to the burly man was a refined-looking man, about 30-something years old. "They are the Gong Yang brothers." Su Changkong's eyes sharpened. The scroll that Wang Yun had given him contained portraits of the Gong Yang brothers. These two Tang lords were indeed the aliases of the Gong Yang brothers. His targets had finally appeared. Su Changkong quietly bowed his head and took a crimson ghost face mask from his bosom, placing it over his face. "There's a killing intent." Meanwhile, amidst a group of girls, the Gong Yang brothers simultaneously felt a change in their expressions, acutely aware of a bone-chilling coldness. Scram! The robust man, Gong Yang Ma, the younger brother of the Gong Yang siblings, let out a shout and pushed back the girls who had gathered around them, causing them to stagger back and fall to the ground. And the refined Gong Yang's son also had a grave look on his face. Both of them caught sight of a man in a corner of the first floor, wearing a red ghost mask, who had stood up from beside a table and was staring at them. Ghost face. Both Gong Yang Ma and Gong Yang's son's hearts jolted with fear. Ghostface, a martial artist who had emerged from nowhere over the past 2 months, had a mysterious identity and specifically targeted Black Lotus sect disciples. In just 2 short months, 6 or 7 Black Lotus sect disciples within the territory of Clearwater City had fallen victim to his deadly hands. Now that Ghostface had appeared before them, his intention was clear without having to ask. "Be careful!" Gong Yang's son yelled to warn his brother. 5 animal frolics. Foraging tiger. Without any unnecessary words, Su Changkong moved instantly, like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, charging forward directly. The tables and chairs in his path were smashed into pieces, and the wind from his charge caused the candle flames to flicker violently. The distance of several meters vanished in a flash, and Su Changkong's right fist struck out, tearing through the air with a ripping sound. Shattered mountain fist. The bulky Gong Yang Ma stepped out, his muscles bulging and eyes wide open with fury. He dared not take any chances, pushing his strength to the peak. His right arm's muscles tensed, veins bulging, as he fiercely met Su Changkong's powerful punch with his own. Bang! The two fists collided heavily, exploding like firecrackers. Crack! In the crisp sound of breaking bones, Gong Yangma's fingers shattered, his wrist twisted bizarrely, and a massive force crushed it, rendering his arm useless. His large frame staggered back in retreat, tripping over the threshold behind him and falling flat on his back, in complete disarray. Achieving the divine bravery stage through body refinement, great achievement, such martial artists were counted on one's fingers in the Clearwater City area. Su Changkong had overpowered the robust Gong Yangma with just one strike. Swoosh! Gong Yang's son did not just stand by idly. As Su Changkong repelled Gong Yangma, he wielded a folding fan made from fine steel, its sharp tip no different from a dagger or blade. He aimed a tricky stab at Su Changkong's heart. This stab seemed to catch Su Changkong off guard, landing firmly. Usually, even martial artists who practiced horizontal training hard skill could hardly withstand the piercing of sharp weapons. Clang! But Gong Yang's son's fan, striking the area over Su Changkong's heart, rang out as if hitting metal, resulting in a clear metallic clash. Underneath Su Changkong's clothing was a chainmail shirt made of gold thread, with vital areas like the heart especially thickened for stronger defense. Gong Yang's son's fan tip couldn't pierce through it all. Inner armor? Gong Yang's son was visibly stunned, not expecting that a martial artist of Su Changkong's caliber would still wear metal inner armor. How afraid of death must he be? Su Changkong's hand had already reached out, grasping Gong Yang's son's wrist with a force tightening like iron. Crack, crack, crack! Gong Yang's son immediately let out a piercing scream. His wrist bones were crushed, pain causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Gong Yang's son dared not struggle and called out with a sweaty forehead. Stop, stop! We are disciples of the Black Lotus sect. Let's talk this over. But Su Changkong's target was Black Lotus sect disciples. He showed no mercy, gripping Gong Yang's son's wrist in one hand, while his left fist smashed towards Gong Yang's son's face. Boom! His heavy iron fist collapsed Gong Yang's son's nasal bridge, caving in his entire face with a deep imprint of his fist, killing him on the spot. Big brother! Struggling to get up from the ground, Gong Yangma saw Gong Yang's son being killed by Su Changkong with a single punch, and he immediately let out a howl of sorrow and rage. I'll kill you. Kill you. Gong Yangma appeared frenzied, determined to rush at Su Changkong with total disregard for his own safety. Su Changkong, holding the fine steel folding fan he had snatched from Gong Yang's son, channeled his true chi into it. With a flick of his wrist, the folding fan shot out like a flying knife, striking Gong Yangma's forehead as he charged. The sharp tip of the fan's steel spine pierced through Gong Yangma's skull and into his brain, his eyes bulging as he staggered forward several steps, inertia carrying him until he fell to the ground. The battle between the two sides lasted merely a dozen breaths before a victor was declared, with both Gong Yang brothers meeting their demise at the hand of Su Changkong. Facing these two disciples of the Black Lotus sect, Su Changkong had not an ounce of pity. The brothers were the scum of humanity, having done countless evil deeds, and sending them to the Yellow Springs was an act of great kindness. Ah, murder! There's been a murder! Only now did the other patrons in the building come to their senses, cries of alarm rising as pairs of eyes stared in fear at Su Changkong wearing his ghost face. Su Changkong ignored the others. He bent down and rummaged through the corpses of the Gong Yang brothers. A smile appeared beneath his mask as he found, aside from their identity tokens, over 500 silver notes. The disciples of the Black Lotus sect were usually quite wealthy, often bringing Su Changkong extra surprises. Su Changkong took 10 silver notes and slapped them on the table nearby as compensation for disrupting the business of Maple Leaf Building. Then, without a word, he turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. Report to the officials. Report to the officials. It was a long while after Su Changkong had left that someone finally reacted and went off to report to the authorities. Of course, by the time the local officials responded, Su Changkong had already traveled far. I've been delayed quite a bit. First, I'll rest at Clearwater City for the night before returning to Black Iron Manor at dawn tomorrow, Su Changkong thought to himself. Black Iron Manor would have already closed its doors for the night. It would suffice to return before they resumed work in the morning. Su Changkong was in no rush to travel, walking alone through the wilderness. After covering 100 li, Su Changkong was passing through a forest when his ears twitched at the sound of galloping. The noise of horses in full sprint. Brothers, don't harm this lady's face, or I'll be very displeased when it's my turn to enjoy. A licentious laugh echoed in the night. In the darkness, two groups of people were in pursuit. The one fleeing was a woman, not yet in her 30s, dressed tightly, with a beautiful face but a murderous aura in her eyes that made her seem icy and unapproachable. At that moment, a man riding beside her said hastily, "Miss you, I will hold them off. You run. Be careful." The woman barely had a chance to say anything before her expression changed, and she warned him. But it was too late. An arrow flew from behind, piercing the man's back, his flesh torn open as blood spattered. He groaned and fell off the horse. Lu Rue. The woman hesitated briefly, but did not pause. She whipped her horse to gallop faster, while she herself jumped off and darted into the neighboring woods. "Chase! She's heading into the woods. You go that way and cut her off." Shouts followed from behind as more than a dozen knights either turned their horses to block the woman's path or dismounted and followed into the woods on foot, as riding hampered their speed among the trees. The woman entered the forest but stopped abruptly, facing a figure under a large tree, dressed in black. It was a young man looking up at her. Another person? The woman was startled to encounter someone so late at night. And that figure in black, of course, was Su Changkong. Who is she? Seems like she's being hunted. Su Changkong, too, was taken aback. He had just heard the noise outside when the woman happened to flee into this small grove, running into him head-on. Glancing around, Su Changkong saw a group of agile individuals in pursuit, clearly her pursuers. Without hesitation, Su Changkong leapt into a nearby bush, executing the turtle breath technique to conceal his breath. Holding his breath and remaining motionless, even his heartbeat and blood flow nearly ceased. One of the main features of the turtle breath technique was to hide one's breath. Under the condition of holding breath and stillness, one would be indistinguishable from a piece of dead wood, almost invisible unless seen with the eyes. This woman was being chased, and Su Changkong had no desire to inadvertently attract trouble. Hiding was the most sensible course of action. Just a passerby? The woman was also shocked to encounter a passerby so late, but she soon had no more room to care about such things as black-clad martial artists began to surround her from all sides, leaving her nowhere to escape. The woman's palm gripped the handle of a curved blade at her waist, ready for battle. Despite her pale complexion, she was calm and seemed experienced in such situations. A group of a dozen or so black-clad martial artists had the area completely surrounded, yet they held back from attacking. They knew that despite the woman's lovely looks, she was no simple target. She had already killed several of their brothers, and if they weren't careful, there would be casualties amongst them as well. Soon, these black-clad martial artists all showed a respectful demeanor. From another side, 3 martial artists surrounded and approached, with a robust man wearing a blade at his waist in the middle. This sturdy man was exceptionally burly, his black hair casually draped, his entire body emanating an aura that gripped people's souls, as if a single roar or glance from him could make one's heart skip a beat. Seeing this black-haired, robust man, the woman's body obviously tensed even more. Her hand clutching the blade grew tighter. "Miss Yu Jiao, you sure can run. I've been chasing you for more than 100 li," the black-haired, robust man said, cracking a grin as he saw the woman. Yu Jiao clenched her teeth. "Second Master Chow, why must you force things to such an extreme? We have no grudge between us. If I have offended you in any way, I'm willing to apologize and make amends." "No grudge? Your White Jade Gang people killed my eldest brother's only son. The hostilities between our two gangs have long been like fire and water. Where's the absence of grudge? The black-haired, robust man said with a smile that was not quite a smile. Huh? They're from the White Jade Gang and the Black Cavalry Gang. In the bushes, Su Changkong, who had been holding his breath and even slowed his blood flow to an extreme crawl, was somewhat surprised as he overheard the conversation between the two parties. The woman being pursued was named Yu Jiao, a member of the White Jade Gang, while the black-haired, robust man pursuing her was from the Black Cavalry Gang, and based on Yu Jiao's address, the man was Chao Hong, the second master of the Black Cavalry Gang. Initially, the White Jade Gang and the Black Cavalry Gang were like two tigers on one mountain, not tolerating the other. To avenge his comrades from Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong had disguised himself as a disciple of the White Jade Gang and had assassinated Shirhan Han, the young gang leader of the Black Cavalry Gang, which had completely torn apart the facades between the two gangs. Over the recent years, the skirmishes between the two had seen casualties on both sides. Yu Jiao, being a member of the White Jade Gang with not a low status at that, was being hunted by Chao Hong. It's better to resolve enmity than to hold it. My father is Yu Sha, the deputy gang leader of the White Jade Gang. I will make him order the disciple who killed Shirhan's Han to come forward and apologize to the Black Cavalry Gang, Yu Jiao said through gritted teeth. Most people believe that Shirhan Shan's killer was a disciple of the White Jade Gang, but Yu Jiao, as the daughter of the deputy gang leader, knew otherwise. The real identity of the killer had not been unveiled by the White Jade Gang. Right now, Yu Jiao was making empty promises she couldn't fulfill solely to fight for a chance to save her life. Humph! The war between our two gangs has started not just because of my nephew. Unless the White Jade Gang is annihilated, the war will not stop. Chao Hong remained unmoved. The animosity between the two gangs had flared into true hostilities, becoming a fight to the death. War would only end if one side was consumed or destroyed. And this blade nurturing art, extremely precious, originally intended as a birthday gift for the gang leader. I can give it to you as well. Yu Jiao desperately fought for a chance at survival, hastily making her offer. That's enough, Yu Jiao. Stop with these useless tricks in front of me. I know you're a ruthless woman, as vicious as a serpent. For the sake of this blade-nurturing art manual, you wiped out the entire family of Broken Blade guests. Now you only have two choices. Fight back and be killed by me, or drop your weapon, seal your dantian, and surrender. Out of consideration for the fact that you are that old guy Yusha's daughter, I might spare your life for the time being. But the corners of Chao Hong's mouth twitched slightly, with no intention of humoring Yu Jiao. Yu Jiao's pretty face grew uglier and paler by the moment. In just a few days, it would be by Tian Hao's, the gang leader of the White Jade Gang, 50th birthday, and Yu Jiao had put some thought into a present. In Clearwater City's vicinity, there was a famous blade expert known as the Broken Blade Guest, whose very name made the martial world of Clearwater City tremble with fear and respect. This was because the Broken Blade Guest seldom fought, but once he did, he would invariably cut down his opponents with a single blade strike, even including one or two experts of the Divine Strength realm, which, without a doubt, made his reputation soar and his name widely feared. Rumors said that Broken Blade Guest's formidable blade technique was due to his accidental acquisition of a certain blade-nurturing art. Yu Jiao set her sights on the Broken Blade Guest, intending to obtain this blade-nurturing art as a birthday gift for the 50th birthday of the White Jade Gang's gang leader. Yu Jiao didn't directly confront Broken Blade Guest. Instead, she took several subordinates, kidnapped his wife and child, and easily forced him to give in and hand over the blade-nurturing art manual. Afterward, Yu Jiao eradicated all traces by secretly dealing with the entire family of Broken Blade Guest. Everything seemed quite smooth. Unexpectedly caught in the middle, like a mantis stalking a cicada unaware of the oriole behind, Yu Jiao and her party were targeted by Chao Hong, the second master of the Black Cavalry Gang, on their way back. They were relentlessly pursued, and all of Yu Jiao's entourage had died. Only Yu Jiao kept fleeing, but she still ended up trapped in this forest. Yu Jiao's complexion shifted. Fight back? She had no chance of winning against Chao Hong alone, let alone with the 10-plus elite members of the Black Cavalry Gang nearby. As for surrendering, Yu Jiao saw those eyes around her, like those of ravenous wolves, unabashedly roaming over her shapely figure. She knew all too well that if she surrendered, her fate would be worse than death. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Yu Jiao's mind. She looked toward a clump of bushes and shouted, "Run! Go back and tell my father that the one who kills me is Chao Hong, the second master of the Black Cavalry Gang. Let him avenge me." This despicable woman, hidden within the bushes, concealed and holding his breath, Su Changkong's face suddenly darkened, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he cursed inwardly. This sudden outcry from Yu Jiao had revealed his hiding place, clearly intended to drag him into the fray to create chaos, drawing Chao Hong and the others' attention. This might also afford her a slim chance of survival. Instantly, a pair of alert eyes looked over, and several members of the Black Cavalry Gang even drew their weapons, ready for combat. Russell, exposed from his hiding place, Su Changkong had no choice but to crawl out of the bushes, patting some leaves and dust off his body. Chao Hong looked over with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. I actually failed to detect his presence just now. As the second master of the Black Cavalry Gang and one of its top experts, Chao Hong, who had reached the body refinement great achievement, had not sensed Su Changkong hiding in the bushes. This demonstrated that the latter was extraordinary. The other Black Cavalry Gang martial artists also looked over vigilantly, all with ill intent in their eyes. They believed that the young man in black was most likely associated with Yu Jiao and a disciple of the White Jade Gang. Facing pairs of murderous glances, Su Changkong said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I really don't know this woman. It's up to you whether you want to kill her or do whatever else. I was just passing by and hid because I didn't want to disturb you. I'll be leaving now to avoid further trouble." Having said that, Su Changkong turned and prepared to leave. He certainly didn't want to be used as a pawn by this Yu Jiao, not to mention facing off against the second master of the Black Cavalry Gang. "Stop right there." But two black-clad martial artists blocked Su Changkong's path. It was quite clear that if Su Changkong was a companion of Yu Jiao, he could not be allowed to leave. Even if he were truly a passerby, they would have to silence him. Better to kill mistakenly than to let go. Su Changkong's face turned cold, realizing their intentions. If that were the case, then he would have to show his strength and let them know that he was not someone to be trifled with. Bang! Su Changkong suddenly swung his arm, his long and powerful limb smashing toward a small tree as thick as a bowl. Crack! The strike was extremely powerful, and the tree, as thick as a bowl, let out a groan under the strain. With Su Changkong's blow, it broke in half, the top part smashing down to the ground with a thunderous noise. This scene shocked the two Black Cavalry Gang martial artists who had intercepted Su Changkong. They instinctively took a step back, their pupils shrinking slightly. A martial artist of the divine strength realm? To break a tree as thick as a bowl with one's hands was a feat of at least a martial artist from the divine strength realm and above. Second Master Chao, I am not an ordinary individual. Your grudge has nothing to do with me. I did not witness anything tonight, nor will I spread the word. I hope Second Master Chao does not give me a hard time," Su Changkong said as he broke the tree, looking at Chao Hong. This made Chao Hong internally surprised. A martial artist of the divine strength realm, and so young? I haven't heard of such a person in the White Jade Gang. Could he really just be a passing martial artist? Chao Hong, of course, had no desire to invite complications or increase casualties among his men. Seeing Su Changkong demonstrate his power and composure, his expression shifted subtly, and he remained silent, implicitly accepting Su Changkong's words. If it had just been an ordinary martial artist, killing him would be no issue, but a martial artist from the divine strength realm and above was of a completely different caliber. After all, the enmity between the Black Cavalry Gang and the White Jade Gang was well known. In fact, it was insignificant if Su Changkong were to spread what happened tonight. It wasn't necessary to offend a martial artist from the divine strength realm and above and to fight to the death over it. a martial artist of the divine strength realm. Yu Jiao was surprised to encounter a passing martial artist of the divine strength realm here, but she also felt disappointed, knowing that Chao Hong decided to seek peace and not make an enemy of Su Changkong. Su Changkong let out a soft breath. While he harbored great hostility towards the Black Cavalry gang, currently he did not want to be foolishly used as a tool, especially against the formidable Chao Hong. Just as Su Changkong was preparing to leave and the rest of the Black Cavalry gang martial artists received Chao Hong's signal not to obstruct him, an unexpected event occurred. It's him. He killed the young gang leader. At that moment, one of the Black Cavalry gang martial artists pointed at Su Changkong, his eyes wide and somewhat stuttering, shouting excitedly. These words stunned everyone present. Chao Hong, Yu Jiao, and even Su Changkong himself. What did you say? Chao Hong looked at the Black Cavalry gang martial artist. The black-clad martial artist pointed at Su Changkong, his voice excited. It's him. Over a year ago, in the battle with the White Jade gang, it was him who defeated the young gang leader and chopped off his head. I saw it with my own eyes. The black-clad martial artist was very excited. He had been one of the 100 or so Black Cavalry gang knights who had participated in the raid on the White Jade gang headquarters. He had personally witnessed the scene of Su Changkong killing Shirhan's Han. Now, more than a year later, although Su Changkong's current identity and appearance were that of Wen Tai, the black-clad martial artist could vaguely recognize that the person before him was the young martial artist who had killed Shirhan's Han. A martial artist from the divine strength realm, a young man, and his subordinate's identification. Chao Hong's gaze instantly turned sharp, staring intently at Su Changkong. Are you the martial artist who killed my nephew? The rest of the Black Cavalry gang martial artists also blocked Su Changkong's path. Su Changkong felt somewhat resigned. He had not expected to be recognized. I didn't intend to kill anyone tonight. Why must you seek death? Su Changkong sighed, a layer of frost appearing on his face as his pitch-black eyes seemed to flicker with a cold light in the darkness. Die! As the word die left his lips, it exploded like thunderbolts, echoing through the pitch-black woods and making the leaves tremble. Most of the Black Cavalry gang martial artists felt dizzy with the roar, their vision darkening. A martial artist of the divine bravery stage, one who had undergone a metamorphosis of spirit and body, reaching the pinnacle of a body refinement martial artist. A single angry roar full of divine might could intimidate others and tremble their hearts and minds. Be careful! A martial artist from the Black Cavalry gang exclaimed in shock. Crack, crack! 11. Thunderous explosions were still echoing through the woods when Su Changkong took instantaneous action. He launched both fists at once, and two members of the Black Cavalry gang, their brains still buzzing, were sent flying by Su Changkong's heavy punches, traveling 1 or 2 meters through the air with collapsed chests, blood mixed with fragments of their innards spurting wildly. Having his identity unexpectedly exposed by these Black Cavalry gang martial artists, Su Changkong understood that there could be no peaceful resolution, and if that was the case, he had to strike first to gain the advantage. It was a fight for survival. Kill or be killed. Kill him. The rest of the Black Cavalry gang martial artists were a mix of shock and rage as several of them, roaring furiously, rushed toward him with swords and sabers drawn, blocking the directions Su Changkong could dodge to and intending to chop him into pieces. 5 animal frolics. Spinning flying crane. Su Changkong stamped his foot, and like a bird, his body spun and flitted agilely out of the encirclement just before the blade struck, leaving only his afterimage behind. Crack, crack! With a swing of his arms, Su Changkong spread them like an ape, and immediately several of the Black Cavalry gang experts at the Strength Refinement realm were swept off their feet, bones broken and tendons snapped, flying backwards. The gap was too great. These Black Cavalry gang martial artists were elite fighters, each capable of taking on multiple foes at the Strength Refinement realm. But in Su Changkong's eyes, there was no difference. All could be seriously injured or killed with a single strike. In just the span of a few breaths, Su Changkong had dealt with 4 or 5 people. His power at the divine bravery stage was undeniable. "You bastard!" A roar as thunderous as before burst forth, causing a painful ringing in the ears. It was Chow Hong, his eyes wide with fury, not expecting Su Changkong to suddenly take action, but he quickly reacted. After his angry shout, he stepped forward, his arm bulging with muscles as thick as an ordinary one's thigh, visibly bursting with explosive power, and he threw a punch towards Su Changkong's back. The fist hadn't even arrived yet, but a heavy pressure was already assaulting him. Divine bravery stage. Su Changkong's heart tightened as he instantly judged Chow Hong to be a powerful practitioner with body refinement, great achievement at the divine bravery stage. This wasn't unexpected. As a gang that could throw its weight around in the Clearwater City region, the Black Cavalry Gang naturally had its share of martial arts masters. Their gang leader, Shi Zijian's fame was widespread, and his underlings, including the second and third masters, were all among the top fighters in the Clearwater City area. Chow Hong, as the second master of the Black Cavalry Gang, had already entered the divine bravery stage years ago. Facing a master like Chow Hong, Su Changkong dared not be careless. He circulated the turtle-breathing true qi in his body, spreading from his dantian throughout his entire body. Every muscle swelled with power, and in his perception, everything seemed to slow down. Su Changkong gathered his strength, stepped around, and ferociously threw out his right fist to meet the one coming at him from behind. Boom! The two heavy fists collided without any flare, and after a moment of silence, they exploded like firecrackers. The two formidable forces equally matched, stirring up a wind that blew the dead branches and fallen leaves beneath their feet scattering around, leaving the area within a 10-foot radius completely bare. Thud, thud, thud. Both Su Changkong and Chow Hong felt an immense force from their opponent. Uncontrollably shaken, each took 3 steps back. With every step, their feet impressed clear footprints into the ground. They were evenly matched. This Chow Hong is not simple. Reaching body refinement, great achievement, and also cultivating inner strength, Su Changkong thought to himself. Generally, many martial artists don't practice inner strength because it requires long-term cultivation to accumulate any results, and the manuals for inner strength are rare and precious, hard to obtain for most people. After reaching body refinement, great achievement, Chow Hong painstakingly cultivated inner strength to unlock potential and yearned to progress further. This lad is so young, yet he's reached this level. Even if you look across the entire Ink Force Prefecture, he would undoubtedly be considered a martial arts prodigy. After their clash, Chow Hong felt heavier in his heart. He hadn't gained any advantage. Su Changkong practiced turtle breath shrinkage, altering his bone structure, his appearance that of a young man, which still shocked Chow Hong. Such a young age with such cultivation was rare even outside the Clearwater City region. He was really that mysterious martial artist who impersonated a white Jade Gang disciple and chopped down Shirhan's Han. Yu Jiao was at this moment watching the scene unfold in shock. Facing off against Chow Hong and not falling behind in the lead showed that the black-clothed young man was also a divine bravery stage strongman. Yu Jiao had just revealed Su Changkong's hiding place in a desperate bid for a slim chance at survival, never expecting that this passerby held the true identity of a mysterious martial artist that even the White Jade Gang had struggled to investigate. This was a strong man with body refinement, great achievement, a rarity even across the entire Clearwater City region. You go deal with that woman. Kill her directly. Don't hold back. Leave this lad to me. Chow Hong ordered in a deep voice, his eyes heavy with determination but also excitement. His hunter's spirit awakened. At his level, finding an opponent in the Clearwater City area was difficult, so confronting such a formidable enemy made his blood as a martial artist begin to boil. Yes, the remaining Black Cavalry Gang martial artists, upon hearing this, were relieved and responded in unison. Su Changkong was too terrifying, eliminating 4 or 5 of their people in the blink of an eye. The chance to not have to face this fearsome martial artist was undoubtedly a relief for them. You want to kill me? Then come and try. With the strongest, Chao Hong, confronting Su Changkong, this reignited hope in the previously despairing Yu Jiao. Her lovely face took on a murderous edge as she drew a shining curved saber from her waist and started to counterattack against the Black Cavalry Gang martial artists rushing toward her. The rest of the Black Cavalry Gang members attacked Yu Jiao, while Su Changkong faced off against Chao Hong. Looking at Su Changkong, Chao Hong sighed and said, "It's a pity. You killed my big brother's only son, so I have no choice but to take your head. You will be the first to die at my hands with the body refinement great achievement." Su Changkong appeared very calm. He had killed many people, including more than one martial artist in the divine strength realm, and now he was about to stain his hands with the blood of a martial artist who had achieved the body refinement great achievement. Arrogant. Die. Chao Hong's eyes flashed with cold light as he roared with fury and took action again. This time, he drew a fine steel broadsword from his waist, and a chilling murderous aura began to spread. Breaking array blade technique. Horizontal sweep of 1,000 troops. Chao Hong wielded the heavy fine steel broadsword with the strength of divine bravery in his single arm, swinging it in a horizontal chop that was fierce and unmatched, embodying the intent realm of an army effortlessly parting before him. Facing a serious Chao Hong, Su Changkong felt a tinge of excitement. Since a couple of months ago, he rarely had the opportunity to use his sword against enemies, simply because his opponents were too weak. As soon as he drew his sword, the battle would be quickly resolved, depriving him of the chance to sharpen his skills. Now, he wanted to see how many of his blows Chao Hong could withstand. Clang! Su Changkong had already adjusted his posture and angle, holding the sword scabbard in one hand and the hilt in the other like a primed arrow. The crisp sound of metal friction rang out. Fast, faster than sound. A cold flash of the blade, like a silver thread, tore through the air and emerged with a horizontal sweep, dragging a series of afterimages behind it. The iron-cutting blade technique, after being integrated with the sword-drawing technique, became even more powerful. Having practiced assiduously, it became, after the 5 animal frolics, the second martial arts technique Su Changkong mastered at the 7th level of profound mastery. And now, for the first time, he was using it against an enemy. Although Chao Hong struck first, Su Changkong's blow was not only much faster, but also came before Chao Hong's own strike, clashing with the fine steel broadsword. The two collided. Clang! The clear, ear-piercing sound of metal clashing spread through the air as blades scraped against each other. Sparks flew in all directions, and Chao Hong felt Su Changkong's blow was alarmingly fast and terribly heavy, like a 1,000-pound hammer slamming down, numbing his arm. And the spot where the fine steel broadsword was struck burst open a gap. What? Chao Hong couldn't believe it. With just one strike, he felt an immense, terrifying pressure, as well as a palpitation of fear. It was a threat capable of killing him. Iron-cutting blade technique. Upward slash. With one collision, Su Changkong had suppressed Chao Hong. Su Changkong's turtle-breathing true chi was long and unending, with no pause. The blade was infused with iron-cutting true chi, emitting an inch-thick aura as the blade turned and made an upward cutting strike. It was like a volcanic eruption, shooting up from the ground towards the sky. Breaking array blade technique. Breaking cauldrons and sinking boats. Chao Hong felt a chill run through his entire body. With a low growl, he switched to holding the sword with both hands, striking down fiercely with the blade in an attempt to block Su Changkong's iron-cutting sword, or else he would be split open under this blow. Clang! Their swords collided again, and Chao Hong felt a sense of powerlessness, as if his strength could not find its mark. Su Changkong's strike was again too fast and heavy, slamming into him before he could unleash his full capabilities. Thud! The heavy force sent Chao Hong staggering uncontrollably backward, causing panic in his heart. He'd been immersed in the sword arts for 30 years, but now, after just a brief exchange, he was already at a disadvantage. Su Changkong's iron-cutting sword technique did not have many mysterious changes. It was characterized by being fast, precise, and ruthless. Simple and direct, it used speed to overcome slowness and strength to overpower weakness. Chao Hong stepped back, his momentum lost, while Su Changkong, on the other hand, felt his blood boiling, his true qi rapidly circulating, with veins protruding along his arms, causing his arm muscles to swell. Iron cutting blade technique. Splitting cut. Kill. Su Changkong bellowed, stepping forward and switching to holding the sword with both hands as well. The descending blow from a higher altitude intended to smash down on Chao Hong, who in Su Changkong's eyes was no longer a person but a stone, a piece of iron, that no matter how hard, he was determined to chop to pieces. Before the blow even descended, an oppressive force, heavy as a meteorite, bore down, causing Chao Hong's breathing to nearly stop. His heart pounded uncontrollably, as though he would be crushed to dust. He wanted to flee but couldn't escape. Chao Hong roared in madness, driving his strength to its peak as he lifted his sword to resist, hoping to withstand Su Changkong's strike. Crack! The heavy iron cutting sword, carrying an impregnable force, chopped down. At the moment of impact, accompanied by the sound of metal shattering, Chao Hong's fine steel broadsword, already suffering from 2 previous strikes from Su Changkong, split in 2. The iron-cutting sword continued its relentless descent. No! Chao Hong's eyes were wide with rage, but in the next instant, his roar was abruptly cut off as pain seared through his head. The sharp iron-cutting sword fell from above, splitting him mightily down to his hips. Chao Hong's eyes filled with resentment. He opened his mouth to speak, but a line of blood spread between his brows, causing his body to lose balance and fall to both sides. A stench of blood permeated the air, adding to the coldness of the desolate night. Chao Hong, the second master of the Black Cavalry Gang, a reputed expert around Clearwater City, had been cleaved into 2 by Su Changkong's iron cutting sword within a few strikes. Phew! Only now did Su Changkong slowly exhale the pale blue turtle breathing true QJ from his chest, his breath finally becoming steady. It took me 3 strikes to kill him, truly worthy of being the Black Cavalry Gang's second master. The gap between us is very small, Su Changkong mused to himself. The fight was brief, but the fact that Su Changkong had to use 3 strikes showed the difference between Chao Hong and others. The remaining martial artists of the Black Cavalry Gang were besieging Yu Jiao. The scimitar in her hand, like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, had already felled 2 men to the ground, but she was also being forced into a desperate situation. However, the echoing roar of Chao Hong's dying rage caused them to involuntarily halt in unison. The second master is dead. About a dozen martial artists of the Black Cavalry Gang incredulously stared at the corpse on the ground, split in 2, its blood and entrails horrifically staining the dirt, all questioning whether they were witnessing an illusion. Chao Hong, a martial artist of the Divine Bravery stage ranked among the top in the area of Clearwater City, the mighty second master of the Black Cavalry Gang, had perished upon facing Su Changkong in just a few exchanges, leaving behind a mutilated body. Standing there in black garb, sword in hand, Su Changkong looked like the very embodiment of the Grim Reaper, a mere glance from him sufficient to cause utter fear. He killed Chao Hong. Yu Jiao was also shocked by the scene before her. Even if her father faced Chao Hong, victory would require a protracted battle, yet the fight at her side had just started when the battle there had already ended. The iron-cutting blade technique practiced by Su Changkong was known for just this characteristic. Should he suppress you, it's near impossible to entangle with him for long. The victor would be decided swiftly. Kill. Although Yu Jiao was shocked, she quickly regained her composure, her scimitar executing swift chops that beheaded 2 Black Cavalry Gang martial artists. The second master is dead. Run. The death of Chao Hong left the remaining Black Cavalry Gang martial artists devoid of any will to resist as they scrambled to escape. And since Su Changkong had already taken action, he naturally would not let any of them go. His figure moved like lightning, swiftly catching up with the fleeing Black Cavalry Gang martial artists, with any casual swing of his iron, cutting sword easily taking ahead. With the ruthless Yu Jiao joining in, it wasn't long before none could escape the forest. They were all beheaded on the spot. Soon after, the woods fell silent once more, the ground littered with bodies, the air thick with the stench of blood, leaving only Yu Jiao and Su Changkong. Yu Jiao couldn't help but glance at Chao Hong's bifurcated corpse, her scalp tingling. She swallowed hard and managed to squeeze out a strained smile. "Thank you, young hero, for lending a hand and helping this maiden eliminate these villains." Yu Jiao looked well-mannered, and her soft and gentle demeanor made her appear very frail. But Su Changkong could clearly see that Yu Jiao did not so much as tremble when killing, far from being as fragile as she appeared. With a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, Su Changkong said, "I should also thank you for dragging me into this." Su Changkong had no intention of meddling, but it was Yu Jiao who deliberately exposed his hiding place, forcing him to take action and resume his killing spree. Yu Jiao's smile stiffened somewhat. She had only intended to use the hidden passerby to attract the black cavalry gang's attention and create chaos in hopes of finding a slim chance of survival. How could she have known that the stranger would be so terrifying? With but a few cuts, he had mercilessly bisected Chao Hong, a powerful fighter, making him the epitome of cruelty. Yu Jiao bowed and said, "That was presumptuous of me. My father is Yu Sha, the deputy gang leader of the White Jade Gang. Should you not disdain us, you are welcome to visit our gang. My father will certainly treat you with the utmost hospitality. Whether it's divine weapons or treasures and wealth, he will spare no effort to repay the young hero for saving my life." Yu Jiao, skillfully avoiding the topic of the recent event, revealed her identity and promised that her father would fully compensate Su Changkong, clearly aiming to dispel any murderous intent he might have harbored. Su Changkong seemed somewhat tempted. He pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. "Very well, you leave this place first. I need to take care of the scene here. I'll pay a visit to the White Jade Gang someday." At his words, Yu Jiao was overjoyed. The young martial artist did not harbor a killing intent toward her. It seemed that her persuasion had worked. Killing her served no benefit, and it was better to forge an alliance when there was an opportunity to maximize her interests. "Many thanks, young hero. I will await your arrival at the White Jade Gang and welcome you myself." Yu Jiao bowed repeatedly and thanked him. Not daring to linger, she turned and left swiftly. This young martial artist is too terrifying. Given time, he will inevitably become one of the top experts in Clearwater City. With him having killed Chao Hong, perhaps we could use this opportunity to tie him to the White Jade Gang's chariot, regardless of the cost. Walking away, Yu Jiao quickly plotted in her mind. With the White Jade Gang at a disadvantage in the war against the Black Cavalry Gang, having such a powerful ally could significantly increase the overall strength of the White Jade Gang. Divine weapons, martial arts, secret manuals, peerless beauties, all things that could appeal to a young heroic figure like him. But just as Yu Jiao was contemplating how to win over Su Changkong, she suddenly felt a chill at the back of her neck, and then a sensation of lightheadedness overwhelmed her as her head separated from her neck and fell to the ground. She saw her own headless body slowly fall to the ground, and she also saw Su Changkong standing behind her with the iron-cutting sword, sheathing it back into its scabbard with an expressionless face and bone-chilling eyes. "I am dead." Yu Jiao still found it hard to believe that she, who had just narrowly escaped death, would lose her life here, her consciousness fading and her eyes losing their luster. Did she really think I was a fool? Looking at Yu Jiao's body, Su Changkong snorted coldly. Compared to Chao Hong and the other Black Cavalry Gang martial artists, Su Changkong's most intense killing intent had been reserved for Yu Jiao, who dragged him into the mess. If Su Changkong had been in a similar situation to that of Yu Jiao, he didn't know if he would have implicated an innocent person as she did, but Yu Jiao certainly had, and if Su Changkong hadn't been strong enough, he would have undoubtedly died there. Having killed Chao Hong and the others, how could Su Changkong even think of sparing Yu Jiao, who dragged him into trouble? Moreover, Su Changkong had no interest in getting involved in the conflict between the White Jade Gang and the Black Cavalry Gang. Compared to the Black Cavalry Gang, the Black Cavalry Gang was indeed despicable, but the White Jade Gang was no saint either. Although more restrained than the Black Cavalry Gang, they were bound to have committed countless acts of implicating the innocent and oppressing others. Whichever side perished, they deserved it. Glancing at the corpses strewn across the ground, Su Changkong was somewhat speechless. He had just been passing by when both parties dragged him into the fray, leaving everyone dead and gone. I'm still not strong enough. Facing Chao Hong alone, it took 3 chops to slay him. If most people here were of Chao Hong's caliber, I would indeed be in danger. With his fists clenched, Su Changkong still felt the insufficiency of his strength. Clean up the corpses, then leave quickly. Taking a deep breath, Su Changkong did not delay and began to search the bodies. First were the members of the Black Cavalry Gang, including Chao Hong. Su Changkong searched them one by one, but the spoils were insignificant, a little over 100 taels of silver combined. After all, they had come out to hunt down Yu Jiao and couldn't possibly bring a fortune with them. But on Yu Jiao's body, Su Changkong found an unexpected treasure, 2,000 taels in silver notes. Su Changkong's eyes lit up. He found a full 2,000 taels in silver notes on Yu Jiao, a no doubt significant sum. Not only that, but he also found a book wrapped in a cloth bag. Su Changkong took it out and saw 3 words on the worn cover: Blade Nurturing Art. Blade Nurturing Art? The blade nurturing art previously mentioned by Chao Hong and Yu Jiao. Memories of the recent conversation between Yu Jiao and Chao Hong echoed in Su Changkong's mind. Yu Jiao wanted to trade the blade nurturing art manuscript for her life, but Chao Hong refused. Moreover, from Chao Hong's words, it seemed that the blade nurturing art was the unique, unparalleled technique of the Broken Blade Guest, a figure of great renown in Clearwater City's martial world. For this blade nurturing art, Yu Jiao murdered the entire family of Broken Blade Guest. Originally, Yu Jiao went to visit Broken Blade Guest with 2,000 taels of silver, hoping to purchase the art. However, how could Broken Blade Guest sell his unique, unparalleled technique? He refused without the slightest hesitation. On the surface, Yu Jiao appeared to regretfully give up, but she then went to extremes, kidnapping the wife and child of Broken Blade Guest and forcing him to hand over the blade nurturing art manuscript. Afterwards, she killed Broken Blade Guest along with his wife and child. Now that Yu Jiao was dead, the money she carried as well as the blade nurturing art fell into Su Changkong's hands. I'll study it when I have the chance, Su Changkong thought, quite curious about this so-called blade nurturing art. But this was not the place to study it. He tucked the silver notes and the manuscript into his bosom and speedily left the area. Leaving behind a ground full of corpses, one could imagine that the deaths of Chao Hong and Yu Jiao would surely shake both the Black Cavalry Gang and the White Jade Gang. But this was now irrelevant to Su Changkong. First, Su Changkong made a trip to Clearwater City and stayed for one night. The next morning, as soon as the magistrate office opened, Su Changkong went to meet with Wang Yun. He handed over the identity token of Brother Gong's son and received a reward of 2,000 taels of silver, leaving him quite content. After that, Su Changkong hurried back to Black Iron Manor before roll call, and everything proceeded as usual. No one could have guessed that on yesterday's rest day, Su Changkong had made a trip to Maple Leaf Town, killed 2 disciples of the Black Lotus sect, and on his way back, he even conveniently killed Yu Jiao, Chao Hong, and others. After a busy day had ended, Su Changkong practiced the 5 animal frolics. As the light dimmed, his room was lit by a candle. Sitting beside the candle, Su Changkong was flipping through a book by the light of the flame. Naturally, it was the blade nurturing art manuscript he had found on Yu Jiao's body. This blade nurturing art is extraordinary. The more he read, the more amazed Su Changkong became at the profound mystery of the blade nurturing art. It exceeded his expectations. The blade nurturing art, during ordinary days, one uses their essence chi spirit to nurture their blade, allowing it to accumulate an impregnable blade chi during the process. When one strikes and draws the blade, It releases all at once, causing terrifying damage, impregnable. Reading the introduction to the blade nurturing art, a sparkle flashed in Su Changkong's eyes. This blade nurturing art was indeed profound. Sheathed, the art was unassuming, but once drawn, the blade could sweep through formidable foes in a shocking slash. Examining the art more closely, Su Changkong realized while the blade nurturing art was powerful, it had its limits. Firstly, it required daily nurturing of the blade. Moreover, in action, the first blow was mighty, the second weaker, and by the third, the power was exhausted, just a few strikes at most. Additionally, not everyone could cultivate the blade nurturing art. One must possess a will stronger than the average person and have some expertise in blade technique to practice it. The blade nurturing art belonged to Broken Blade Guest, who had stumbled upon it by chance. Before obtaining the blade nurturing art, Broken Blade Guest had been just an ordinary martial artist. However, with this art, he became astonishingly successful. Without action, he remained quiet, but when he struck, it was to cut down a powerful foe, rarely needing a second chop. The fundamental reason, of course, was that Broken Blade Guest only had the strength for a single blow and couldn't afford to strike again. This blade nurturing art is perfect for me. If I master it, I will possess a potent ace up my sleeve. Su Changkong's eyes shone. The blade nurturing art was a perfect fit for him. His iron-cutting blade technique was straightforward, and if he couldn't slay his opponent after several hits, then his actions would become predictable, and his enemies could exploit this. But this blade nurturing art involved nurturing blade chi daily and releasing it all in one go. The second attempt was weaker, and by the third, one's power would be depleted, which matched well with his blade technique. If he still couldn't kill his opponent with this art, then the gap between them was too vast to overcome, and it would be best to simply await death. Good. Let's try to cultivate this blade nurturing art. Calming his mind, Su Changkong memorized the key points of the blade nurturing art. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he held the sword on his knees, concentrated his mind, and attempted to unify essence, chi, and spirit. Entering this meditative state was difficult, but Su Changkong, who had been practicing the turtle breath technique for years, found entering meditation not so challenging. After entering meditation, Su Changkong's essence, chi spirit unified into one, focusing on the iron-cutting sword in his hands, as he attempted to nurture it with his own essence, chi spirit. This was a mysterious state that if he were an ordinary martial artist, even with the secret manual for the blade nurturing art, it would have been impossible to achieve any results. But Su Changkong had reached the body refinement realm and had been practicing the turtle breath technique. Cultivating both internally and externally, his essence chi spirit was at the pinnacle among those in the body refinement realm. Not to mention that cultivating the blade nurturing art required a solid foundation in blade techniques. Su Changkong's iron-cutting blade technique had been honed to the extent of profound mastery in the seventh realm, a level difficult for peers to match, bolstered further by a potential value as high as 15 points. For Su Changkong, cultivating this blade nurturing art posed little difficulty. Su Changkong sat cross-legged, immobile, with absolute concentration, until nearly half an hour had passed. Su Changkong took deep breaths as he came out of the meditative state, feeling dizzy for a while until he regained his vigor after dozens of breaths. This was the exhaustion from cultivating the blade nurturing art, not in terms of physical strength, but in the aspects of spirit and true chi. It was like focusing intensely on something, engaging in an activity for a prolonged period, which would inevitably lead to utter exhaustion and listlessness. Su Changkong examined the iron-cutting sword in his hand and noticed no change, but he was not discouraged, knowing that martial training and nurturing a blade were not achieved in a day. Blade nurturing art, entry 17%. Su Changkong opened his attribute panel for a glance and saw the blade nurturing art added to his attribute list, which, due to his robust foundation and talent far exceeding ordinary people, allowed for rapid progress. In the future, I'll dedicate half an hour to an hour each day to cultivating the blade nurturing art. I need to make a sword for practicing my blade technique. Su Changkong's spirits lifted. His matched sword required his essence chi spirit to nurture it daily and could not be drawn lightly to prevent blade chi from leaking out and spoiling his efforts. Therefore, he needed a different sword for practicing his blade technique. Of course, this was no challenge for Su Changkong. In 2 or 3 days, he could forge another iron-cutting sword. Su Changkong lay back on the bed and began practicing the turtle breath technique to recover his spirit and strength while training, preparing for a new day. Su Changkong's life suddenly became peaceful as he continued his usual routine of practicing the 5 animal frolics, smithing, practicing blade, nurturing the blade, and practicing the turtle breath technique. On his weekly rest day, he would visit Clearwater City to meet with Wang Yun and inquire if there were any Black Lotus sect disciples to be exterminated, making his days quite fulfilling. 2 peaceful months passed by. He made some advancements in the 5 animal frolics, turtle breath technique, and even his blade technique, though nothing dramatic, but the greatest improvement was in the blade nurturing art, which he began practicing for the first time. Blade nurturing art, 3rd realm complete understanding 18%. This blade nurturing art had an extremely high threshold and was difficult to cultivate. Yet Su Changkong, with his solid foundation, achieved noticeable success in just 2 months. A strand of blade chi has already begun to accumulate. If released, it would enable me to kill the Black Cavalry Gang's 2nd master with a single slash. Su Changkong caressed the scabbard of the iron-cutting sword, sensing the invisible blade chi entwined around the blade within the scabbard, his lips curving into a smile. Previously, facing Chao Hong of the Divine Bravery stage, Su Changkong had to make 3 cuts to slay him. But now, after nurturing his blade for 2 months with the blade nurturing art, if he confronted Chao Hong again, it would only take an instant to kill him. Of course, if he were to expend the blade chi, he would have to start nurturing it from scratch. This was Su Changkong's trump card, not to be used lightly. I need to make a trip to Ginseng Town tomorrow to purchase some herbs. Su Changkong stretched lazily as he nearly ran out of the last batch of herbs he had purchased and needed to restock. Now well off, Su Changkong could afford to consume double doses of the vital chi spread, managing to cover the cost of over 600 taels of silver each month. The next morning, Su Changkong got up early and headed to Ginseng Town, which was a couple 100 miles away, arriving around noon. Lord 1. Outside Ginseng Manor, the arrival of Su Changkong led the disciples of the manor to greet him respectfully, recognizing him as a major patron of the manor. I will immediately inform the manor lord. One of the Ginseng Manor disciples took the initiative to notify Lu Feng without needing Su Changkong's instruction. Lord 1, please come in. Soon after, under the cordial invitation of the Ginseng Manor disciples, Su Changkong entered the manor and was warmly welcomed by the manor lord Lu Feng to take a seat. As usual, Su Changkong successfully purchased enough herbs for vital chi spread for 2 months from Lu Feng. I will take my leave now, Su Changkong said without lingering for long, and prepared to leave. Hey, my master is old. Don't you guys start getting rough? However, to Su Changkong's slight surprise, there was a commotion at the entrance of Ginseng Manor. At the entrance stood an old man and a young boy, with the Ginseng Manor disciples looking helplessly frustrated. Dr. Huashan, the manor lord has already instructed us. Please don't make it difficult for us. A disciple of Ginseng Manor said helplessly. Dr. Huashan? Su Changkong, however, was taken aback, as standing at the entrance of Ginseng Manor were an old and a young individual. The younger was a 15 or 16-year-old boy with a modest appearance and a medicinal fragrance about him. The other was a white-haired, white-bearded, kindly-faced old man, none other than Dr. Huashan himself. Dr. Huashan had once visited Black Iron Manor and promoted the 5 animal frolics. It was then that Su Changkong learned the 5 animal frolics from Dr. Huashan for a few days. Later, Dr. Huashan also gifted Su Changkong a body-strengthening soup prescription, asking nothing in return and showing great kindness to Su Changkong. Su Changkong had not expected to encounter Dr. Huashan here again today. Don't make it hard for us. Please leave. The disciples of Ginseng Manor showed a mix of helplessness and impatience as they urged the two to leave. These people don't have a bit of compassion, the handsome young man said disappointedly. What's going on? Su Changkong couldn't help but step forward and ask when he saw this. If it had been anyone else, Su Changkong certainly wouldn't have bothered, but since Dr. Huashan had been kind to him, Su Changkong intervened with a question. Several gazes turned toward Su Changkong at once, both Dr. Huashan and the handsome young man a bit puzzled as to who this man in black was. Mr. One. The other disciples of Ginseng Manor naturally recognized Mr. Wantai as an honored guest of Ginseng Manor and saluted him respectfully. One of the disciples of Ginseng Manor explained, Dr. Huashan came to Ginseng Manor to purchase medicine. We hold him in high regard at Ginseng Manor, and we've already given him the biggest discount possible, selling to him at cost price, not making a profit, even taking a loss, but he's come for the 5th time. We can't do a losing business every day. Upon hearing this, Dr. Huashan blushed with embarrassment. The handsome young man spoke up indignantly. My master is trying to save the common people who have been infected with the epidemic. He needs those medicinal materials, not for his own sake. Otherwise, why would he lower his pride before you? When Su Changkong heard this, he roughly understood what had happened. About half a year ago, an epidemic broke out around Clearwater City due to the covert instigations of the Black Lotus sect, and many infected people died. Dr. Huashan, who was traveling outside at the time, heeded the news of Clearwater City and resolutely returned. He personally began producing medicine to treat the sick. Although Dr. Huashan did charge for his services, many of the infected were poor commoners, so Dr. Huashan often didn't charge them or only asked for a small fee. However, the cost of the medicinal materials was still there, and the money Dr. Huashan earned was not enough to cover his expenses. Left with no choice, Dr. Huashan had come to Ginseng Manor several times to purchase ingredients. Ginseng Manor respected his character and gave him a discount, but that was manageable once or twice. However, after numerous visits, it became unsustainable for Ginseng Manor to lose money. Since Ginseng Manor was not a charity and still needed to cover the cost of the medicine, they naturally refused, leading to the current situation. After a moment of reflection, Su Changkong said, Does Ginseng Manor still have the medicine Dr. Huashan needs? We do, a disciple of Ginseng Manor answered. Then bring out all your inventory. I'll pay for it, Su Changkong declared. Su Changkong didn't like being indebted to anyone. Dr. Huashan had taught him the 5 animal frolics without expecting anything in return. Encountering Dr. Huashan financially strapped today, he decided to generously open his wallet. Spending some money to repay the debt of Dr. Huashan's teaching was well worth it. The disciple of Ginseng Manor hesitated before saying, The price is not cheap. Even at cost price, it would be 2,000 taels of silver. You don't think I can afford it? Hurry up, Su Changkong said with an assertive lift of his eyebrow, commanding authority without anger. Yes, yes. The disciple of Ginseng Manor, feeling an inexplicable heavy pressure, didn't dare to delay and repeatedly nodded his head, gesturing to the other disciples to get the medicine. Good sir, what goes around comes around. Heaven will surely bless you. Dr. Huashan had not expected this stranger in black to be so generous as to pay out of his own pocket for his medicine, buying up all of Ginseng Manor's inventory. With these medicinal materials, he would surely be able to save many lives. He kept thanking Su Changkong profusely. It's nothing, was Su Changkong's only nonchalant reply. Dr. Huashan had once spent a few days with Su Changkong, not recognizing that Su Changkong, now disguised as Mr. Wantai, had changed his appearance. Even if he had looked the same as before, several years had gone by, and Su Changkong's once slightly frail appearance had completely changed. Dr. Huashan probably wouldn't have recognized him. The handsome young man at Dr. Huashan's side was also exceedingly surprised. Is there really such a person in the world who would spend so much money to do good? The handsome young man was Dr. Huashan's disciple taken in a few years ago. He had been learning medicine and traveling with Dr. Huashan, and he had seen too many people who were verbally grateful for their treatment, but when it came to paying, they would become evasive and unwilling to give even a copper coin for actual support. For someone like Su Changkong, who didn't ask many questions and paid a huge sum straight away, it seemed like an immense act of kindness. Of course, neither Dr. Huashan nor the handsome young man knew that Su Changkong was not what one would call a great benefactor. He was willing to pay only because he had once received kindness from Dr. Huashan. To repay debts and to show gratitude was all there was to it. During the wait, Ginseng Manor packed up all the medicinal materials Dr. Huashan needed, clearing out their inventory with a basket full and an entire pushcart. Su Changkong didn't make it difficult for Ginseng Manor and took out a silver note of 2,000 taels from his bosom to pay Ginseng Manor. Mr. One, on behalf of all the patients who will be saved by this, I thank you. Dr. Huashan, filled with intense excitement and gratitude, bowed deeply to thank Su Changkong, and the handsome young man also followed suit respectfully. I have other matters to attend to, so I will be leaving now. Su Changkong nodded and then, without delay, set off on his way. There are still more good people in the world. Let's go as well. Watching Su Changkong's disappearing figure, Dr. Huashan sighed. Who exactly is this Mr. Wen? Is he the son of some great family? The handsome young man nodded while his curiosity about the man's identity grew. Even the sons of rich families were not likely to casually hand over 2,000 taels of silver to a stranger. However, the handsome young man inquired curiously to the disciples of Ginseng Manor, but they all shook their heads, only telling him that this Mr. One was a mysterious person and an honored guest of Ginseng Manor. Nothing else was known. Dr. Huashan and the handsome young man, one carrying a basket on his back, the other pushing a cart, went out of Ginseng Town. With these herbs, the 100 or so patients near Blackwater Village can be saved. Dr. Huashan, with his basket full of herbs, thought to himself. Dr. Huashan had been studying medicine since childhood and possessed the benevolent heart a doctor should have. He hoped to treat and save as many people as possible before his time came. A couple of miles outside Ginseng Town, Dr. Huashan and the handsome young man suddenly changed expressions. On the road ahead, 3 men dressed like martial artists, with weapons hanging from their waists, blocked their way, looking at them with a grin that was not quite a smile. Clearly, they were up to no good. As the 3 men approached, Dr. Huashan managed to force a slight smile on his face and gave the handsome young man a meaningful look. The handsome young man quickly pulled a money pouch from his bosom and called out, "Great heroes! All our money is in here. Both my master and I are doctors. We beg you to show mercy." These 3 Jianghu characters seemingly intended to rob them, and clearly, Dr. Huashan and the handsome young man were no match for 3 strong men, so they straightforwardly offered all their valuables, hoping the robbers would only seek money and spare their lives. The muscular man in the middle let out a laugh, not even glancing at the money pouch, but greedily staring at the packed herbs on the cart. Your little bit of money is enough to appease a beggar? These herbs are valuable. They are ours now. They want to steal the herbs? Dr. Huashan and the handsome young man both went pale. These herbs were generously bought by Mr. Wen just recently for 2,000 taels of silver. These 3 must have been watching them in Ginseng Town, intent on stealing the valuable batch of herbs. Great heroes, these herbs are vital for the lives of hundreds of people. We beseech you to show mercy and let us through. Dr. Huashan said with a forced smile, hoping they would leave. Enough. Stop talking and be on your way. Not killing a doctor. That's us accumulating virtue. And that kid, what a fool to spend so much money on medicine for strangers. If he has too much money and can't spend it all, it might as well be given to us, the tall, skinny man on the right said impatiently, waving them off, urging the master and disciple to leave quickly. Snatching this batch of herbs and reselling it would bring them fortune. The handsome young man gritted his teeth, suddenly pulled out a cylindrical small bamboo tube from his sleeve, put to his mouth, and blew hard. Whoosh! A fine silver needle flew out of the bamboo tube, shooting straight at one of the three martial artists, a man in green on the right. The man in green was startled, instinctively shielding his face with his palm. Who? The man in green felt pain on the back of his hand where the silver needle had pricked him. You bastard! The man in green suddenly flushed with rage, wanted to curse but felt dizzy and numb all over, collapsing to the ground uncontrollably, foaming at the mouth. Poisoned? The handsome young man was unwilling to let these life-saving herbs be taken by these three Jianghu figures and decided to fight back, using a blowpipe along with poisoned silver needles to take one of them down instantly. But there were still two of them left. Damn it, you're asking for it. Seeing his fellow ruffian collapse, foaming at the mouth, the muscular man let out an angry roar, stepped forward, drew the cleaver from his waist, and lunged towards the handsome young man, swinging it down hard. Why, be careful. Dr. Huashan was shocked and quickly pulled the handsome young man away. But in doing so, he himself was exposed under the descending cleaver. Dr. Huashan clenched his teeth, bracing for death, but the cleaver did not fall upon him. A figure in black, whose presence was unforeseen, had positioned himself in front of the doctor. This person extended a hand and with his fingers clamped the blade of the cleaver, preventing it from moving even slightly. One, Mr. One, the handsome young man, still shaken, couldn't help but cry out, recognizing the man in black as the Mr. One who was known as Wentai. Su Changkong's face was as still as water. Although he had let Dr. Huashan and the others leave ahead of him earlier, he had faintly sensed that his actions just now had attracted some attention. Worried that others might harbor intentions, he hesitated before deciding to return, only to witness the scene unfolding before him. Riches stir the human heart, and someone from Jianghu had made a direct move to rob. It's him. The brawny man's forehead was streaming with cold sweat as he recognized Su Changkong's identity. As a distinguished guest of Ginseng Manor, casually taking out 2,000 taels of silver to buy medicine, he was certainly no ordinary man. They had only thought to rob Dr. Huashan and his disciple without expecting to run into him. Moreover, when he swung his full force in anger, Su Changkong managed to catch the blade with a single palm, making it impossible to even budge, a display of strength that surely belonged to a martial artist above the divine strength realm. You dare to rob something that I, Wentai, have given away. Su Changkong stared at the brawny man, his voice cold. The brawny man's forehead was slick with cold sweat, feeling as if his heart had stopped beating and he had fallen into a pit of ice. He barely managed to squeeze out a forced smile. Misunderstanding, a misunderstanding, crack. Without waiting for the brawny man to offer more explanations, Su Changkong's fingers gripping the blade condensed strength and, with a fierce squeeze, tore a piece off of the blade with a cracking sound. TSS. Su Changkong tossed his hand, and the piece of the blade he was holding sliced across the brawny man's neck. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood spurted from the brawny man's neck as he desperately covered the wound with his hand, unable to stanch the flow, staining his fingers red. He stumbled backward a few steps and collapsed limply to the ground. Only the tall, thin man remained, standing there in shock. Su Changkong looked up at him and said coldly, I seem to recall you just called Mr. One a fool. I am the fool. I am the fool. Spare my life, please. The tall, thin man showed a smile uglier than tears, begging for mercy again and again. Tui. With a flick of his wrist, Su Changkong projected the shard from his hand, carrying formidable force, which struck the tall, thin man right in the center of his forehead, piercing through completely. The tall, thin man's voice abruptly ceased as he collapsed limply to the ground. Crack! Su Changkong nonchalantly stepped over to the man in green, who had been knocked down by the handsome youth's poison needle, grabbed the struggling yet immobilized man by the neck, and crushed his windpipe with a powerful squeeze, sending them all on their way. This, Dr. Huashan and the handsome youth were shaken by what they saw, a shiver running down their spines. They had thought Mr. One to be a good-hearted man who could not stand injustice and generously assisted others. But Mr. Wen dispatched these 3 men from Jianghu as if he were squashing 3 ants, without a flicker of expression on his face. This indicated that killing for him was as common as eating, showing no mercy. Having dealt with the 3 petty thieves, Su Changkong turned back to the master and disciple. "Are you two all right?" he asked. "We're fine. We're fine." Both of them shook their heads repeatedly, inwardly marveling at Mr. Wentai's young age, yet extraordinary methods and martial arts, which were certainly exceptional in the Clearwater City area. "Mr. Wen, thank you for helping us once again. I truly do not know how to repay you," Dr. Huashan said, feeling grateful yet somewhat uneasy. He was accustomed to granting favors to others. It was the first time he owed a debt of gratitude to a young man that he found difficult to repay. Hearing this, Su Changkong glanced at the man in green who had been struck by the poisoned needle and had already died, foam at his mouth. A thought crossed his mind. "Dr. Huashan, it seems you are quite adept at concocting poisons." Although the man in green was not much of a formidable martial artist, the fact that he was struck by the handsome youth's poison-coated silver needle and fell to the ground within seconds, losing all combat capability, had caught Su Changkong's interest. Using poison was also a way of triumphing over the strong with the weak. "Indeed, I have some understanding," admitted Dr. Huashan, nodding humbly. As a doctor navigating Jianghu, despite not specializing in poisons, his medical knowledge included antidotes. Naturally, he was familiar with various poisons. Immediately, Su Changkong said, "Dr. Huashan, the Jianghu is dangerous, and one must always be wary. Do you possess any poison that can bring down martial artists?" "A poison that can bring down martial artists?" Dr. Huashan was stunned. Su Changkong nodded slightly. "For example, a poison that can quickly bring down martial artists in the Qi blood realm." This made Dr. Huashan and the handsome youth's mouths twitch. Martial artists, especially powerful ones, have strong physiques and high resistance to poisons. A dose that may kill a human might not affect an elephant at all. Martial artists who have surpassed the body refinement realm and undergone the Qi blood metamorphosis are even tougher. Commonplace poisons, even if consumed in water, can hardly harm them. Su Changkong's request for a poison that could bring down martial artists in the Qi blood realm was indeed rare. Dr. Huashan hesitated and said, "I have indeed come across a prescription, but this poison is so dangerous that a slight mishap could result in death." As a doctor who heals and saves people, Dr. Huashan struggled with the idea of making poisons to harm others. But Su Changkong had been both generous and a lifesaver for him and his disciple. Su Changkong's eyes brightened at his words. Of course, he wanted the poison for killing, especially when facing martial artists above the Qi blood realm. In the Clearwater City area, there were few martial artists in the body refinement realm who could pose a threat to Su Changkong, and virtually no martial artists in the Qi blood realm. But he still needed to be prepared in case he encountered a martial artist of such caliber. From Dr. Huashan's implication, there indeed existed a deadly poison capable of bringing down martial artists in the Qi blood realm, which was precisely what Su Changkong wanted to obtain. Su Changkong, with a sincere face, said, "I want this medicine not to harm anyone, but for self-defense. The Jianghu is full of dangers, and I don't need Dr. Huashan to make the medicine himself. Just give me the recipe, 11." Su Changkong spoke earnestly, and since he and his disciple owed Su Changkong a favor, Dr. Huashan sighed and finally nodded. "All right, I will give the boiling blood scatter recipe to Mr. Wen, only hoping that Mr. Wen will, as he has promised, not use it to harm the innocent." "Of course." Seeing that Dr. Huashan agreed, Su Changkong happily said. Then, without further hesitation, Dr. Huashan took out the paper and brush he carried with him and began to write. Half a quarter of an hour later, Dr. Huashan handed the medicinal recipe to Su Changkong and warned, "This boiling blood scatter recipe came to me by chance. Those affected will have their blood flow rapidly, exceeding the body's capacity, just like boiling water, and especially if they engage in strenuous activity after being poisoned, their blood vessels might even burst. You must be very careful. I understand. Thank you, Dr. Huashan. Su Changkong nodded solemnly upon hearing the words and carefully put away the recipe. Martial artists in the Qi blood realm have strong Qi and blood, and this boiling blood scatter is specifically aimed at poisoning the blood. Even a martial artist in the Qi blood realm would face a fatal danger if poisoned with it. Dr. Huashan, take care of yourself. The Jianghu roads are long. After securing the recipe, Su Changkong did not stay any longer. He bade Dr. Huashan to take care and then turned and left. Watching Su Changkong's departing figure, Dr. Huashan appeared lost in thought. Master, what's wrong? The handsome young man at his side asked, puzzled. It's nothing. I just feel a strange sense of familiarity with Mr. Wen. Dr. Huashan shook his head, also confused about why he had such a feeling. Let's go. We need to reach Blackwater Village before nightfall. Dr. Huashan withdrew his gaze and continued on the road with the handsome young man. Dr. Huashan was completely unaware that this decisive Mr. One was the young man who had painstakingly learned the 5 animal frolics with him at Black Iron Manor. Coming to Ginseng Manor to buy medicine and encountering Dr. Huashan was also a way to repay the favor he had received from Su Changkong for the teachings. Dr. Huashan, like in years past, wandered around healing the sick, while Su Changkong would, as in his original wish, climb to the peak, strengthen himself, and pursue the realm of immortality that perhaps no one had ever reached. Back at Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong practiced his boxing and blade work as usual. At the same time, Su Changkong studied the boiling blood scatter recipe he had received. The ingredients on this, I can go to Ginseng Manor and ask Lu Feng to help me purchase some. If they really cannot be bought in the market, I can obtain them at the ghost market. Su Changkong flipped through the boiling blood scatter recipe obtained from Dr. Huashan. The boiling blood scatter was a violent poison. Those smeared with it would have their blood boiling like scalding water, and even martial artists in the Qi blood realm could not be immune. In order to prevent future encounters with enemies of this level, Su Changkong was very concerned about preparing the boiling blood scatter. But the ingredients required for the boiling blood scatter were mostly highly toxic substances, and such ingredients couldn't be bought in the market. Even if they could be, they would likely require registration, which would be quite a hassle. Su Changkong then thought of the ghost market, a place he hadn't visited in a long while. He could try his luck there and perhaps gather all the necessary ingredients. While Su Changkong spent his days in tranquility, a major event shook the entire martial world of Clearwater City. In the evening, at the base of the White Jade Gang, which was the headquarters of the gang, this place, once filled with clusters of opulent buildings, now echoed with the roar of killing and was awash with blood. Kill them. Annihilate these weaklings. The head of each White Jade Gang disciple is worth 50 taels of silver. A group of black-clad knights fought fiercely among the buildings. Some roared wildly, while others screamed in agony. PFF, a young White Jade Gang disciple, was pierced through by a spear that flew across the air, nailing him to the wall along with his body. Blood trickled from his mouth, and his eyes filled with unwillingness and fear of death. After battling the Black Cavalry Gang for a year or two, the Black Cavalry Gang continuously recruited and expanded its forces. Under the leadership of their gang leader, Shi Zijian, they were invincible, putting the White Jade Gang at a disadvantage, weakening day by day. Today, the Black Cavalry Gang launched a full assault on the White Jade Gang. Hundreds of knights, high in morale, charged in, overwhelming the White Jade Gang and causing them to disintegrate. Shower, get out of here. As long as you survive, there's always hope for a comeback. I have transferred the family's fortune to the place you know. You must rise again. At that moment, within the White Jade Gang's rear courtyard, an impressive middle-aged man with silver in his temples instructed a handsome young man in white with urgency. The young man in white was none other than Bai Xiao, the young gang leader of the White Jade Gang, and the esteemed older man was the famous gang leader of the White Jade Gang in Clearwater City, Bai Tianhao. Father, if we go, let's go together. Bai Xiao could hardly hold back his tears. Stop your whining. It's unmanly. As the gang leader of the White Jade Gang, How could I possibly flee with my tail between my legs? If I have to die, I'll take that dog Shi Zijian down with me. Hurry and leave. Bai Tianhao shouted, frustrated and angry, feeling as if steel had failed to become iron. Now that the situation was hopeless and the White Jade Gang was destined to be relegated to the pages of history, he would not deign to live a demeaning life as a laughingstock in others' mouths. If he was to die, he would die with dignity. In the end, Bai Shao bit his teeth fiercely, hearing the earth-shaking war cries, tears in the corners of his eyes. He turned and entered the room at the back courtyard, where there was a secret passage leading out of the White Jade Gang's base. Clack! Not long after Bai Shao left, a blood-drenched object flew over the courtyard wall and heavily smashed on the ground, rolling several times. It was a man's head, with a fierce expression and blood smeared all over his face. You shot! Bai Tianhao's mouth twitched, recognizing that it was the head of the White Jade Gang's deputy gang leader, Yu Sha. He had already perished. Had the enemy already reached this place? Boom, boom. Amidst the dull thudding sounds, the tightly shut courtyard doors were forcefully split open by the impact of two armored White Jade Gang disciples crashing into them, and they fell into the courtyard. These two White Jade Gang disciples in armor were already dead. The helmet of one was so twisted that his brains were oozing out from the gaps in the contorted helmet, while the other looked as if he had been trampled by an elephant. His breastplate and chest cavity caved in. Ha ha! Bai Tianhao, you've actually impressed me for not running away with your tail between your legs. A carefree, wild laughter pierced one's eardrums as, through the broken courtyard door, a crowd of people filed in, each of them exuding a strong aura and covered in the blood of their enemies after a fierce battle. The leader, the one who let out that wild laughter, was a towering hulk of a man. He was very tall, 2 meters in fact, with a broad and solid physique, a tiger's back and bear's waist that made his black clothes bulge, and his arms were as thick as a man's thighs, with fingers that were as big as a baby's arm. He walked with a dragon's tread and a tiger's step, each movement filled with a forceful, invincible aura, truly revealing his power and terror at a glance. In fact, that was indeed the case. This towering hulk was none other than Shi Zijian, the gang leader of the Black Cavalry Gang, whose infamy spread throughout Clearwater City's martial world. Shi Zijian had come to Clearwater City 3 to 4 years earlier and single-handedly established the Black Cavalry Gang. He expanded its power beyond that of the White Jade Gang, and he himself was invincible and courageous, with the momentum of being the #1 master in the Clearwater City martial world. Shi Zijian, you dare to come here, and you think I would be afraid? Today, I'm going to chop off your head. Bai Tianhao's eyes were filled with hatred as he spoke solemnly. It was this man who had destroyed the gang he had worked so hard to build, and now, the only thing he had left to do was to kill Shi Zijian in front of him, even if it meant dying together. Brother, this old thing is tough to deal with. Let's go up together. Next to Shi Zijian was Chen Zhuang, the third master of the Black Cavalry Gang, who lowered his voice and recognized that Bai Tianhao was prepared to die. An expert with a will to die was extremely dangerous. The best course was to attack together and chop him into pieces. I, Shi Zijian, am like the sun at its zenith, fierce and invincible. Why would I be afraid of this defeated cur? The rest of you, leave the courtyard. I want to twist off his head myself. But Shi Zijian just laughed wildly. In the face of Bai Tianhao, he disdained to bully the weak with the strong and intended to take on Bai Tianhao alone to declare that he was the only true king of Clearwater City's martial world. Yes, although the other Black Cavalry Gang martial artists were slightly concerned, they dared not disobey and withdrew from the courtyard, leaving only Bai Tianhao and Shi Zijian inside. Come on! A roar, thunderous like a lightning strike in the night, heralded the arrival of a great battle. In the courtyard, 2 of Clearwater City's top martial artists engaged in a fight to the death, out of sight for onlookers. Ha ha! Bai Tianhao, your knife isn't sharp enough, and yet you dare to strut around? Moments later, the courtyard echoed with the indignant roars of a dying man. along with Shirzhijian's wild laughter, signaling the end of a fierce battle. The courtyard was a scene of devastation, with the rockery shattered, the walls collapsed as if mauled by a rampaging bear. On the ground lay scattered broken blades, their edges no longer sharp, while Shirzhijian stood proudly, holding the head of Bai Tianhao, who stared in furious disbelief, blood dripping from the severed neck. Upon closer inspection, Shirzhijian's upper garments were torn to pieces, revealing a massively muscled torso with bulging muscles, like an inverted triangle, adorning his body with several knife wounds that were not fatal. There were also some old, unhealed scars, proof of his glory. The gang leader's divine bravery is unparalleled in the world. His might shakes the heavens and the earth. All the disciples of the Black Cavalry Gang, hearts filled with sincere admiration, faces alight with worship and frenzy. Even though Bai Tianhao was a long-renowned expert in the Clearwater City martial world, he was still mercilessly killed by Shirzhijian, his head torn off. Big Brother's pectoral muscles are so big and firm. I really want to suck on them. Chen Zhuang stared infatuatedly at Shirzhijian's towering, robust body, as if it were cast from iron, and couldn't he help but swallow his saliva. Third brother. Shirzhijian's gaze turned towards him. Ah yes. Chen Zhuang came to his senses and quickly responded. Take some men and chase down that little bastard. Bai Tianhao has moved a lot of the White Jade Gang's assets. Only Bai Xiao knows where. Shirzhijian commanded with an order. Yes. Chen Zhuang accepted the order and left with his men. With the White Jade Gang annihilated, I will be the sole king in the Clearwater City martial world. Shirzhijian looked at the head of Bai Tianhao in his hand, the corners of his mouth curling up in a smile. But soon, Shirzhijian's smile turned even colder, and that damned ghost face who dared to kill my brothers, I'll definitely twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot. Over 2 months ago, the Black Cavalry Gang's second master, Chao Hong, along with more than a dozen elite members, were tragically slaughtered in the wilderness, which had infuriated Shirzhijian. After an investigation, Shirzhijian learned that on the same night, hundreds of miles away from that forest, in Maple Leaf Town, the mysterious martial artist known as Ghost Face, who specialized in killing disciples of the Black Lotus sect, had appeared, their timelines matching. Moreover, it seemed that Ghost Face had a vendetta against the Black Cavalry Gang, having once impersonated their fourth master to kill disciples of the Black Lotus sect, causing a bit of trouble for the Black Cavalry Gang. It was almost certain that on the same night, Ghost Face first killed disciples of the Black Lotus sect in Maple Leaf Town. Then on the way, he killed Chao Hong and others who were in pursuit of Yu Jiao, leaving no survivors. Ruthless and brutal, he was certainly no ordinary foe. Ghost Face, you rat who hides your head and shows your tail, I hope I don't catch you. Otherwise, as Shirzhijian thought of this, he felt an itch in his teeth from hatred, vowing to make the adversary pay a most excruciating price. Su Changkong naturally wouldn't know that, hundreds of miles away, Shirzhijian, the gang leader of the Black Cavalry Gang, had already sworn to kill him and was eager to do so. Su Changkong led a peaceful life, practicing punches, blade work, forging, caring for his blade, and cultivating the turtle breath technique. On his days off, he would go to Clearwater City to gather intelligence on disciples of the Black Lotus sect from County Magistrate Wang Yan. However, Su Changkong found that killing nearly 10 disciples of the Black Lotus sect was still useful, as it made the disciples in the Clearwater City area much more subdued. Some even deliberately concealed their whereabouts, which led to Su Changkong returning empty-handed from the locations mentioned in the intelligence reports 3 times in a row. This left Su Changkong helpless. Indeed, such a lucrative trade was not sustainable. Ginseng Town, Ginseng Manor. Su Changkong visited Ginseng Manor once again to see Manor Lord Lu Feng, with the purpose, of course, being to procure the medicinal ingredients needed for the boiling blood scatter. Having looked at Su Changkong's purchase list, Lu Feng frowned and said, Mr. Wen, most of the ingredients on this list can be obtained with some effort, but some are prohibited from sale, really difficult to acquire. The ingredients needed for the boiling blood scatter weren't just rare, They were also highly poisonous. Ginseng Manor conducted legitimate business and couldn't afford to break the rules for this. I understand, for the ingredients you can procure, I'll trouble Manor Lord Lu. Su Changkong didn't make things difficult for Lu Feng. For the ingredients that couldn't be bought on the market, Su Changkong decided to purchase them in the ghost market. All right, I should be able to secure these ingredients in a few days at most, Lu Feng said with a slight sigh of relief, nodding his assurance. After finalizing the deal, Su Changkong set off to leave. The ghost market opens in the middle of next month, and I'll make a trip there then. As he walked down the street, lost in thought, Su Changkong suddenly stopped in his tracks and saw a man and a woman strolling leisurely in the distance, occasionally talking and laughing. The woman's face sometimes revealed a sweet expression. Yin Song. The man was none other than Yin Song. It was clear that Yin Song was enjoying time with the Jia heir he had mentioned before. Su Changkong had also seen her previously. Seeing this, Su Changkong decided not to disturb them and planned to leave directly. Brother 1. However, Yin Song also spotted Su Changkong, greeted him, and after giving a quick instruction to the woman beside him who nodded and waited in place, Yin Song approached. Brother Yin, long time no see, Su Changkong greeted. It had been several months since Yin Song, who had been residing in Ginseng Town, last saw him. Yin Song glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention to them before lowering his voice and saying, Brother 1, have you heard about what happened between the Black Cavalry Gang and the White Jade Gang? The White Jade Gang and the Black Cavalry Gang? Su Changkong was surprised and shook his head. In reality, Su Changkong rarely went out, so he didn't have many ways to learn about the happenings in Clearwater City's martial world. Hearing this, Yin Song said, several days ago, gang leader Shi Zijin led nearly 1,000 knights in a surprise attack on the White Jade Gang's base. After a fierce battle, the White Jade Gang was wiped out overnight. Gang leader Bai Tianhao died in battle, and his son Bai Shao has reportedly escaped and gone into hiding. The White Jade Gang was wiped out by the Black Cavalry Gang? Learning this news made Su Changkong somewhat shocked as well. The conflict between the Black Cavalry Gang and the White Jade Gang was well known, but the fact that the White Jade Gang had almost ceased to exist was still unexpected for Su Changkong. Now in the martial world of Clearwater City, the Black Cavalry Gang stands unmatched, and their actions are overbearing. Brother Wen, it's best to be cautious. Yin Song whispered a warning. Others might not be aware, but Yin Song, who had the most contact with Su Changkong, had his suspicions about Su Changkong's identity. Ever since their first meeting, Yin Song felt that Su Changkong might be the mysterious martial artist who killed the young gang leader of the Black Cavalry Gang, Shirhan's Han. Months ago, when County Magistrate Wang Yun asked Yin Song to recommend a martial arts expert, Yin Song introduced Su Changkong. Since that day, there was talk of a mysterious martial artist named Ghostface, known for killing Black Lotus sect disciples in Clearwater City. Yin Song was no fool. Though he did not fully understand the agreement between Wang Yun and Su Changkong, a little deduction led him to believe that Ghostface was most likely Wen Tai. There weren't many in Clearwater City who could easily eliminate disciples of the Black Lotus sect. Recently, there was news that the Black Cavalry Gang had put out a bounty for the arrest of Ghostface. Now, having bumped into Su Changkong in Ginseng Town, Yin Song couldn't help but give Su Changkong a warning, informing him about the Black Cavalry Gang. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong felt a chill in his heart. He was well aware that after killing Shirhan's Han and the second master of the Black Cavalry Gang, Chao Hong the Black Cavalry Gang would want to tear him to pieces. If his identity were exposed, he estimated that the Black Cavalry Gang would come out in full force to hunt him down. Thank you for letting me know, Brother Yin. Su Changkong nodded slightly in thanks. The two didn't chat for long, and after a brief conversation, they went their separate ways. Watching Su Changkong's retreating figure, Yin Song couldn't help but sigh to himself. To be young is indeed wonderful. Everyone dreams of being someone whose every move causes a stir, and this Wen Tai, young as he is, was not only the revered and admired Ghostface who had killed nearly 10 disciples of the Black Lotus sect, but also the sworn enemy whom the gang leader of the Black Cavalry gang had vowed to behead. Without a doubt, he was a prominent figure in the martial world of Clearwater City. Yin Song, too, had once aspired to be such a person, but now that he was older and had earned enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life, he only wished to enjoy his later years. He looked forward to seeing what heights Su Changkong could reach, and who between him and Shi Zijian would have the last laugh. After bidding farewell to Yin Song, Su Changkong felt burdened with concerns. Although I act under the identities of Wentai and Ghostface, there is no wall in the world that doesn't leak air. Not to mention all sorts of unpredictable accidents. If Shi Zijian comes knocking on my door, that would be dangerous. I must prepare early. While Su Changkong was fairly confident in his ability to triumph over Shi Zijian in a one-on-one fight, Shi Zijian was not one to fight alone. He had several hundreds, almost 1,000, disciples at his command. So many fierce and elite martial artists, not to mention Su Changkong, could potentially besiege and exhaust even an ordinary martial artist in the Qi blood realm to death. Su Changkong was under no illusion that he could sweep through an army single-handedly and face 1,000 opponents alone. Therefore, he had to prepare well in advance. Boiling blood scatter, I'll try my luck at the Ghost Market when it opens in the middle of next month. Besides, when facing multiple enemies, stamina is secondary. The most important aspect is defense. After all, if you're beset by dozens or hundreds of attackers, you can defend against an attack from one direction, but might not be able to withstand assaults from other angles. It's easy to dodge an open spear, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Even though Su Changkong wore a golden thread chainmail, it could only protect his upper body. Vital areas on his head and lower body were still vulnerable. I need to forge a suit of armor, a suit that can protect the whole body. Su Changkong clenched his fists, realizing defense was more important than attack. Though the enemy had not yet come knocking at his door or might not even know his identity, no one knows what will come first, tomorrow or an accident. It is essential to be prepared for danger in times of safety. With these heavy thoughts in mind, Su Changkong quickly returned to Black Iron Manor and conveyed his request to Director Liu. Director Liu, I'm in need of money recently and would like to work overtime in the afternoons and evenings to earn some extra cash. When Su Changkong had previously worked on the crossbow, he also worked during his rest time. Hearing Su Changkong's similar request this time, Director Liu was only slightly surprised before he smiled and nodded. Of course, the Manor Lord said there's no need to bother him with minor issues. Thank you, Director Liu. Su Changkong nodded his thanks as well. To forge a suit of armor, he would naturally need to use the workshop at Black Iron Manor. I want to forge a piece of multi-layered heavy armor, with a strong defense. Su Changkong returned to his room and began drawing the blueprints. Daily forging had been a long-time commitment for him, similar to eating. His forging skill was on the verge of profound mastery, and Su Changkong was capable of realizing some of his ideas. As he began drafting the blueprints, he envisioned armor that could withstand blunt blows as well as sharp slashing and stabbing. The weight would undoubtedly be significant, but as a martial artist who had reached body refinement grade achievement, he could move freely even when clad in heavy armor, allowing him to tailor-make the armor for himself. After spending over an hour making alterations, the blueprint for a suit of armor emerged on the paper. The gauntlets, arm guards, helmet, leg guards, breastplate, these components were no different from ordinary armor, but Su Changkong's design was ingenious. He employed folded steel techniques like those used in sword forging, dividing the armor into 3 layers. The middle layer could be filled with materials like cotton and resin. This way, even if struck by a heavy hammer, the impact would be greatly reduced by the buffer of 3 layers of armor. Naturally, this would make the armor exceptionally thick and heavy, wearable and usable only by martial artists with astounding physiques. Additionally, add spikes to prevent close-range attacks. Su Changkong was still not satisfied and made further changes, drawing spikes on the blueprints. Knees, gauntlet joints, elbows, breastplates, helmets. All these parts were equipped with sharp barbs, making them like a hedgehog. If anyone tried to engage him in hand-to-hand combat, they would find no easy way to attack, and the barbs on these parts could also be used offensively. Let's get to work. In the afternoon, when all the forging masters had left the workshop and gone to rest, Su Changkong in the workshop started energetically to forge the heavy armor he envisioned. Su Changkong had experienced forging armor when he was with the White Jade Gang. Now, his forging skills had reached far beyond that level, allowing him to complete all stages of armor production alone. Clang, clang, clang. Su Changkong wielded the heavy hammer like a tireless machine, carefully and repeatedly hammering each piece of iron, forging it into steel. This was battle armor forged by Su Changkong for himself. So naturally, he gave his utmost attention and skill, meticulously completing each step. Su Changkong first created the gauntlets, arm guards, and other larger pieces. Since it was inconvenient to store such large armor at Black Iron Manor, each time he completed a piece, he transported it to a cave a few miles away from the manor. The cave also held a batch of crossbows previously forged and collected by Su Changkong. To forge this suit of battle armor, Su Changkong cut back on his rest time, which was also the time he practiced the turtle breath technique. Anyway, even if he devoted himself to practicing the turtle breath technique all day, he wouldn't achieve a qualitative change in a short time, so it was better to proceed slowly. Working overtime, with Su Changkong's forging skill and efficiency, he was 10 times faster than an ordinary person. Even so, making this suit of battle armor took nearly a month. More than 20 days later, in a deserted mountain cave a few miles away from Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong uncovered the protective straw covering the armor pieces, revealing various parts of the suit. Su Changkong took a deep breath and started to wear the armor, gauntlets, leg guards, breastplate. Minutes later, after getting fully dressed, a tall figure emerged in the cave. Su Changkong was shrouded in a dark silver set of thick battle armor, with only his eyes exposed. The armor was considerably thick, making Su Changkong, who was already tall, appear much larger, making ordinary people look as small as children in front of him. Moreover, there were metal spikes half a foot long on his head, chest, spine, knuckle joints, knees, and elbows, all flickering with a cold light. Su Changkong stood there motionless, making one's scalp tingle and heart tremble just by looking at him. The battle armor he had crafted was entirely for slaughter, for real combat, with both offense and defense. It looked like a metallic, ferocious beast, a cold-blooded killing machine. Clang! Su Changkong moved his body, and the heavy footsteps echoed on the ground, creating clanging sounds as the armor rubbed together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wearing the armor, Su Changkong performed the 5 animal frolics. Looking like a metallic behemoth dancing, the strong wind from his movements scattering the weeds inside the cave everywhere, and the whining sound of the metal spikes cutting through the air made it impossible for anyone to even get close. The whole set of battle armor weighs about 140 kilograms, which is bearable. It distributes the weight across my body. The burden isn't too heavy, and it doesn't drastically affect my speed and agility. Su Changkong tested it and nodded in satisfaction. The entire set of battle armor weighing 140 kilograms would immobilize ordinary people and would definitely affect martial artists at the Divine Strength realm. But only those who have achieved body refinement great achievement at the Divine Bravery stage could wear it without much impact. This set of armor shall be named Iron Beast, and I also need to get used to moving in it. Su Changkong named the battle armor Iron Beast. In the following days, in order to get accustomed to the Iron Beast armor, Su Changkong practiced the 5 animal frolics, wearing it every day in the cave. With the newly crafted Iron Beast armor, made specially for killing enemies, Su Changkong felt somewhat relieved. The ghost market opens in 2 days this month. I can't miss it. Su Changkong hadn't forgotten about the ghost market. In a blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and Su Changkong set out for the barren mountain where the ghost market in Clearwater City was located. This time, Su Changkong had a different disguise, not wearing the red ghost face, but instead wearing a monkey mask. At night, with the full moon hanging high, its light shining down, the barren mountain appeared even more desolate, and an old village in ruins shone with dim lights, signaling the ghost market had opened as scheduled. One after another, people in various outfits and masks, hiding their identities, came and went with their individual purposes, whether to sell some ill-gotten goods or buy something unavailable in the regular market. Su Changkong sat down on the roadside, placing a wooden sign next to him with the words written for the severely poisonous herbs he wanted to purchase. The streets of the ghost market were busy with people choosing the items they needed. There were many people, but it was quite quiet, waiting in silence. Soon, a man wearing a dog face mask stopped in front of Su Changkong and spoke in a low voice. "The blood insect grass you want to buy? I have some." Delighted inside, Su Changkong knew that blood insect grass was one of the herbs he needed for the boiling blood scatter, quite rare and not to be found in the Clearwater City area. However, Su Changkong pressed his voice low, sounding hoarse. "Name your price. If it's right, I'll take as much as you have." 4 blood insect grass in total, 10 taels of silver each, no bargaining, said the man with the dog face mask in a low voice. 4 blood insect grass meant 40 taels total. Quite an expensive price, but rarity commands value, and few dozen silver taels weren't much for Su Changkong, who didn't haggle and straightforwardly said, "Deal." Su Changkong paid 40 taels of silver, and without any chit-chat, the dog-faced masked man took out a cloth bag from his bosom and handed it to Su Changkong. Su Changkong opened and checked it. The cloth bag contained 4 blood-colored worms, each about the thickness of a little finger, looking like grass, motionless, and emitting a faint scent of blood. "MHM." Su Changkong nodded, indicating no issues, and the man with the dog face mask went off elsewhere. Having successfully acquired a rare medicinal ingredient needed for the boiling blood scatter, Su Changkong waited quietly. Shortly after, a second person approached with another toxic ingredient required to concoct boiling blood scatter, which Su Changkong acquired by spending some silver. As the time reached midnight, many of the visitors to the ghost market had already set out to leave, and the streets became even less crowded, with only dim lights flickering. Beneath his mask, Su Changkong's eyebrows were tightly knit together. "I still need red-bellied snake blood." The collection of ingredients was nearly complete, but there was still one item he had not been able to buy. If he couldn't acquire it this time, he would have to wait until the next month's ghost market, which would undoubtedly be time-consuming and effort-intensive, with no guarantee of success. Just as Su Changkong was feeling vexed, a man with a black veil covering his face approached him. After glancing at the sign in front of Su Changkong, he spoke in a gruff voice. "You need red-bellied snake blood?" "Yes, do you have it?" Su Changkong asked, his heart lifting at the question, though he maintained a calm tone. "No, but a few days ago, I saw red-bellied snakes on a certain mountain. Where there is one red-bellied snake, there's usually more. Give me 5 taels of silver, and I'll tell you where." The man with the black veil spoke calmly. Su Changkong was somewhat speechless. 5 taels of silver just for a piece of information, and he would still have to go into the mountains and catch the snake himself? However, after pondering for a long time, Su Changkong considered that if the man with the black veil was not looking for money and told him for free, Su Changkong might actually become suspicious of his motives. Rather than waiting for next month's ghost market, where success was not guaranteed, it would be better to go and catch a snake or 2 himself. Of course, it was also possible that the man with the black veil was deceiving him, but those who frequented the ghost market were not ordinary people and should not lack 4 or 5 taels of silver anyway. "Okay," Su Changkong replied tersely, taking out 5 taels of silver and handing them to the man with the black veil. After taking the silver, the man with the black veil spoke. "Green Bamboo Mountain. I saw red-bellied snakes there half a month ago." Having given a location where red-bellied snakes were spotted, the man with the black veil turned and left. Su Changkong continued to wait, but as the sky gradually lightened and the ghost market closed, he still had not been able to buy red-bellied snake blood. "I'll have to catch it myself." With no other option, Su Changkong, still missing that one ingredient for the boiling blood scatter, left the ghost market and embarked on a trip to Green Bamboo Mountain. Green Bamboo Mountain, located within the territory of Clearwater City, was overgrown with green bamboo and was a typical habitat for snakes and insects. Su Changkong had little experience with catching snakes, but he knew that snakes were creatures that liked to lurk in dark and damp places. Given that green bamboo mountain wasn't very large, a systematic search should yield results within a day or two. Su Changkong's snake hunting in Green Bamboo Mountain meant that he could not return to Black Iron Manor on time, but fortunately, he had requested leave in advance. Meanwhile, at Black Iron Manor, a significant event had taken place. Outside Black Iron Manor, a group of knights charged forward on their horses, each clad in black and exuding formidable auras. The Black Cavalry Gang. The Black Cavalry Gang has come. At the high walls of Black Iron Manor, a member responsible for guarding and keeping watch widened his eyes and shouted, recognizing the riders as members of the Black Cavalry Gang. Dang, dang, dang. Inside Black Iron Manor, a series of warning bells rang out, alerting all members that something significant was happening. What's happening? The Black Cavalry Gang has arrived. Isn't it too early for that? Have they come to collect annual tribute already? The entire Black Iron Manor was shocked to hear the arrival of the martial artists from the Black Cavalry Gang, puzzled as to why they would come before the new year had even arrived. But no one dared to take the situation lightly. They all grabbed swords, hammers, and other weapons and positioned themselves at the walls and gate of the manor, ready to defend. The leader of the 100 or so knights who had come to Black Iron Manor was none other than Chen Zhuang, the third master of Black Iron Manor. Immortal also arrived atop the high wall in no time, watching Chen Zhuang below with a somewhat grave expression. He had an inkling that the Black Cavalry Gang's return before the New Year's arrival likely meant they were up to no simple task. Third Chief Chun graces us with his presence. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? From atop the high walls, Immortal called out loudly. Chen Zhuang did not respond, simply dismounted, carrying a heavy hammer, with 4 to 5 elite Black Cavalry Gang members closely following behind him. Standing outside the gate of Black Iron Manor, Chen Zhuang spoke in a deep voice. Open the gates. I have important matters to discuss with villa owner Mo. The voice wasn't loud, yet everyone heard it clearly. The people of Black Iron Manor hesitated. Open the gate. This door won't stop me. Don't force me to take matters into my own hands. Chen Zhuang's eyes turned cold as he bellowed, his voice thunderous, carrying an awe-inspiring terror that seemed akin to a heavenly god descending, causing an involuntary shiver in people's bodies, along with a rising sense of fear and willingness to comply. Years ago, when the Black Cavalry Gang was first established, Chen Zhuang was already a martial artist in the divine strength realm. Now, after several years of grueling daily practice, bolstered by the wealth and resources plundered by the Black Cavalry Gang, he had advanced even further half a year ago, stepping into the divine bravery stage with a body refinement great achievement. At this moment, his unwavering presence was beyond doubt. Immortal clenched his teeth, recalling the scene years ago when Chen Zhuang had smashed open the gate of Black Iron Manor with his hammer, knowing full well that the gates truly could not stop him. Open the gate and welcome Third Chief Chun. Finally, Immortal had no choice but to issue the command. Creak. The gate opened, and Chen Zhuang, along with 4 Black Cavalry Gang martial artists, swaggered into Black Iron Manor. Members of Black Iron Manor, along the way, all had expressions of wariness and dread. Upon meeting Immortal, Chen Zhuang said, "Bring out your Manor's roster. Gather all Black Iron Manor members. I have an announcement to make." His words were puzzling to the listeners. But Immortal signaled with his eyes, and Director Liu could only nod and go to get the roster. Director Liu brought the roster, and before he could say anything else, Chen Zhuang had already snatched the roster from his hands. Chen Zhuang glanced at the roster, then swept his eyes across the gathered Black Iron Manor personnel who were holding weapons and had wary expressions. After a moment, he frowned slightly and said, "The roster lists 127 people. Why are only 126 present?" Director Liu cautiously replied, "Someone took leave today and is not in Black Iron Manor." Chun Zhuang did not pursue the matter of the missing person. He looked around and announced loudly, "From today onward, Black Iron Manor will become a subsidiary of the Black Cavalry Gang, forging weapons for us." These words caused an uproar among those at Black Iron Manor. This becoming a subsidiary of the Black Cavalry Gang. Isn't this just like joining them? Everyone was stunned. At this moment, Immortal could no longer restrain himself and quickly said, "Third Chief Chun, we at Black Iron Manor have faithfully paid our annual dues. Isn't it inappropriate for you to do this? Don't worry, after Black Iron Manor becomes part of the Black Cavalry Gang, it will be converted into the armament department. You will still oversee and manage them, and furthermore, you won't need to pay dues to the Black Cavalry Gang. On the contrary, the gang's compensation will not treat you unfairly. It may even be better than what you have now." Chun Zhuang said calmly. Not long ago, the Black Cavalry Gang had annihilated the White Jade Gang. Yet Su Changkong was not satisfied with just this. Even though the Black Cavalry Gang had replaced the White Jade Gang, there was no guarantee that they would not follow the same fate as their predecessor, potentially being destroyed by another rising force. Therefore, Su Changkong had been consolidating his power, aiming to establish the archer camp and the armament department, among others, to militaristically train his subordinates and create a truly elite force, ensuring that outside forces could no longer challenge them. As for Black Iron Manor, renowned for weapon forging for decades and a long-standing establishment of Clearwater City, Su Changkong decided to bring it under the gang's wing, specifically to forge weapons and arrows for the Black Cavalry Gang. No way. I don't want myself or my son to become bandits or robbers. A middle-aged man immediately refused excitedly. Everyone knew that the Black Cavalry Gang was a gang presence that operated as robbers and bandits, aggressively appropriating from others. Joining the Black Cavalry Gang meant becoming one of them. The Black Cavalry Gang was prosperous now, but the future was uncertain. If the day came when the gang weakened or was eliminated by the official forces, they and their offspring would all be implicated. "How dare you?" A Black Cavalry Gang martial artist standing behind Chun Zhuang turned cold and swiftly advanced, grabbing the middle-aged man by the neck and pulling him out like a baby chick. "Let go of old Zhang. Don't push us." The surrounding Black Iron Manor members were a mix of shock and anger, tightly gripping their weapons. They were but smiths, yet at this moment, each one of them was enraged. "Enough! Everyone stand down." A thunderous roar exploded overhead. It was Chun Zhuang. As a divine bravery stage martial artist with unified essence QJ spirit, his authority was astonishing, and the sheer force of his shout darkened everyone's vision. The rising anger in the hearts of the people was instantly quelled. The Black Cavalry Gang martial artist also released the middle-aged man's neck and obediently stood aside. With an impassive face, Chun Zhuang looked toward Immortal and slowly said, "Villa owner, Immo, the Black Cavalry Gang cherishes talent and wishes to treat you with respect. But if you fail to recognize what's good for you, then we'll have to settle old scores." The batches of armor forged for the White Jade Gang were made by Black Iron Manor, weren't they? At this, Immortal's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Back then, the White Jade Gang had hired a group of smiths to forge some illegal armor, a fact Immortal had learned about afterward and instructed those involved never to discuss it with outsiders. Now, Chun Zhuang had brought this matter to light. Chun Zhuang sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with a terrifying, ferocious gleam. "The White Jade Gang is training elite soldiers with this batch of armor, which has cost me Black Cavalry Gang numerous brothers' lives. Villa owner Immo, if you're not with us, then you're against us. At the point of swords and spears, it's up to you to choose." Immortal swayed, his face pale under Chun Zhuang's oppressive gaze. The people around him bit their teeth in silence. If they truly became mortal enemies with the Black Cavalry Gang, Black Iron Manor would be razed to the ground before the day was over. "Third Chief Chun, please give us a little time. Such a big decision cannot be made by me alone. I need to discuss it with everyone." After a long while, Immortal took a deep breath and said in a low voice to Chun Zhuang. Chun Zhuang didn't insist on Immortal's immediate agreement, knowing that too much pressure could backfire. Slapping Immortal on the shoulder, Chen Zhuang said, "Villa owner Mo, I'll give you 3 days to think it over. In these troubled times, it's tough to survive without the protection of the powerful. Join the Black Cavalry gang, and we're all brothers. No one can threaten you anymore. In 3 days, I hope to hear a satisfactory response." Having said this, Chen Zhuang turned and left, followed closely by a few martial artists of the Black Cavalry gang. The others along the way stepped aside to give them a clear path. "Let's go." Outside Black Iron Manor, Chen Zhuang and his group rode away swiftly on horses. "Now, what should we do?" A cloud of sorrow enveloped Black Iron Manor. The Black Cavalry gang was intent on swallowing up Black Iron Manor and was using the armor forging as a pretext. If they refused, the Black Cavalry gang would arrive with a large force in 3 days and flatten Black Iron Manor. If they agreed, they might ensure temporary peace, but becoming bandits would mean living in constant fear. Most people at Black Iron Manor wanted to earn money with their own hands, raise their children, and live a peaceful life. At Green Bamboo Mountain, by a small stream, a half-meter long gray and white snake was moving slowly, making a rustling sound. But suddenly a shadow engulfed it, and a large hand grabbed its neck, lifting it up. Hiss. The gray and white snake immediately began to hiss and writhe, but could not break free from the grip of the large hand. Su Changkong observed the gray and white snake in his hand closely and saw that its belly was crimson red. Finally caught one, a red-bellied snake. A look of joy appeared on Su Changkong's face. After spending a day or two, he had finally succeeded. He had caught a red-bellied snake in Green Bamboo Mountain, which was needed for the boiling blood scatter. With its snake blood, combined with the previously collected herbs, he could concoct the potent poison, boiling blood scatter. Su Changkong carefully placed the red-bellied snake into a small bamboo basket. Time to head back. Satisfied, Su Changkong left Green Bamboo Mountain and returned to Black Iron Manor. It was evening by the time he reached Black Iron Manor. "What's going on? Why is it so quiet today?" At the entrance to Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong frowned. It was even, but the entire Black Iron Manor was deathly quiet, as if it had been abandoned. A look of vigilance appeared on Su Changkong's face as he cautiously stepped into the manor. Inside Black Iron Manor, Immortal walked around the manor. The once bustling Black Iron Manor was now deserted except for him. "Over there, that's where Father taught me forging. This sickle is the first tool I ever made. Has it rusted already?" Immortal would occasionally pause, holding a rusted sickle in his hands, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Immortal vividly remembered making a vow over his father's deathbed to make Black Iron Manor prosper. But now, Black Iron Manor was about to meet its end at his hands. "Dad, I'm sorry, but I really did my best." Immortal sighed with a sense of helplessness. Has Changkong not returned yet? What if he runs into the Black Cavalry gang on his way back? In front of a residence, which was Su Changkong's room, Immortal's brow was furrowed with a touch of worry. Su Changkong had asked for a leave of absence and had not yet returned. Immortal was waiting for him to discuss some matters. Immortal entered Su Changkong's room and was taken aback when he noticed a faint metallic gleam under the bed. Bending down, Immortal pulled out the object gleaming with metallic luster. It was a sword. The iron-cutting sword. Su Changkong had forged 2 of them. One was always kept in its sheath to maintain the blade, and the other was used for practicing the blade technique. This one, used for practice, was placed under the bed in his room. "This sword is at Changkong's? Why is it so heavy?" Immortal lifted the iron-cutting sword and couldn't help but be surprised. Having a sword wasn't unusual, as everyone in Black Iron Manor earned one for self-defense. But this sword of Su Changkong's was exceptionally heavy. The entire iron-cutting sword weighed more than 10 taels, almost 20. The swords typically used by martial artists weighed about 1 to 3 taels. And if one was not trained, even swinging them would be taxing, for you hold the sword by the hilt and not by the middle of the blade. The forces involved and the effort expended are quite different. A sword weighing over 10 to 20 taels would be strenuous justo, lift by the hilt for an ordinary person, let alone wield it fluidly. Does Changkong regularly use such a heavy sword? Can he even wield it? Immortal wondered in amazement. Villa owner. Just as Immortal was mulling over this, a voice sounded, startling him. Immortal quickly turned around and saw a tall, dark-clad young man standing at the doorway. It was Su Changkong. Changkong, you have returned, Immortal said with a relieved sigh upon seeing Su Changkong. Upon seeing that Immortal was unharmed, Su Changkong also felt a measure of relief. He then couldn't help but ask with some confusion, Manor Lord, where is everyone else? Why is no one to be seen? Just now, when Su Changkong had returned to Black Iron Manor, he found it eerily quiet and without a single person in sight. Upon hearing this, Immortal let out a sigh. The morning before last, the Black Cavalry gang came. They want Black Iron Manor to merge with their gang, or else they will flatten Black Iron Manor in 3 days. After careful consideration, I ultimately decided to dismiss everyone. Not many members of Black Iron Manor were willing to join the Black Cavalry gang, and Immortal himself did not want to hand over the foundation his father had left to the gang, so he dismissed all the members. This revelation shocked Su Changkong. The Black Cavalry gang had come 2 days ago. They would return in 3 days. Immortal took out 2 silver notes from his bosom and handed them to Su Changkong. Changkong, I have no son, and I had planned to pass Black Iron Manor into your hands when I got old and retired, but now, I won't see that day. Take these 200 taels of silver, buy a house in the city, and open a smithy if you wish. Just don't come back here. Looking at the 200 taels silver note in his hand, Su Changkong furrowed his brows and said, What about you, Manor Lord? Immortal chuckled. Don't worry about me. I'm here waiting just for you. Once you leave, I'll also immediately pack up and leave. I've been tired for most of my life. It's time for me to rest at last. Then, Manor Lord, take care. Su Changkong fell silent for a long while, tucked the silver note into his bosom, bowed slightly to Immortal, and turned to leave. Black Iron Manor once again fell quiet. Immortal was sitting at the stone table in the backyard, blankly gazing at the moon in the sky, guzzling down mouthfuls of wine. He burst out laughing. I've been weak my whole life. Black Cavalry gang. If you want to take away the manor my father left behind, you'll have to step over my dead body. This damned world. Immortal sighed helplessly. All he wanted was to manage Black Iron Manor well, but fate was not on his side. Immortal had no intention of leaving. To him, Black Iron Manor was not only the place where he was born, but it was also the only thing he had, and it was a line he would not retreat from. He had always compromised for the safety of the manor, submitting to every kind of insult and humiliation. Now that he had dismissed the other members of the manor, he intended to stay by himself, willing to die here. In the shadow outside the courtyard walls, Su Changkong stood silently. As he had expected, Immortal had no intention of leaving. Let's go. 100 days of nourishing the sword, all for a moment's use. Touching the iron-cutting sword at his waist, a look of determination flashed in Su Changkong's eyes as he headed out from Black Iron Manor, perhaps for the last time. Sure, Zijian, you've been looking for me? Well then, here I come. Su Changkong's eyes were as cold as ice. Immortal was undoubtedly one of the few good people Su Changkong had met in this world. He had been more than gracious to his fellow manor members, taking on the burden alone when faced with the plundering by the Black Cavalry gang. When Su Changkong had first arrived in this world, it was Immortal who had taken him in. Otherwise, he might have starved to death in the icy wilderness. Although Su Changkong had also secretly helped Immortal later and resolved threats from people like Yin Fei, was that debt of gratitude truly repaid? Return kindness with kindness, vengeance for a grudge. For an enemy, one must eradicate them root and branch. Su Changkong headed toward a cave several miles away from Black Iron Manor. It had taken him nearly a month to craft his battle armor, which he had not expected to be of use so soon. Su Changkong had a deep grudge against the Black Cavalry gang. Originally, he had planned to deal with Shi Zijian and eradicate him root and branch, once he had broken through to the Qi blood realm, eliminating his enemies. But now, with Black Iron Manor about to be raised by the Black Cavalry Gang any day, Su Changkong could not stand idly by and watch the place where he had lived for many years be trampled into ruins. It was time to make his move sooner. The Black Cavalry Gang's stronghold was located south of Clearwater City. Even though it was deep into the night, it was still brightly lit with buildings standing close together, rivaling the once resplendent White Jade Gang. At the entrance of the Black Cavalry Gang's stronghold, martial artists wearing black clothes and carrying weapons stood meticulously, resembling soldiers. In fact, Shi Zijian himself had put the gang's martial artists through military training, rewarding and punishing with fairness, endowing the Black Cavalry Gang's fighters with strict discipline and fierce combat abilities. On each lookout tower, more martial artists armed with bows stood watch. These were the elite of the Black Cavalry Gang. Someone's coming. Is it a disciple of the Black Cavalry Gang returning from a mission? At that moment, on one of the towers, a martial artist suddenly looked toward the darkness in the distance, where he saw a dark figure approaching the Black Cavalry Gang's stronghold. At first, they thought it was just a returning disciple from the Black Cavalry Gang, but they quickly sensed something was amiss because the dark figure was too large and imposing. As the figure gradually neared, illuminated by the lanterns hanging between the trees, his appearance became visible, stunning everyone present. Clang! Clang! It was an armored figure, with dark silver armor that appeared visibly heavy. On the armor, each part was spiked with sharp metallic thorns over half a foot long. The metallic clang of his movement was musical, like that of a tall and mighty metallic ferocious beast on the move, exuding a palpable sense of oppression. Buzzing. The iron-cutting sword at Su Changkong's waist was trembling, seemingly eager to taste the blood of its enemies. Tonight, let out all your pin-up energy. Under the helmet, Su Changkong's dark eyes glittered with a fearsome chill. Who goes there? The martial artist guarding the entrance to the Black Cavalry Gang's stronghold couldn't help but bark while gripping the weapon at his waist. Although the identity of the armor-clad figure was unknown, it was definitely foe rather than friend. If it was a visitor coming to call, why would they be wearing such an exaggerated suit of armor? An enemy, a young martial artist shouted, trying to alert the others. Clang! But suddenly, with a metallic ring, the armor-clad figure, who had previously been walking neither hurriedly nor slowly, flashed forward. Despite the visibly heavy armor, their speed was not affected in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, Su Changkong, clad in iron beast armor, had closed in on the young martial artist. His right fist struck out like lightning, carrying a deep, vigorous force. Bang! A teeth-grating sound of impact, mixed with the noise of breaking bones. The young martial artist didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying backward from the punch, blood spraying as he crashed to the ground. The young martial artist's head was twisted, and there was a bloody hole on his forehead, a result of the metallic spike on the battle armor. It was a fatal blow. Su Changkong's iron beast armor was equipped for both offense and defense. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In an instant, piercing yells echoed throughout the Black Cavalry Gang's stronghold, accompanied by the sharp, urgent ringing of the bell from the watchtower, heralding the arrival of war. Several Black Cavalry Gang martial artists guarding the entrance were both alarmed and furious, but excitement sparkled in their eyes. With the Black Cavalry Gang's strict system of rewards and punishments, killing this assaulting enemy would surely bring a huge bounty. Kill him. The martial artists rushed forth in unison, intent on chopping down the armored figure on the spot. But in Su Changkong's eyes, these martial artists were merely seeking death. Su Changkong raised his fists high and pounded down. Bang! The heavy force crashed down, and the martial artists on either side felt the sky darken above them. In the next second, their heads were crushed by the mighty fists, exploding into pieces. Clang! Another martial artist made a tricky attack, his blade aimed at Su Changkong's side. hacking solidly only to produce a clear sound of metal on metal. The blade left a mere scratch on the thick armor and failed to cause further damage. Wait! The martial artist's mouth twitched, and seeing Su Changkong's cold gaze turn toward him, he hurriedly tried to say something. Boom! But in the next second, Su Changkong's palms opened and clapped together with a twin peak through ears move, exploding on impact. The warrior's head was crushed by the immense force. Against an ordinary martial artist, someone with body refinement, great achievement like Su Changkong was as fragile as an infant. Whiz, whiz, whiz. A series of whooshing sounds followed, as those adept in archery from the watchtower had already knocked their arrows, firing them with intense sounds of parting the air, like falling stars. For martial artists, the threat of a bow and arrow was immense. The arrow's speed was fast, its killing power strong. Even martial artists with body refinement, great achievement, while unfazed by punches and kicks, were not yet resistant to the attacks of edged weapons like swords, and would die if hit in a vital spot. Clang, clang, clang. Arrow after arrow struck Su Changkong's battle armor, sounding clear metallic collisions. But like rain on a banana leaf, each arrow sparked and was deflected, leaving Su Changkong unfazed by the attack. As long as he wore this full suit of battle armor, even 1,000 arrows shot at him would be like an itch he couldn't feel, something he need not concern himself with. He couldn't afford to get entangled with these ordinary martial artists, wasting his strength. He needed to find Shi Zijian and slash him down. Su Changkong's eyes were cold and clear. He knew he was strong, but still just one man. It was impossible to kill the more than 1,000 members of the Black Cavalry gang by himself. Just the physical exhaustion would be enough to do him in. Capture the king to defeat the enemy. It was enough to kill Shi Zijian, leaving the Black Cavalry gang leaderless and ready to fall apart. His purpose here wasn't to flatten the Black Cavalry gang single-handedly, but to assassinate their leader, Shi Zijian. Rumble! With that thought, Su Changkong didn't linger any longer. He stamped his foot, stepping over a few corpses and charged directly into the Black Cavalry gang. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Over there! Stop him! Slaughter him! Within the Black Cavalry gang, the earlier alarms had already stirred those who had been resting. In the stronghold, cries erupted from every direction as many martial artists gave chase and blockaded him. 5 animal frolics. Spinning flying crane. Su Changkong was surrounded by a large group of martial artists, yet his expression remained calm. Even clad in heavy armor, his speed was not diminished. With movements like a dancing crane, as he maneuvered, he struck out with his fists and legs. SSS, SSS, SSS. In a succession of sounds of tearing flesh, the metal spikes on his knees and fists slashed through, accompanied by miserable screams. The Black Cavalry gang martial artists around him retreated one after another, each with deep, bone-exposing wounds from which blood gushed like fountains. Clang, clang, clang. There were martial artists who gave it their all, frantically hacking at Su Changkong. However, blades that once could slit the bodies of formidable enemies could not make an impression upon Su Changkong. Where did this monster come from? That battle armor, it's too extravagant. How can you be so agile in such heavy armor? Is it divine strength realm or divine bravery stage? Many Black Cavalry gang martial artists watched this scene with dread. The armor worn by the figure was visibly heavy, but with it he could still move freely and swiftly, showing that his martial arts cultivation was profound, definitely ranking among the top experts in Clearwater City. Rockle_2. Why would such a formidable person want to have a fight to the death with the Black Cavalry gang? He single-handedly broke into the Black Cavalry gang's territory. Bang, bang, bang. Everywhere Su Changkong went, it was as if an autumn wind were sweeping away fallen leaves. With a casual strike, he could fracture bones and sever tendons, and the spikes on his battle armor made his attacks either deadly or grievously wounding, leaving his enemies without the strength to fight again. He wreaked havoc at will. From a distance, a large group of martial artists from the Black Cavalry gang swarmed toward him. Su Changkong didn't even glance their way as his body suddenly slammed to the right. Boom! The thick wall burst into pieces and collapsed under the force of Su Changkong's impact, like he was a ferocious beast that no one could trap and no barrier could obstruct. Martial artists at the Divine Bravery stage have a strength of 100 men and, wearing impervious armor, are like killing machines, unstoppable until their strength is exhausted. In a quiet room of the Black Cavalry gang, an exceptionally burly man sat cross-legged, breathing in and out. His face was flushed, and a dim, bloody aura surrounded his body. Next to him lay a blood-red ginseng, half-eaten. What's this noise that's so annoying? Soon, the man's eyes snapped open, bloodshot, for he hated being disturbed during meditation. The man was none other than Shi Changkong, the gang leader of the Black Cavalry gang. Could it be the remnants of the White Jade gang here for revenge? Shi Changkong heard the shouting and commotion outside, which made him frown slightly. The gang leader and deputy of the White Jade gang had both been executed by him. Only Bai Xiao had escaped. But would Bai Xiao dare to come knocking for death with such audacity? A murderous look appeared on Shi Changkong's face as he rose from the ground. Standing at 2 meters high, his build was like a raging bear as he strode out of the hall with a powerful gait. In a complex of the Black Cavalry gang, people were already everywhere. The area was surrounded by martial artists of the Black Cavalry gang, but now they all stood ready, unblinkingly watching the center where a tall shadow in armor stood, surrounded by corpses with broken bones, shattered skulls, and bodies pierced by spikes. His originally dark silver battle armor was now stained with patches of bright red blood from the enemies he had slain. Surrounded by hundreds, nearly 1,000 men, Su Changkong stood there, his presence overwhelming the crowd, leaving these brave and skilled Black Cavalry martial artists too fearful of committing further action, too worried to attack. He's coming. At that moment, Su Changkong felt a movement in his heart as he saw the crowd stirring in the distance. The martial artist stepped aside to create a path as a hulking bear-like man strode through the crowd toward him. Shi Changkong. Although Su Changkong had never seen Shi Changkong before, he recognized instantly that this robust man was the recently notorious gang leader of the Black Cavalry gang, Shi Changkong. Who is he? By Shi Changkong's side was Chen Zhuang, the third master who had also hurried over, looking at Su Changkong in the center with waves of shock and confusion. The commotion was huge, and the Black Cavalry gang was on high alert because of a single intruder. Shi Changkong's brows were tightly knit as he stared at the armored figure in front of him. He spoke up. "Who might you be, sir? Do I have a quarrel with you? Why visit in the dead of night and massacre my people?" In response to Shi Changkong's question, Su Changkong lowered his voice, producing a hoarse sound. "I am Iron Beast from the Black Lotus sect. Your Black Cavalry gang has allowed that ghost face to kill my disciples at will. Don't you think you owe us an explanation?" Su Changkong said this, of course, to hide his identity, create confusion, and sow chaos, impersonating a disciple of the Black Lotus sect. If he could provoke infighting between the Black Lotus sect and the Black Cavalry gang, leading to mutual destruction, all the better. Black Lotus sect? At that declaration, both Shi Changkong and Chen Zhuang flinched. They were aware that the Black Lotus sect comprised a bunch of fanatics best not provoked, and in Clearwater City territory, the Black Cavalry gang and the Black Lotus sect had always kept to themselves. Now a master from a Black Lotus sect had arrived at the Black Cavalry gang's door, claiming they were seeking vengeance for Ghostface's deeds. Su Changkong had once hunted disciples of the Black Lotus sect while disguised as Ghostface, claiming to be the fourth master of the Black Cavalry gang. His intention had been to discuss the Black Cavalry gang, and now he was using this premise to confront them. With irritation, Shi Changkong responded, "You must be mistaken, sir. That Ghostface is not one of us. He even killed our second master, Chao Hong. If Ghostface were here with the Black Cavalry gang, RD be the first to twist off his head. Oomph. Still trying to argue your way out, acting without owning up to it. I heard the gang leader of the Black Cavalry gang was a hero among men, but now I see he's nothing but a coward." Su Changkong interrupted him with a rebuke. "How dare you, Chen Zhuang? unable to hold back his anger, roared furiously before Su Changkong could react. Ghostface had declared he was the fourth master of the Black Cavalry Gang, while slaughtering disciples of the Black Lotus sect, causing some minor trouble for the gang. Not only that, but he had recently killed Chao Hong. Now a master of the Black Lotus sect was at their door, claiming Ghostface as one of their own, demanding accountability. How could they not be infuriated? Enough! Shi Zijian gestured to stop Qin Zhuang. Shi Zijian's expression was icy as his eyes, fierce like those of a wild beast, fixated on Su Changkong. I don't care who you are or what you're here for. You've killed so many of my brothers. Today, you won't leave here alive. Shi Zijian was wary of the Black Lotus sect, but no matter if the person was from that sect or not, this self-proclaimed Iron Beast who had invaded the Black Cavalry Gang and killed so many of his men had crossed a line. He was a threat Shi Zijian could not tolerate and must be personally eliminated to maintain his authority. Rock_3. Big brother, let the men go first. Qin Zhuang whispered to Shi Zijian. This Iron Beast had single-handedly infiltrated the Black Cavalry Gang, causing massive chaos. He was certainly no weakling. According to Qin Zhuang's thinking, he would directly order his subordinates to surround and kill him. No matter how strong this Iron Beast was, even if he was a martial artist of the Qi blood realm, facing the attack of 1,000 men, he would inevitably be worn out to the point of exhaustion, dying on the spot in resentment. However, Shi Zijian's reply was a cruel smile. He stepped onto my head. I must twist off his head. Shi Zijian did not wish to proceed in such a manner. Firstly, because it would cause greater casualties among his men, and even if they won, the loss would not be small. Secondly, with his brave and domineering personality, facing such a strong opponent ignited a joy in hunting. He naturally wanted to personally kill his adversary for the greatest satisfaction. Without waiting for Qin Zhuang to persuade him further, Shi Zijian had already taken a step forward, his boisterous laughter echoing throughout the sky. Today, I will flay you and break your bones, to show you who has no right to run wild in my Black Cavalry Gang. Su Changkong's heart was heavy but also excited. Several years ago, when he first started learning martial arts and began his journey in the martial way, the Black Cavalry Gang had come to Black Iron Manor, oppressive and extorting. Now, years later, Su Changkong was facing Shi Zijian, the gang leader of the Black Cavalry Gang, head-on. Su Changkong always acted cautiously, never undertaking surefire tasks, but he was neither a coward nor afraid of things. On the contrary, he had the heart of a martial artist, fearless in the face of powerful enemies. Gang leader is about to make a move. This guy is dead meat. The members of the Black Cavalry Gang were shaking with excitement. In their eyes, Shi Zijian was the strongest in the Clearwater City area, unmatched and unchallenged. Kill! Shi Zijian could no longer suppress the killing intent in his heart. With a flash, his towering 2-meter physique lunged directly at Su Changkong. Here he comes. Su Changkong was also somewhat excited. At his level, even a martial artist of the divine bravery stage like Chao Hong had been slain within 3 blows of his sword. Shi Zijian, rumored to be the #1 expert of Clearwater City, was making his blood boil. Boom! Shi Zijian's right fist smashed out fiercely, aiming straight for Su Changkong's face. The gust of wind brought by this punch was so powerful that it turned the air in front of it into a vacuum, giving Su Changkong a faint feeling of suffocation. Just this punch alone displayed a might that overshadowed any martial artist Su Changkong had ever encountered. Without any hesitation, Su Changkong's body bent slightly, neither dodging nor evading. His right fist shot straight out to collide head-on with Shi Zijian. At the joints of his gauntlet fist, there were half-foot-long spikes. In a head-on collision, Su Changkong would undoubtedly have a huge advantage, as Shi Zijian's flesh and bones would be pierced through. Yet, at the very moment before their fists collided, Shi Zijian suddenly let out a thunderous roar from his mouth. Above his facial features, on the exposed skin, a faint bloodlight unexpectedly emerged. The rebuking voice that hit him squarely made Su Changkong halt in his tracks, his chi and blood surging within him. In the next second when the fists collided, the imagined scene of Shi Zijian's fist being penetrated did not occur. Instead, his fist was wrapped in a faint metallic glow, and the metal spikes did not pierce through. Rather, they were bent and broken by the squeeze of tremendous force. Bang! The force borne by his arm compelled Su Changkong to step back uncontrollably, his heavy footsteps deeply indenting the ground. Is this the Qi blood realm? Su Changkong was somewhat surprised. As both were at body refinement grade achievement, the strength of their physiques should not differ to the point of one overpowering the other. However, after a head-on collision, he found himself suppressed, leaving only one explanation. Shi Zijian was a martial artist of the Qi blood realm. No, that's not right. Rumor has it that the first level of the Qi blood realm is the Qi blood veil, and the Qi and blood around his body are hidden, obviously not to that extent. Su Changkong quickly realized it was not so. There was a faint glimmer of blood on Shi Zijian's face and body, neither of which had reached the point of radiating from the body. This situation was perplexing for Su Changkong, but Shi Zijian was indeed stronger than the average martial artist at body refinement grade achievement by more than just a margin. With a punch that sent Su Changkong reeling backward, Shi Zijian's mouth curled into a ferocious grin. Years ago, I suffered grave injuries, my qi and blood declined. After years of consuming a large amount of qi-enriching and blood-supplementing substances, I finally see a glimmer of recovery. Shi Zijian, his origins quite mysterious, appeared in Clearwater City 3 or 4 years ago. With his extraordinary combat abilities, he quickly established the Black Cavalry Gang and grew its power. But in reality, Shi Zijian's background was incredibly extraordinary as well. He was once a member of an elite military unit and a martial artist who had undergone the metamorphosis of the Qi blood realm. Yet due to serious injuries sustained in a battle that shook Dafeng State, injuries that were difficult to heal, he left in disappointment. He came to Clearwater City to establish the Black Cavalry Gang and plunder resources in hopes of returning to his peak condition. The injuries Shi Zijian had sustained were too severe, and he had yet to return to his peak form to this day. However, Shi Zijian was confident that no one below the Qi blood realm could contend with him. In Shi Zijian's view, he was a dragon trapped in shallow waters. To him, Clearwater City was but a rural backwater, and no one there was worthy of his attention. Crackle and pop. Shi Zijian's true qi swelled, his wild nature fully revealed. His body expanded significantly, muscles bulging like rocks, straining against his clothes until they burst open, revealing an inverted triangle-shaped torso and the numerous scars of blade and sword cuts across his body, his explosive power visibly manifesting. Upon closer inspection, some of Shi Zijian's wounds were fatal, especially a cut across his chest, which nearly cleaved his torso in half, indicating the life and death crises he must have faced. Big brother, it's time to get serious. Qin Zhuang's face was filled with excitement. He understood the strength of Shi Zijian, far surpassing that of the man who called himself Iron Beast. At his peak, Shi Zijian was a martial artist of the Qi blood realm, battle-hardened. Despite the severe injuries and the drop in his realm, the martial arts he cultivated were still of the Qi blood realm's level. Shi Zijian excelled in horizontal training hard skill, capable of forging through legions, such that ordinary warriors, even with sharp blades, couldn't leave the slightest mark on him. Even the previous gang leader of the White Jade Gang, Bai Tianhao, despite using all his strength, could only inflict a few superficial wounds on Shi Zijian. Military killing fist. Berserker break through the array. With one strike that drove Su Changkong back, Shi Zijian's aura became more robust. His large foot stomped heavily on the ground, like a wild bear smashing the earth. The bricks and stones caved in and shattered, debris shooting out like bullets in all directions. He himself closed a distance of nearly 10 feet in an instant, his right fist carrying an unstoppable force of iron-blooded killing intent. Feeling the oppressive force coming head-on, Su Changkong's heart pounded fiercely, as if a flame was burning within him, an instinctive reaction when facing a formidable opponent. Whoosh! Inside Su Changkong's dantian, the turtle breathing true qi surged, filling his entire body with the sound of roaring waves, each vein pulsating, channeling tremendous true qi. Not only had Su Changkong's physical body reached a great achievement in body refinement, but his turtle breath technique was also at a level that ordinary people would struggle to attain after decades of hard practice. His true qi was robust. 5 animal frolics. Foraging tiger. Su Changkong's true qi condensed, merging with his flesh. His speed and strength surged, making him move like a fierce tiger. His right fist, with broken metal spikes, hissed through the air as it met Shi Zijian's charging heavy punch. Clang! Although it was a collision between metal and flesh, an ear-piercing clang of iron rang out. Shi Zijian's skin shimmered faintly with a metallic luster, as if his flesh had turned into metal, almost not inferior to the battle-armored Su Changkong. Boom! Su Changkong felt the overwhelming power in Shi Zijian's fist. Even as he concentrated his true qi this time, Su Changkong felt an immense pressure, his feet sinking into the ground to avoid being pushed back. And Shi Zijian's robust frame merely swayed slightly. This iron beast is strong, even stronger than by Tianhao. Shi Zijian was somewhat surprised. He had put his real skill into that punch, yet the other being able to stand his ground without retreating was rare in the body refinement realm. Shi Zijian practices the horizontal training hard skill and has reached an extremely high level, probably stronger than the master of the Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy. I must not clash directly with him. Su Changkong realized with a shiver in his heart. The Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy was the largest in Clearwater City and specialized in horizontal training skill, but no one there could compare to the Shi Zijian before him. Military killing fist. Slaughter of thousands of soldiers. After one collision, Shi Zijian's cheeks were enveloped in a red glow, a sign of his qi and blood surging. He executed his favored boxing technique to the extreme, his hands switching between fists and palms, hammering and slicing, furiously attacking Su Changkong. Relying on his profound mastery of horizontal training skill, Shi Zijian held no caution against Su Changkong's spiked battle armor. Su Changkong, not daring to be careless, displayed his 5 animal frolics at a profound mastery level. He moved as agilely as birds and apes, dragging after images, each strike heavy as a wild bear or tiger, wrestling fiercely with Shi Zijian. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of metal clashing was incessant as the two exchanged more than a dozen moves in just a few breaths. Each collision felt like 2 wild beasts smashing into each other, the force of their blows causing the tough bricks and stones to crack and fly. Is this really the extent to which a body of flesh and blood can go? It's like watching 2 humanoid ferocious beasts. The Iron Beast actually holds its own against gang leader. The Black Cavalry gang's martial artists were all deeply shocked by the scene before their eyes, their hearts pounding fearfully. While amazed at the tremendous power a body of flesh and blood could unleash, they were equally astonished to see the Iron Beast go toe-to-toe with Shi Zijian, the invincible fighter. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to this peak combat in Clearwater City's martial world. Damn, this is one tough shell. Shi Zijian cursed inwardly. To most martial artists clad in heavy armor, they were extremely fragile in his eyes. A single punch could dent the armor and crush the martial artist within. But Su Changkong's armor was exceptionally thick, consisting of 3 layers. Shi Zijian's heavy punches left dented marks, but could hardly inflict fatal damage. Furthermore, the metal spikes on the armor were indeed useful. In close combat, they left trails of blood on Shi Zijian's arms, abdomen, and chest. Not deep, but nonetheless effective. As for Su Changkong, his eyes became even more solemn and cold. With my current strength, without drawing my sword, I can't kill Shi Zijian. Su Changkong's treasured iron cutting sword, nurtured for 100 days, was his trump card, but not to be used lightly. Firstly, once he drew the sword, the blade chi would be released, and he'd have to nurture the sword anew. And secondly, with only 2 or 3 strikes, Su Changkong would exhaust his strength. If he drew his sword and failed to kill his opponent, he would be in danger. But now, surrounded by the Black Cavalry Gang's martial artists, if Su Changkong couldn't cleanly kill Shi Zijian, escaping unscathed would be difficult, so he had no choice but to use this secret technique that he had never employed in his 3 months of practice. On the other side, Chun Zhuang noticed that Shi Zijian was at a disadvantage in the hand-to-hand combat with the armored Su Changkong, and shouted, "Big brother, catch!" Chun Zhuang threw his iron hammer, as large as a faceplate, at Shi Zijian. Shi Zijian grabbed the iron hammer, weighing 100 caddies, with one hand. Martial artists at the Divine Bravery stage were said to possess divine power of 1,000 caddies in one arm, and could wield a 100-caddy weapon to sweep away all obstacles, although few people use such heavy weapons due to the great physical exertion required. But in Shi Zijian's hand, the 100-caddy iron hammer seemed almost weightless. Holding the hammer, Shi Zijian sneered, "Watch me smash that shell of yours." Roar! Shi Zijian let out a thunderous roar from his throat, causing the nearby Black Cavalry Gang martial artists to shake, their heads buzzing. Boom! With both hands on the hammer, Shi Zijian pumped up his energy to the extreme, his arms swelled by a great margin, now as thick as the waist of an ordinary person, his veins squirming like earthworms. He swung the hammer fearlessly down towards Su Changkong's head. The might of this hammer strike was astonishing, capable of shattering the heavens. Even if it were to strike an iron stone several meters in diameter and weighing tens of thousands of pounds, it would burst apart. At this moment, Su Changkong had already adjusted the angle for his strike, ready to unleash his power, gripping the handle of the iron-cutting sword at his waist. He felt a visceral connection and the indomitable sharpness of blade chi coursing through it. This was the result of Su Changkong's daily dedication to the blade nurturing art, honed over 100 days. Now, Su Changkong's essence, chi, and spirit united, he became one with the iron-cutting sword in his hand. Iron blade technique. Upward slash. Clang. A piercing screech erupted as the iron-cutting sword was unsheathed, its scabbard humming, the overflowing blade, chi slicing the ground within a meter radius into deep cracks, as if a metal dragon had broken free from its scabbard, baring its fangs and claws. The gleaming blade, light, hurt viewers' eyes. Crack! The biting cold of the iron-cutting sword cleaved upward, bringing a deafening sonic boom. What? Shi Zijian's pupils contracted as he faced Su Changkong, feeling as though he had returned to the battlefield of tens of thousands, facing an enemy general who had once terrified him for life. A casual strike from the enemy nearly claimed his life at his peak. Even though he had escaped with his life, he was gravely injured, unable to heal. In disappointment, he left for this remote place to wield power. Clang! The sword blade, slicing through the air, collided with the heavy hammer in an instant, the two forces erupting. The ground within a dozen meters shook violently, fissures spreading like a spiderweb, provoking a sense of earth-shattering tremors. Crack! A crisp metallic shattering noise exploded as the basin-sized metal hammer, under Su Changkong's essence, chi, and spirit united into a formidable strike, shattered into pieces. The blade nurturing art, to put it plainly, is about imbuing one's essence, chi, and spirit into one's sword daily, accumulating and nurturing it, to erupt in a moment of need, exceeding limits. After nurturing his blade for 100 days, Su Changkong released it at this moment. With a strike that shattered Shi Zijian's weapon, Su Changkong felt a wave of exhaustion, battling the decline that followed the initial burst of strength. Iron blade technique. Horizontal chop. Roar. But Su Changkong paid it no attention. A low roar erupted from his throat, hands gripping the sword tightly, infusing it with true chi to maintain the blade chi. He delivered a second strike, a simple horizontal chop, that transformed into a thin silver line, its concentrated force unbreakable. Golden bell cover. Block it. Shi Zijian felt a chilling sense of doom, his eyes bulging, his qi and blood coursing through his body, his surface shimmering metallically as if about to condense into a metallic shield. He stretched out his thick arms, crossing them in front of his chest. In the next instant, the cold blade light cut through the air. Tear! Shi Zijian heard the crisp sound of tearing. It was the sound of his flesh being ripped apart, his bones being severed. Su Changkong's iron-cutting sword, carrying an indomitable force, severed Shi Zijian's arms and continued without losing momentum, ripping through his chest mercilessly. Thump! Shi Zijian's body flew, severed at the waist, crashing to the ground. His arms tumbled a few rolls before coming to rest, blood spilling out, dyeing the ground crimson. Had I been at my peak, you could never have killed me. Never. Severed at the waist by Su Changkong's astonishing strike, Shi Zijian was not yet dead. He looked up at Su Changkong, his eyes bloodshot and frenzy-ridden as he roared, filled with anger, unwillingness, and fear of death. If he hadn't been seriously injured back then, he would still be a member of the doffing, mysterious soldiers, basking in endless glory and praise. Had his martial arts realm not declined from its peak, it would have been impossible for him to die at the hands of a Qi Blood realm iron beast. If the grievously wounded him had chosen to live out his days in peace, maybe he would have enjoyed a happy family, with children and grandchildren. Alas, there are no such ifs. His hair disheveled, Shi Zijian's eyes bulged, the light in them gradually extinguishing. Full of ambition, even faced with significant setbacks, he refused to live an ordinary life and sought a second spring. But in the end, just like those enemies who had died at his hand, he became a stepping stone for others. An eerie silence suddenly fell upon the scene. What had been an evenly matched fight, with Shi Zijian even having the upper hand, took a sudden drastic turn. The armored iron beast unsheathed his sword, merely 2 strikes, and with lightning speed, Shi Zijian lay dead. The crowd hadn't even had time to react, some doubting if what they saw was an illusion. In the silence, you could hear a pin drop among the nearly 1,000 members of the Black Cavalry gang. Big brother, big brother. Not until a wail of sorrow pierced the air. It was Chun Zhuang. Chun Zhuang's eyes were red with tears streaming down as he watched Shi Zijian die before him. A catastrophe as crushing as a mountain collapsing before his eyes, unable to comprehend it. I'll kill you. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Chun Zhuang completely lost his sanity. He roared in frenzy as he rushed at Su Changkong, vowing to rip him apart and feast on his flesh. Then I'll send you both on your way. Exhausted from 2 strikes beyond his limits, Su Changkong felt waves of weakness. Yet, facing the charging Chun Zhuang, he mustered his spirit and strength and, holding the sword high, delivered a downward splitting cut. Chun Zhuang had advanced to the divine bravery stage not long ago, and his strength was noteworthy. But now, due to Shi Zijian's death, he had lost all reason, pouncing without any technique or routine, just like a wild beast that had lost its mind, ignorant of dodging, which was entirely a suicidal action. Su Changkong's iron-cutting sword chopped down from above, splitting Chun Zhuang's body in 2. The momentum was unexhausted, leaving a 2-meter-long, seemingly bottomless fissure in the ground. Chun Zhuang's body, cleft in half, ran a few steps forward out of inertia, passing by the sides of Su Changkong's body, and floppily collapsed on the ground, dead beyond any doubt. Su Changkong's heart was also slightly conflicted. On their first encounter, Chun Zhuang had led dozens of knights to Black Iron Manor, his divine power unmatched, smashing the manor's gate with his body alone, making even the Su Changkong of that time marvel at how powerful a martial artist could be. Yet, years later, Su Changkong had caused him to fall on the spot with a single strike. Chun Zhuang would never know that this wasn't their first meeting. The one who had killed him was a youth standing unnoticed among the crowd at Black Iron Manor, a place he had visited multiple times. Whoosh! After delivering 3 sword strikes in quick succession, slaying Shi Zijian and Chen Zhuang, Su Changkong relaxed his mind and then felt a vertigo of weakness, his face deathly pale, with waves of darkness clouding his vision, nearly fainting on the spot. Although he had executed only 3 strikes, these beyond-the-limit strikes had drained Su Changkong's essence, chi spirit completely, and he just wanted to lie down with his head thrown back. But Su Changkong held on with sheer will, knowing this was the Black Cavalry Gang's territory, and showing weakness was a one-way ticket to death. The leader, third in command dead, killed by the Iron Beast. At this moment, hundreds, nearly 1,000 pairs of eyes, stared dumbfounded at the only figure still standing in the center. They wore faces of horror, their teeth chattering as if the sky had collapsed. Unperturbed by the surrounding chaos, Su Changkong stepped toward the bisected corpse of Shi Zijian, drew his sword and sliced, severing Shi Zijian's head and holding it in his hand. Drip, drip, drip. Blood dripped from the severed head onto the ground, making a clear sound that seemed to resonate with a thud in everyone's heart. To dare to anger me and stand against me. This is your fate, Su Changkong said with a hoarse voice, looking around, the cold glint flickering in his dark eyes, chilling those he looked upon to the bone. Some, scared out of their wits, stumbled backward, their legs giving way as they fell to the ground. Having said this, Su Changkong walked away from the Black Cavalry Gang as if no one else was present. Along the way, the disciples of the Black Cavalry Gang involuntarily gripped their weapons, yet none had the courage to act. Instead, their legs uncontrollably made way for Su Changkong to pass. What these people did not realize was that beneath the armor, Su Changkong was pale as a ghost, sweat pouring down his weak forehead. A few members could have slain the already exhausted Su Changkong on the spot. The head in Su Changkong's hand continued to drip blood, dripping, causing the teeth of the supposedly fierce elites of the Black Cavalry Gang to chatter in fear. Who would have the gall to obstruct or attack Su Changkong? Clang! Clang! Only the friction and collision of metal armor could be heard as footsteps gradually receded into the darkness. The big boss, the third boss, are they all dead? Was that Iron Beast from the Black Lotus sect? Too horrifying. It was only a good while after Su Changkong had left that the members of the Black Cavalry Gang were able to breathe again, each of them pale and still looking lost and clueless. Not long ago, the Black Cavalry Gang had wiped out the White Jade Gang, their prestige unmatched. Yet tonight, an unforeseen catastrophe had occurred. A master who claimed to be an Iron Beast of the Black Lotus sect came alone to the Black Cavalry Gang, and with just 2 or 3 strikes had slain Shi Zijian and Chen Zhuang, leaving observers suspecting they were under an illusion. The big boss and the third boss were killed by the Iron Beast. The treasures in the storeroom, getting a bit of it would mean a lifetime of ease. Some were terrified, unable to accept reality, while others had a gleam in their eye. A portion of the Black Cavalry Gang's wealth was used to reward disciples. Most of it, however, was spent by Shi Zijian to purchase rare heavenly materials and substances that replenished chi and blood in the hopes of returning to his peak. The true gold and silver that remained in the storeroom were not actually much. But for the ordinary person, it was a fortune they couldn't amass in 10 lifetimes. Now that Shi Zijian was dead, many of the Black Cavalry Gang's martial artists were tempted to share in the spoils. After all, they had joined the Black Cavalry Gang, risking their necks for the sake of profit. Su Changkong, of course, had no idea that a power struggle for leadership and wealth had erupted within the Black Cavalry Gang on the very night after he left. My blade technique, combined with the blade nurturing art, indeed has terrifying killing power, although its only flaw is that it consumes too much, leaving me with only 2 or 3 strikes. At this point, Su Changkong had already left the Black Cavalry Gang headquarters several miles behind. He removed his helmet and sat cross-legged in a grove of trees, practicing controlled breathing to recover some strength. He also marveled at the terrifying power of his 3 strikes. The iron-cutting blade technique was already phenomenally lethal, but when combined with the blade nurturing art, it produced an effect greater than than the sum of its parts. It's a pity. The Black Cavalry gang must have accumulated a not insignificant fortune, but I'm in too poor a state to linger any longer. Su Changkong couldn't help but regret it, but he was too weak, and the longer he stayed at the Black Cavalry gang, the more dangerous it became. The rational choice was to make a swift exit. When daylight comes tomorrow, I'll head to Clearwater City to stay temporarily. After a complete cycle of breaths, Su Changkong had recovered some strength and pondered his next move. Soon, the news of Shi Zijian's death would surely shake the whole of Clearwater City. Su Changkong had no plans to return to Black Iron Manor, for he was preparing to venture into a wider world. I previously asked Lu Feng about the ingredients for the Qi blood pill. Most of them can't be purchased around Clearwater City, so I'll have to visit Ink Forest Prefecture City. But before that, I need to earn more money and make preparations. Su Changkong decided to go to Ink Forest Prefecture City after some time. It was the most bustling place in Ink Forest Prefecture, the center of an entire prefecture's domain, far from comparable to a county city like Clearwater City. However, the ingredients for the Qi blood pill were expensive, and getting an alchemist to perform the alchemy was a considerable expense. Su Changkong had saved up some money, but it might not be enough, hence accumulating more money was essential. As for the fate of Black Iron Manor after that, whether Immortal planned to rebuild it or to enjoy his latter years in peace was no longer Su Changkong's concern. Su Changkong had already done enough by eliminating the threats to Black Iron Manor. He could not possibly stay there his entire life, to protect it forever. The next morning, Su Changkong hid the Iron Beast armor in a deserted mountain more than 10 miles outside Clearwater City. Then he himself entered the city and rented a very quiet residence to rest in. Now to prepare the boiling blood scatter. In the small courtyard, Su Changkong had regained some physical and mental strength, and he did not idle away his time, but began preparing the boiling blood scatter. He had already collected all the ingredients for boiling blood scatter, but preparing the medicine took time, or else Shi Zijian would have had the unlucky chance to experience its taste. Red-bellied snake blood, blood insect grass, septicemia flower. Su Changkong took these ingredients he had collected, crushing some, boiling others in hot water, then mixing, blending, and simmering them strictly according to the prescription given to him by Dr. Huashan. After spending a day or two, Su Changkong looked at the palm-sized jar of blood-red powder in front of him and could not help but swallow his saliva. This blood-red powder gave off a scent that made Su Changkong's blood feel as if it was being stimulated, surging within him in waves, his face flushing red. This stuff is indeed a powerful poison. Even martial artists in the Qi blood realm, most would not be able to withstand it. Su Changkong marveled. Dr. Huashan's serendipitous discovery of the boiling blood scatter prescription was certainly a deadly poison. Su Changkong decided to test its effectiveness. He caught a mouse, tied it up, diluted the boiling blood scatter in water to make it as thick as paste, then smeared some on a small knife and lightly slashed the mouse with the blade. Squeak, squeak. Within a breath's time, the black-haired mouse began rolling around as if it was enduring immense pain, its blood flowing rapidly like boiling water, its body expanding and swelling, and soon blood started oozing from its skin and pores. After a few struggles, it stopped moving and died. This thing is too potent. Had I had the boiling blood scatter during my fight with Shi Zijian and coated it on the spikes of my armor, just a scratch would have made him perish on the spot, avoiding such a difficult battle. Su Changkong was astonished at the horror of the boiling blood scatter. In less than 10 breaths, the black-haired mouse had met a grisly death. If he poisoned his weapons and managed to cut his opponent, even a martial artist in the Qi blood realm would be struck by the deadly toxin. The blood-targeting boiling blood scatter was certainly a terrifying and malevolent substance. Using poison might seem dishonorable, but when fighting for one's life, honor cannot be a concern. Only the last one standing is the victor. One must use every means possible to win. Having prepared the boiling blood scatter, Su Changkong then pondered over how to maximize its efficacy. Ultimately, Su Changkong's answer was a long-range hidden weapon. With poison applied to a hidden weapon, as long as it caused a flesh wound to the enemy. The boiling blood scatter would take effect. I'll rent a smithy to forge the hidden weapons I need. Acting on his thoughts, Su Changkong spent a considerable amount of silver to rent a small but fully equipped smithy in Clearwater City. He shut the door behind him and began researching and forging the hidden weapons he needed. I will make a crossbow. It needs to be sufficiently concealed, able to hide within a sleeve, and deliver a surprising blow at critical moments, leaving the enemy defenseless. After much consideration, Su Changkong decided to create a sleeve crossbow, a very compact crossbow that could be strapped to the arm and hidden under a sleeve. Such a crossbow would naturally not be as powerful as a heavy crossbow with a range of 100 meters. But it didn't have to be that powerful. Su Changkong's goal was for it to carry the boiling blood scatter. As long as it could wound the enemy, it would be sufficient. First, Su Changkong made a design. He had forged a heavy crossbow before and had accumulated some experience. After drawing the design, Su Changkong began to forge the sleeve crossbow. Crafting such a delicate and intricate device proved to be several times more difficult than the heavy crossbow. The smaller it was, the greater the precision and skill required to forge it. The smallest mistake could lead to a huge failure. Forging, 7th Realm Profound Mastery 1%. With Su Changkong's forging skills improving daily through his efforts, which were no less than those put into his other martial arts, and with his recent experience forging the ferocious beast armor, he had naturally progressed even further during the focused task of crafting the sleeve arrows, entering the 7th realm following the iron-cutting blade technique. Clang, clang, clang. Su Changkong worked up a sweat next to the furnace, forging the various intricate parts. It took him a whole half-month to forge the sleeve crossbow as he had envisaged it. From the outside, the sleeve crossbow crafted by Su Changkong looked like a cylindrical tube half a foot long, with 3 holes to insert 3 bolts. Click, click, click. Su Changkong fitted the sleeve crossbow onto his left arm, loaded 3 custom-made bolts, wound the trigger mechanism, and the parts inside the crossbow moved and tensed, making a faint sound like a ticking clock. There were 2 ways to fire the sleeve crossbow. One way required both hands to cooperate to press the trigger to discharge the bolts. The other way was to activate it with one arm, requiring a tight fist, taut muscles, and then a forceful wrist bend to release the spring, firing the bolts and concealing the action even more. Only with Su Changkong's forging skills reaching a level of profound mastery could he create such a sophisticated sleeve crossbow. Standing in the courtyard, Su Changkong aimed his left hand at a large tree, his fingers tightly clenched, wrist bent, and muscles taut, triggering the mechanism of the sleeve crossbow. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds of the mechanical trigger, combined with the trembling of parts, sent 3 arrows shooting out from the sleeve crossbow on Su Changkong's arm in a shape, hitting the big tree in the courtyard. Thump, thump, thump. All 3 arrows buried themselves about a third of the way into the trunk, demonstrating considerable power. I increased the mass of the arrows, sacrificing range. Their effective lethality is about 10 meters. Moreover, to enhance the power, the crossbow's parts are under a lot of stress and will be damaged after just a few uses. These thoughts went through Su Changkong's mind in silence, though he was quite satisfied with his accomplishments over the past half-month. The sleeve crossbow, capable of firing 3 arrows at once, was most powerful within 10 steps, and despite its mechanisms wearing out after several uses, it was not an issue for Su Changkong. After all, the sleeve crossbow was an equivalent to a hidden weapon, not commonly used. Even if it had a farther range, the enemy would have a chance to react, so a distance of just over 10 steps was sufficient. On the arrowheads of the sleeve crossbow, Su Changkong had applied boiling blood scatter. Naturally, he had poisoned his iron cutting sword as well. Any martial artist, even those in the Chi blood realm, who suffered an injury from his weapons would face a desperate situation with slim chances of survival. The combination of boiling blood scatter and the sleeve crossbow was undoubtedly a new trump card for Su Changkong, giving him an increased sense of security. I haven't visited Wang Yun at the Yamen in a long time. I should go in a couple of days. I need to save more money, Su Changkong stretched languidly. In recent times, Su Changkong had been especially busy. Between collecting herbs for boiling blood scatter, his night raid on Black Cavalry Gang, crafting bolts and arrows, and recuperating his body, it had been almost a month since he last saw Wang Yun. Su Changkong had an agreement with Wang Yun. Every time Su Changkong killed a disciple of the Black Lotus sect, Wang Yun would pay him a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. This was Su Changkong's main source of income. Su Changkong prepared to see if Wang Yun had any new intelligence, so he could earn more money. Once he had saved enough money, Su Changkong would head to Ink Forest Prefecture City to attempt to acquire a Qi blood pill and advance further into the Qi blood realm. The next day arrived, and Su Changkong got himself dressed up. Wearing black clothes and with a stern expression, he set off to the magistrate office as Mr. Wen to meet with Wang Yun. Lord Wen, this way, please. The arrival of Su Changkong made the guards at the entrance of the yamen very respectful, aware that the gentleman before them was a distinguished guest of County Magistrate Wang Yun, and they dared not be negligent. All the way, he was escorted to the back courtyard of the yamen, where Wang Yun lived and worked. Soon, Su Changkong saw Wang Yun, who looked slightly gaunt compared to their last meeting. Mr. Wen, you've finally come. Wang Yun's eyes brightened upon seeing Su Changkong. Su Changkong accepted Wang Yun's invitation to sit and nodded slightly. I encountered a bottleneck in my training recently and went into seclusion for a while. Seeing your pallor, my lord, has something happened? Wang Yun sighed. Indeed, quite a few things have happened. Have you heard about the Black Cavalry Gang? Upon hearing this, Su Changkong was inwardly stirred but feigned confusion on the surface. The Black Cavalry Gang? What about it? Wang Yun's expression turned grave. About a half-month ago, the Black Cavalry Gang offended the Black Lotus sect. A skilled practitioner from the sect came to their doors, slew Shi Zijian and the third gang leader, Chun Zhuang, on the spot, and then left triumphantly. A Black Lotus sect practitioner capable of slaying Shi Zijian. I'm afraid we have no martial artist in Clearwater City who can match that. Wang Yun spoke with a touch of worry. Su Changkong couldn't help but silently laugh to himself, to conceal his identity and create confusion, causing the Black Lotus sect and the Black Cavalry Gang to clash and view each other with hostility. Su Changkong had claimed to be from the Black Lotus sect when facing the Black Cavalry Gang, killing Shi Zijian in the process. As a result, outsiders like Wang Yun believed the story, truly thinking that it was the Black Lotus sect's member who had slain the powerful Shi Zijian. This matter was undoubtedly a major event that shook the martial world of Clearwater City. However, Su Changkong naturally would not reveal the specifics of the situation. He simply expressed surprise. A member of the Black Lotus sect killed Shi Zijian? Isn't that a good thing? Indeed, it's somewhat a good thing. With the death of Shi Zijian, the Black Cavalry Gang fell into internal strife that very night. Then they were attacked from all sides and became like rats crossing the street, nearly obliterated. But this has also made the Black Lotus sect even more feared and revered. Wang Yun sighed again. The Black Cavalry Gang had grown too quickly and thus had an unstable foundation. While Shi Zijian was alive, he could maintain order, but his death had martial artists within the gang, each harboring their agendas. Some went their separate ways, and others fought over the gang's wealth. The gang fell apart quickly, turning to dust in history. But the killing of Shi Zijian by a Black Lotus sect practitioner undoubtedly made outsiders even more fearful of the sect, more wary of crossing them. All right, Lord Wang, no matter how strong the Black Lotus sect is, we cannot let them run wild. Do you have any intelligence regarding their disciples? Su Changkong didn't linger on the topic and instead steered the conversation toward more practical matters. He was here to make money. Yes, we just gathered some intelligence yesterday. Please take a look, Mr. Wen. Wang Yun regained his composure, took out a scroll from beneath the table, and handed it to Su Changkong. Su Changkong opened the scroll and began to read through it. Ning Cheng was spotted in Green Sea Town a few days ago, publicly killing several constables. Wanted locally, He is a disciple of the Black Lotus sect, suspected to have the cultivation of the divine strength realm. According to intelligence, he is now hiding in a thatched cottage within Luofeng Forest, extremely dangerous. The scroll contained information about a disciple of the Black Lotus sect, along with his portrait. Looking at the portrait, this Ning Chung appeared to be in his 30s, with a knife scar at the corner of his eye, clearly not a kind man. A cultivation in the divine strength realm. Then I'll make a trip, Su Changkong said as he put away the scroll, and spoke to Wang Yun before, as always, rising swiftly and making his way out of the yamen. He hoped that this Ning Chung would carry more gold and silver on him, so that he could make some quick profit. After Su Changkong left, Wang Yun's face showed signs of struggle and hesitation. Branch off. Meanwhile, the room's door was pushed open from the outside, and a man stepped in without any greeting, which was undoubtedly very impolite and unbridled. Yet Wang Yun did not show any dissatisfaction on his face. Instead, there was a hint of wariness. The man entering the room was dressed in a blue robe and had a refined and cultured appearance. The man smiled and said, "Is this the man who killed nearly 10 of our Black Lotus sect's disciples? He carries a faint scent of danger about him. Indeed, a master." Wang Yun replied with a grim look. "What do you plan to do to him?" The man in the blue robe traced a smile with the corner of his mouth, a grin bereft of warmth. "This man has killed so many of our Black Lotus sect disciples. What to do to him? Naturally, we will skin him alive and set him on fire. We'll make him taste all kinds of torture and regret his actions." The blue-robed man spoke lightly, but the chill in his tone made Wang Yun feel a shiver run down his spine. "Wen Tai, I'm sorry," Wang Yun said, sitting in the chair, pale and powerless. Wang Yun had hired Su Changkong to assassinate the disciples of the Black Lotus sect, hoping to diminish the sect's influence in Clearwater City. Despite Su Changkong's caution in concealing his identity, there are no impermeable walls in the world. The Black Lotus sect suffered numerous casualties among its disciples, and some began to suspect that Ghost Face, who was intentionally hunting their disciples, was probably acting under someone's orders. And in the vicinity of Clearwater City, the most likely suspect was County Magistrate Wang Yun. Not long ago, the high-level experts of the Black Lotus sect came knocking, threatening the lives of Wang Yun, his family, and friends to make Wang Yun cooperate with the sect to ensure that the ghost face who killed so many of their disciples paid the ultimate price. Without a doubt, Wang Yun had succumbed. Even though he felt guilty, he chose to cooperate with the Black Lotus sect for his own safety and that of his loved ones. He believed that under the instruction of the blue-robed man's carrier pigeon messages, the experts of the Black Lotus sect would be waiting at the location he had given to Su Changkong. Once Su Changkong plunged headfirst in, the outcome was clear. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wen. I'm sorry." Wang Yun chanted silently to himself, and then helplessly closed his eyes. He felt torn and conflicted inside. In his heart, he hoped that Wen Tai would turn misfortune into a blessing, but the chances were slim. And if Wen Tai did indeed miraculously survive, he would surely realize that he had been betrayed by Wang Yun and return in a furious rage to seek revenge. If Wen Tai died, the Black Lotus sect would press him with threats and temptation. If Wen Tai survived, then based on Wang Yun's understanding of his resolute and decisive nature, the betrayed Wen Tai would likely personally behead him. Whether Wen Tai was dead or alive, Wang Yun had no way out. The blue-robed man casually crossed his legs and sat down in a corner of the room, his lips curved in a smile. The blue-robed man was prepared to wait for the news of Ghost Face's elimination, to completely despair Wang Yun, and to further threaten and entice him, making the influential county magistrate join the Black Lotus sect and serve them. With that, Clearwater City would no doubt be in the sect's pocket. As for Wen Tai, or whatever Ghost Face, they were nothing more than ants that brought some minor trouble to the Black Lotus sect, to be easily crushed with no one to remember them. Such presumptuous fools, who thought they could turn the tide with their modest abilities, had been eradicated in numbers throughout the growth and expansion of the Black Lotus sect. Su Changkong naturally did not know that Wang Yun had already been threatened by the Black Lotus sect, and in cooperation with them, he was sending Su Changkong into a trap. At this moment, Su Changkong had already made his way to the location mentioned in the intelligence. Luofeng Forest, located within the territory of Clearwater City, was a barren woodland where only beasts and birds dwelt, making it a very suitable hiding place for fugitives and bandits. When he arrived at Luofeng Forest, it was already dusk, with the sunset in the sky casting an orange glow that made one's spirit feel somewhat depressed and desolate. So Ning Chung is hiding inside Luofeng Forest? Find him quickly and return before it gets dark. Upon arriving at Luofeng Forest, Su Changkong paused briefly to observe before setting out into the woods. Su Changkong deliberately slowed his breathing and lightened his footsteps. Even when he stepped on the dry branches and fallen leaves, there was hardly any sound. Luofeng Forest was not large, and Su Changkong soon spotted a thatched cottage in the center of the woods. But Su Changkong's brows furrowed. The thatched cottage was very dilapidated, half collapsed, and did not look like a place where someone could live at all. Whoosh! Suddenly, Su Changkong's ears twitched, and following the wind, he heard a barely audible sound. It was the sound of breathing. Someone was in hiding, and not just one person. "Who's there?" Su Changkong called out coldly, fully on guard. "Haha, are you the one known as Ghostface? You dare to go against us, the Black Lotus sect? You've got quite the guts." A cold laugh sounded. Footsteps could be heard from all directions. From behind the large trees all around and from the thickets, figures began to step out, a total of 5 or 6 people. Each one's presence was so strong that it would make any ordinary martial artist's heart tremble with fear, causing their legs to shake uncontrollably. They formed an encirclement to surround Su Changkong, preventing him from escaping. The Black Lotus sect? More than one person. Su Changkong's expression turned grim. He saw that each of these people had a powerful aura, especially 2 or 3 of them with their eyes sparkling and an astonishing demeanor as they moved. That was the commanding presence unique to those who had achieved body refinement, great achievement. It was Wang Yun. He betrayed me. Su Changkong was no fool. In an instant, anger and killing intent in his heart peaked. These people had obviously been waiting here for a long time and knew in advance that Su Changkong was coming, which definitely meant collusion with Wang Yun. Initially, Wang Yun hired Su Changkong to hunt down disciples of the Black Lotus sect to fight against them. But now he was working hand in glove with the Black Lotus sect. Had Wang Yun been threatened, or had he made some deal with them? Su Changkong could not know, but it didn't matter anymore. What was most important now was to deal with the situation at hand. Su Changkong took a deep breath in secret, suppressing the rage and killing intent in his heart, and became calm again. He looked around at the Black Lotus sect disciples. There were 6 people in total. Nearly half of them had powerful auras and were at the divine bravery stage. Ning Chung from the intel was among them, and the weakest were at the divine strength realm. But what attracted Su Changkong's attention the most was a man in gray clothes who stepped out from under a large tree in front of him. The man in gray had a youthful face without a beard, no more than 40 at most. He was of average height and build, with a long sword on his back and standing with his hands behind him, exuding an air of nonchalance. Relying on his instincts, Su Changkong could feel a faint sense of threat emanating from the man in gray, even stronger than that from Shi Zijian, leading Su Changkong to guess his identity. He's Ghostface, the one who killed nearly 10 of our Black Lotus sect members. The Black Lotus sect disciples all scrutinized Su Changkong with undisguised murderous intent on their faces. A year ago, the Black Lotus sect decided to infiltrate and take control of Clearwater City. Everything was going smoothly, but then a warrior calling himself Ghostface appeared and killed many Black Lotus sect disciples, making the rest hesitant and significantly affecting their operations. Now, the Black Lotus sect wanted to make Ghostface pay the most painful price for daring to obstruct them. Should I call you Entai, or should I call you Ghostface? You're younger than I imagined. You shouldn't have opposed the Black Lotus sect. The man in gray slowly began to speak, his voice sharp and piercing, making it very uncomfortable to listen to. Su Changkong's thoughts raced, and he earnestly said, "I was only after the money and never meant to deliberately oppose the Black Lotus sect. Why don't we settle this peacefully? I could also join the Black Lotus sect and be brothers with you all." Once he said this, the 5 or 6 Black Lotus sect experts twitched at the corners of their mouths in disgust. Ghostface was shameless. When he was killing the Black Lotus sect disciples, he claimed to be from the Black Cavalry gang. Now that they had come knocking at his door, he was immediately ready to join the Black Lotus sect to save his life. A sneer appeared on the face of the man in gray. "If it were before, our Black Lotus sect would welcome a young martial artist with potential like you, and our treatment would have been extremely favorable. But you've killed so many of our disciples that it's impossible to turn our fight into friendship now. You must learn to regret going against the Black Lotus sect, to serve as a warning to others." The Black Lotus sect welcomed talented individuals to join them, but if they had a major grievance with the sect, such as Ghostface who killed nearly 10 of their disciples, allowing him to join would be unacceptable in the eyes of the rest of the sect. "Exactly. Let's flay and dismember this Ghostface." A Black Lotus sect disciple with a scar on his face beside Su Changkong agreed. This man was Ning Chung, one from the intel provided by Wang Yun, and he was among the Black Lotus sect experts ambushing Su Changkong. However, before Ning Chung could finish, the man in gray's expression changed as he shouted, "Watch out!" But before the voice of the man in gray could reach Ning Chung, Su Changkong had already moved without warning. 5 animal frolics. Descending tiger. Su Changkong's body twisted, his legs slightly bent, and in the next second, he charged at Ning Chung, dragging a series of afterimages behind him and carrying the fierce aura of the king of all beasts. Su Changkong knew that these Black Lotus sect disciples were lying in ambush waiting for him and wouldn't give up easily. He had only 2 choices: flee or kill them all. It was either their death or his. Roar! Ning Chung was startled, but after all, he was a martial artist who had reached the divine strength realm by body refinement. A low roar erupted from his throat, and the scar on his face became even more ferocious as he mustered all his strength to fight Su Changkong. However, Su Changkong, like a tiger descending the mountain, caused Ning Cheng's heart to be unconsciously filled with fear, and his actions paused for an instant. Having entered the divine bravery stage, Su Changkong trained diligently every day. His 5 animal frolics had improved remarkably, with form and spirit united, blending with the unique momentum of a divine bravery stage martial artist, easily intimidating those of a lower realm. Not good. Ning Cheng's heart clenched, sensing trouble. Poochie. Su Changkong's right palm curved into a claw, his fingers piercing Ning Cheng's throat like tiger claws, grabbing hold of his windpipe and viciously tearing it out with a forceful pull. Amid the sound of flesh ripping, a blood-stained section of the windpipe was brutally torn out. Ning Chung couldn't even scream, covering his throat, staggering backwards, and collapsing to the ground, with his eyes wide open. He, a prominent divine strength realm martial artist in Clearwater City, capable of being a top-tier fighter, faced Su Changkong and didn't have the strength to fight back, killed in a single exchange? Su Changkong's attack was incredibly ruthless, intended, of course, to deter other Black Lotus sect experts. Against multiple opponents, nearly half of whom were a level not inferior to his body refinement grade achievement, he had to strike with deadly force. Damn it! An enraged roar sounded as 2 Black Lotus sect martial artists, seeing Ning Chung slain by Su Changkong, attacked in fury, one from the left and one from the right, charging at Su Changkong. The strength of these 2 men was extraordinary, the man on the right being a feminine guy at the divine strength realm, while the bald muscle man on the left with a powerful aura caused birds to flee in panic with a roar, revealing his status as a divine bravery realm powerhouse. In Clearwater City, a divine bravery stage martial artist was already among the rare top fighters, and the Black Lotus sect sent a large number of their best fighters to the city to kill Su Changkong. including 2 from the Divine Bravery stage. They were indeed deploying their elite forces. In one-on-one combat, it would take time for martial artists of the same level to determine a victor, and even with a skill gap, it wouldn't be too significant. Dispatching so many experts to kill Su Changkong was meant to ensure a fail-safe kill. For these Black Lotus sect experts, this was overkill. Kill. Kill them all. A murderous aura surfaced on Su Changkong's cold face. These Black Lotus sect disciples were all out for his life, and the only thing he could do was to fight with all his might to kill them all. Iron cutting blade technique. Horizontal chop. Su Changkong adjusted his posture, the angle of his sword, his palm already on the hilt at his waist. Clang! A dazzling cold light shone, followed by the crisp sound of metal scraping. The resplendent sword light flashed like a silver dragon. The longer Su Changkong's blade nurturing art was cultivated, the stronger it would be. It had been over half a month since Su Changkong had restarted nurturing his blade, and while the accumulated blade chi was not as strong as the results after nurturing his blade for 100 days, the current opponents were nowhere near as formidable as experts like Shi Zijian. What? The pupils of the 2 Black Lotus sect experts who were charging shrank as Su Changkong's strike was infused with essence chi spirit, so fast it stretched the limits of the retina to capture, rendering it impregnable. The Divine Bravery stage bald man concentrated his true chi in his palms, gritting his teeth as he reached out to grab the blade, trying to stop the strike. Pucci, but this half-month nurtured iron-cutting sword combined with Su Changkong's profound mastery level of iron blade technique was simply not something flesh and blood could withstand. Amid a distinct sound of slicing, the bald man's fingers were severed clean off, and as he looked on in shock, the blade light passed across his head, shearing off half of it. And yet, the strike still had momentum to spare, tracing an arc from left to right, heading toward the tall and cold man, charging from the other side. His eyes widened in shock as the blade passed by his neck. Puff! A fine head flew up a couple meters high as blood gushed from the severed neck. This strike was breathtakingly stunning. Blade nurturing art combined with a Tier 7 iron blade technique, it was terrifying. The other Black Lotus sect experts who had been ready to join the battle stopped in their tracks as they saw the head flying and blood spurting, each of their scalps tingling. To them, with so many experts ganging up on one ghost face, even if this ghost face was a martial artist with body refinement grade achievement, he should lack the power to retaliate and would fall where he stood. But in the blink of an eye, Su Changkong attacked ferociously, instantly killing 2 at the Divine Strength realm and 1 at the Divine Bravery stage, as effortlessly as chopping vegetables, an unstoppable force. Of course, Su Changkong made it look easy to kill, but in reality, it was because he was using his full strength and killing moves. Kill! After consecutively killing 3 people, Su Changkong didn't stop for half a step. He stepped forward and rushed towards the blue-clad man closest to him. The blade chi from his blade, nurturing art, hadn't dissipated or been used up yet. He approached the blue-clad man and unleashed an upward slash from below, like a volcano erupting and shooting into the sky. Although both were in the Divine Bravery stage, a wave of fear rose in the heart of the man in blue. Faced with Su Changkong, who had killed several people in succession, he did not have much courage to resist head-on and kept retreating backward. Quite skilled, at that moment, a somewhat sharp voice rang out, and a gray figure had already intercepted him. It was the man in gray who Su Changkong had felt earlier, the one with the threatening presence. The man in gray had already drawn the long sword that he had been carrying on his back. This long sword was long and thin, which would seem clumsy and fragile in the hands of the average person. But when the gray-clad man wielded the long sword, facing Su Changkong's astonishing chop, he pressed the sword down, fiercely clashing head-on with Su Changkong's blade chi-laden upward slash. Clang! The crisp, ear-piercing sound of metal striking metal echoed, and the slender blade of the sword burst forth with an unparalleled great force, pressing down the iron-cutting sword and creating a deep, cracked indentation in the ground. Su Changkong was also somewhat startled. Although he had been refining the sword for only half a month and was already on his second chop, with its power somewhat diminished compared to the first, it was still capable of instantly slaying a peer at the same level. Yet this man in gray was able to suppress it with a thin sword head-on, which showed the strength and cultivation level of his opponent. Looking across Clearwater City, he feared he would not find a second master of this caliber. Su Changkong dared not be careless. He took a deep breath as the turtle breathing true qi inside his body circulated rapidly, like a stream rushing, reaching his limbs and bones. The muscles all over his body swelled, and he lifted the sword with both hands, finally flipping open the long sword that had been pressing down on the iron-cutting sword. Iron cutting blade technique. Splitting cut. Su Changkong bellowed, raising the iron-cutting sword with both hands high above his head and bringing it down in a top-to-bottom chop. This was the final technique of the iron-cutting blade technique, and also the most powerful. The slash, carrying the remaining blade chi, was like a cold meteor plummeting from the sky. Willow's sweep sword technique. The man in gray, facing Su Changkong's all-out chop, also dare not be careless. He shouted and used the long sword to block. Clang! The chop slashed onto the blade of the sword, causing the slender sword to bend downwards, almost to the point of breaking. Astonishingly, the man in gray's palm, which was holding the sword, input a robust true chi, which straightened the bent long sword and forcefully diverted Su Changkong's chop. This display of profound mastery in strength and swordsmanship was something Su Changkong had only seen in his life. Chief Lu has finally made a move. With Chief Lu stepping in, this lad is going to be sliced 1,000 times over. The remaining two masters from the Black Lotus sect both breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing a trace of excitement. This man in gray, surnamed Lu and known as Lu Byron, was no ordinary disciple of the Black Lotus sect. He was a chief in Clearwater City, managing and planning the affairs of the Black Lotus sect within the territory of Clearwater City, holding high authority and with personal strength unmatched by anyone else in a place like Clearwater City. Lu Byron narrowed his eyes. Your chop gets weaker with each strike. I see, it must be some kind of advanced martial arts technique that can burst beyond limits, right? Lu Byron clearly felt that Su Changkong's 3 chops each were weaker than the last, and understood that Su Changkong had practiced some unique martial arts technique. All 3 chops exhausted, Su Changkong felt a slight weakness. Fortunately, he had been refining his sword for over half a month. Although the power burst forth was far from as strong as during his 100-day refinement when facing Shi Zijian, it also meant that his own consumption was less, not leaving him nearly fainting after 3 chops. Lu Byron's face then turned ice-cold. To kill my sect's disciples before me. Today, I shall make you wail in death. Previously, Su Changkong acted too quickly and decisively, slaying 3 people before Lu Byron had a chance to intervene. That several people came to surround and kill Su Changkong, resulting in casualties, undoubtedly made Lu Byron feel like he had lost face. Boom! Lu Byron took a slight step forward, and the ground trembled faintly. The blood vessels all over his body squirmed, his blood rushing extremely fast, and his skin glowed with a faint red light. From the pores of his skin, a blood-red mist seeped out, entwining around his body as if he had donned a layer of blood-red veil. A Chi Blood Realm martial artist. Seeing this, Su Changkong's heart grew even heavier. Lu Byron could so easily catch his 2 chops. Su Changkong already understood the other was not a body refinement martial artist, but a Chi Blood Realm one. A Chi Blood Realm martial artist undergoes 12 transformations of Chi and blood, with every 3 transformations forming 1 level. The first level of the Chi Blood Realm is the Chi Blood Veil, where the visibly manifesting Chi and blood resemble a veil when it circulates. The second level is the Chi Blood Wolf Smoke, forming a smoke that rises to the sky. The third level is the Chi Blood Long Dragon, where the Chi and blood condense into a divine dragon, coiling in the air, imposing and powerful enough to subdue thousands of troops. The fourth level of the Qi blood realm is the Qi blood furnace, with the Qi and blood resembling a huge cauldron, burning hot like fire, capable of smelting all things. Among Qi blood realm martial artists who reach this level, not even 1 in 100 can be found. Shi Zijian, who Su Changkong faced earlier, had shown a hint of the traits of a Qi blood realm martial artist, but it seemed he was injured, and his Qi and blood were hidden, not fully displayed. However, this Lu Byron before him was a fully fledged, peak-conditioned Qi blood realm martial artist. Phew! An oppressive force bore down, making Su Changkong feel as if 1,000 caddies were pressing down on him, his own true Qi and blood circulation slowing down. This is realm suppression. The formidable Qi and blood of a Qi blood realm martial artist are enough to make an ordinary martial artist pale and shaky, losing the ability to fight. Su Changkong's expression turned grim. It was said that a powerful Qi blood realm martial artist, merely by releasing the transformed potent Qi and blood, could oppress someone to the point of fainting on the spot. Although Shi Zijian was far from reaching that state, facing Su Changkong of Divine Bravery stage did not put him under such immense pressure, but the gap in their realms truly existed and unavoidably affected Su Changkong. Before him now was the Black Lotus sect's branch leader Lu Byron, an enemy stronger than Shi Zijian, the strongest martial artist Su Changkong had encountered thus far, surpassing him in both realm and cultivation. This was Su Changkong's greatest challenge. A single misstep, and he would fall here today, shrouded in defeat. Kill. Enshrouded by a Qi blood veil, Lu Byron's not particularly tall stature suddenly seemed to tower, as if 10 feet tall, exuding an immense, oppressive presence. With a low shout, the long sword in his hand swiped through the air towards Su Changkong as if it were a willow yielding to the wind, its tip vibrating with a chain of hissing whistles. Whoosh! Facing this Qi blood realm martial artist, Su Changkong couldn't afford a moment of negligence. He took a deep breath, his chest slightly swelling, and the turtle breathing true Qi inside his body flowed to its limits, generating a sound like running water. Su Changkong gripped his sword with both hands, his iron-cutting sword barbarous and brusque as he executed a horizontal chop. Clang! In the clear, clashing sound, fallen leaves on the ground were picked up by the strong wind, soaring several feet before being torn apart. The immense force within that sword's blade forced Su Changkong to stagger backward. Even though Lu Byron wielded a slender longsword, seemingly at a disadvantage against Su Changkong's heavy, broad iron-cutting sword, his profound cultivation and realm allowed him to overpower the weaker. We too will flank him, preventing his escape. The other 2 Black Lotus sect experts, upon seeing this, felt a surge of excitement, their lips curling into a malicious smile, knowing that Su Changkong stood no chance against Lu Byron. The only concern was to prevent his escape, and with them ready to pounce, Su Changkong had no hope left today. Clang, clang, clang. In the arena, Su Changkong and Lu Byron exchanged a flurry of blows. Lu Byron's swordsmanship was a blend of soft and hard, like a gentle breeze caressing willows, changing unpredictably, while Su Changkong's blade technique was straightforward and broad, simplicity taken to the extreme, appearing for the moment not to be at a disadvantage. However, anyone could see that Su Changkong was completely on the defensive. Holding the sword in both hands, he was suppressed by Lu Byron, wielding a sword in one hand. Lu Byron with the Qi blood veil swirling around him. Each casual sword strike was shockingly powerful, forcing Su Changkong to muster all his inner strength and breath to defend. This young man named Wen Tai? His blade technique lacks intricate variations, but he has perfected the art of speed, accuracy, and viciousness. Quick blade cuts chaos. Did he create this technique himself? Such talent, if recruited by the Black Lotus sect, would surely surpass even me in the future. Lu Byron seemed completely at ease, as he also noticed that Su Changkong's blade technique was not intricate or variable, but it possessed a simple, brute beauty, clearly revealing that his talent was one in a million. What a pity to have slain so many disciples of the Black Lotus sect. Your only fate is to be cut 1,000 times over. Lu Byron's expression turned chilling as he thrust his sword even faster and fiercer, each strike carrying the tremendous force of chi and blood, alarmingly weighty. Clang, clang, clang. Struggling to parry, the webbing of Su Changkong's hand split, his arms numb. He was almost unable to hold onto the iron-cutting sword. This was absolute suppression. In both cultivation and realm, Lu Byron was above him. With two other divine bravery stage martial artists looming nearby, there was no chance of escape. The only way is to kill this Lu Byron. For this, even if it means paying a price, it is necessary. Su Changkong's forehead beaded with sweat as a sign of both physical and internal energy depletion, but his mind grew only calmer, knowing he had to place himself in a situation of life or death to survive. Clang! After another collision, Su Changkong's palms burst open, barely holding onto the iron-cutting sword as it flew out of his grip, leaving him wide open. And Lu Byron, the Chi-Blood realm martial artist, wouldn't miss this opportunity. His longsword, like the viper's flicking tongue, shot straight for Su Changkong. Su Changkong was betting that Lu Byron wanted to capture him alive and wouldn't let him die so easily. His gamble had paid off. Lu Byron's sword had not thrust towards Su Changkong's throat or heart, but rather his right shoulder. Pooh! Even though Su Changkong was wearing a golden ring armor, it only slightly delayed the piercing thrust of Lu Byron's sword, which penetrated through, impaling Su Changkong's shoulder and protruding out from the back. This was the first time Su Changkong had ever suffered such a severe injury since he had started his martial path. Crack, crack! Su Changkong activated the turtle breath technique, his muscles and bones clamping tightly, locking the sword that had impaled his shoulder in place. As he wrapped his right arm around the blade, locking it firmly in place, it was fortunate he was wearing golden ring armor, which protected his arm. Otherwise, had he dared to do such a thing, a mere flex of strength from Lu Byron would have been enough to slice his arm into pieces with a sharp blade. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Even with the golden ring armor, as Lu Byron vibrated his arm, channeling his strength in and out, the longsword trembled and sword chi burst forth, slicing through the golden ring armor at Su Changkong's arm, leaving behind crisscrossed wounds deep enough to reveal bone. But at this moment, Su Changkong's eyes were bloodshot, a fierce light flashing within them. He knew this was his only chance. Not good. Lu Byron felt a warning rise within his heart, sensing danger. He couldn't care to retrieve his weapon and simply let go of the longsword, retreating swiftly. But at that moment, Su Changkong extended his left arm towards Lu Byron, his muscles tensing as he flexed his wrist downwards with force. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds of mechanical triggers sounded simultaneously, accompanied by the noise of moving parts. From the sleeves of Su Changkong, 3 small metal arrows, each half a foot long, shot out in rapid succession, aiming straight for Lu Byron. Lu Byron's reaction was extremely quick. His body swayed to dodge an arrow, while with a sweep of his robe, he deflected another that targeted his face. However, an arrow aimed at his left shoulder was unavoidable. Pooh! The arrow struck Lu Byron's left shoulder. As a martial artist at the Chi-Blood realm, his muscles and skin were stronger than those at the divine bravery stage, and the Chi-Blood veil on the surface of his body weakened the arrow's force, allowing only half of the arrowhead to penetrate his shoulder. Damn it! Lu Byron was furious. He was a martial artist of the Chi-Blood realm. How could he have been injured by a junior? But before Lu Byron could curse in his anger, his face flushed red, and he felt an intense burning sensation spread from the wound throughout his body, making his blood feel as if it were boiling like gasoline, catching fire. Poison? There's poison? Lu Byron couldn't fail to understand the arrow was poisoned, and not just any poison, but one that could threaten martial artists of the Chi-Blood realm. Boiling blood scatter was particularly terrifying because it targeted the blood, especially when a martial artist of the Chi-Blood realm activated the power of Chi and blood, causing the rapidly moving blood to spread the toxin throughout the body in no time. Pooh! In just a breath or two, Lou Byron's blood boiled over. His skin turned a cooked shrimp-like red, and his heart convulsively throbbed with pain, spurting a mouthful of blood involuntarily. Not good. The two martial artists nearby, who were preventing Su Changkong from escaping, also realized Lou Byron's condition was not right, but Su Changkong had already moved. 5 animal frolics. Swinging arm ape. Su Changkong took a step forward, his face ferocious. Ignoring the bleeding wounds on his right shoulder and arm, his arms stretched out, trailing a series of afterimages as he launched a barrage of furious punches. Lou Byron wanted to defend, but every time he activated his true chi and blood, he felt an explosion of discomfort in his body, causing his movements to slow, and he could only watch helplessly as the relentless punches came at him. Boom, 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 boom. Su Changkong, like a raging ape, pounded like a drum on Lou Byron's body at his chest, abdomen, head within a single breath. Lou Byron's weakest spots were hammered by Su Changkong's heavy punches. Crack, 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 crack. The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed as Lou Byron's chest caved in, piercing his heart. His head deformed and twisted, his body tossed around like a sack ravaged by a giant beast, blood spurting wildly. Am I going to die here? Lou Byron's consciousness was blurring and dissipating. He wouldn't have imagined that just seconds ago he was on top, but now the situation had dramatically turned around, reversed. Even the white-robed young man, rushing forward on sensing something was amiss, was hit by a round object. Looking closely, he was stunned. That was an eyeball. Under Su Changkong's heavy punches, one of Lou Byron's eyes had been forced out of its socket and had fallen on him. The white-robed young man stopped in his tracks, a chill rising in his heart. Su Changkong was only 3 steps away from him, his bloodshot eyes glaring coldly, sending shivers down his spine, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Without any pause, Su Changkong took advantage of the moment, combining the sleeve crossbow with boiling blood scatter to defeat Lou Byron in one fell swoop. His left hand grabbed the long sword embedded in his right shoulder and yanked it out, blood spurting, staining the white-robed young man's robe with blood. Poochie. With a sweep of his hand and a thrust of his sword, the terrified white-robed young man, who was too stunned to react, had his head easily severed. One more left. Su Changkong's eyes, filled with murderous intent, turned towards the remaining blue-robed man as he walked towards him with his sword in hand. Despite the blood still flowing from his wounds, the killing intent he radiated almost solidified into substance. Chief Lou is dead. The blue-robed man trembled, his eyes showing disbelief and fear. He couldn't have imagined that Lou Byron, who had reached the Chi blood realm, would be killed in front of him by Su Changkong. The shattered bones and eyeball thrown about caused his teeth to chatter and his legs to go weak. Facing the relentless advance of Su Changkong, the blue-clad man, despite being a divine bravery stage martial artist, had completely lost his bravery won in that moment. All that remained was fear, and he couldn't help but let out a loud scream before turning to flee. Seeing all his companions, including the Chi blood realm martial artist Lou Byron, killed on the spot by Su Changkong, the impact was too much for him. Being in the same divine bravery stage, Su Changkong was seriously injured at that moment, and had the blue-clad man battled to the death, he might have had a decent chance of winning. But with his heart filled with fear and turning to run, he completely exposed his back, his life, to Su Changkong. With a forceful surge of true chi, Su Changkong's legs stamped the ground, and he pounced like a fierce tiger, catching up to the blue-clad man who had only just fled a few yards. His left hand, holding the long sword, mercilessly stabbed towards a man's back. The blue-clad man felt a pain in his back and chest as the slender blade of the sword pierced through his chest, going straight through his heart. After running a few steps, the blue-clad man collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open, as his breath faded rapidly. Huff, huff, huff. It was not until he had killed the blue-clad man that Su Changkong's long, sustained, turtle-breathing true chi finally drained away, and he sat down on the ground, gasping for air, with sweat pouring down like rain, soaking his clothes. His heart was pounding so fiercely it felt as though it would leap from his chest. It was not just because of physical and true chi exhaustion or bodily weakness, but also because of fear of death. If that Chief Lu had been wearing body armor, or had been trained in a horizontal training hard skill like Shi Zijian, the one to die would have been me. Su Changkong's heart kept pounding. He hadn't felt this when facing Shi Zijian because he was taking the initiative and was mentally prepared for anything. But being betrayed by Wang Yun, ambushed here by several Black Lotus sect experts led by Chief Lu, that had been beyond Su Changkong's predictions, a real life-and-death crisis. He was terrified that if it hadn't been for the boiling blood scatter he previously concocted and the sleeve crossbow he had made, he would have already been dead. Powerful strength is needed to deal with all the unexpected. Su Changkong silently mused, his desire for strength growing even more. He composed himself, then roughly bandaged the wound on his right arm with his clothing. Afterward, he sat down to regulate his breath, and an hour later, Su Changkong exhaled a wisp of pale blue air, feeling somewhat restored. He had been injured by a sword strike from Lu Bairen, but fortunately, it wasn't a vital spot. In fact, the injury wasn't serious. It was more the physical depletion that took its toll. Su Changkong looked down at the corpses on the ground, all of whom met very tragic ends. These Black Lotus sect experts had come to ambush him, even with Chief Lu Bairen personally making a move, not expecting to instead die by Su Changkong's hand. Su Changkong got to his feet and searched the bodies of the Black Lotus sect experts, but the gains were meager. These sect experts did not carry great wealth with them. Su Changkong only found identity tokens and some strange pills. Let's go back. Su Changkong severed Lu Bairen's head, and his face was covered with a layer of frost. Today he came the closest to death he ever had, all thanks to the information given by Wang Yun. One could imagine that it was Wang Yun's betrayal. Su Changkong would never let this pass. To prevent Wang Yun from getting news and preparing, Su Changkong ignored his own injuries and set off to return to Clearwater City. The sky had completely darkened. In a room at the magistrate office of Clearwater City, Wang Yun appeared anxious and restless, calculating the time. It was probable that the Black Lotus sect had already dealt with Wentai. Perhaps before long, Wentai's head would be laid before him. Every minute was torture. As for the green-robed man in the room, he seemed very composed. This time, with 2 divine bravery stage experts plus Chief Lu acting personally. Even if Ghostface had 3 heads and 6 arms, his death is certain. Creak. While the two waited, the room door was pushed open, making a creaking sound. Immediately after, a dark lump flew into the room, carrying the scent of blood, landing on the floor, and rolling several times. The green-robed man and Wang Yun both looked down in astonishment. No, not Wentai. Wang Yun's heart thumped wildly in shock because the head that flew in was not Wentai's, but that of an unfamiliar man. Moreover, the head appeared to have been struck by a tremendous force, twisted out of shape, one of its eyes having popped out of its socket, a sight most miserable. Chief Lu, as for the green-robed man, he inhaled sharply, scalp tingling, eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed. How could he not recognize it? This incredibly grisly, blood-soaked head was none other than Lu Bairen's. Chief Lu dead. The green-robed man's hair stood on end. While he could hardly believe it, he faintly understood something and quickly looked up. At the doorway stood a young man in black, carrying the scent of blood, who had pushed the door and entered. It was Su Changkong. Using the turtle breath technique to conceal his breath, and familiar with the magistrate office, Su Changkong had sneaked in silently and arrived at this point. Mr. One. Su Changkong saw Wang Yun, both delighted and distressed, with an extremely complex expression, as well as the green-robed man, whose face looked as though he had seen a ghost. A Black Lotus sect disciple. Earlier, when Su Changkong came, he had sensed someone spying on his conversation with Wang Yun. He thought it was just someone assigned to protect Wang Yun by the magistrate office and hadn't paid much attention. But now, seeing the green-robed man and hearing the man shouting Chief Lu, how could he not understand that this person was also from the Black Lotus sect? Su Changkong's face was expressionless as he strode towards the man in the green robe and slowly drew the iron-cutting sword from his waist. The man in the green robe stood up from his chair, and upon seeing Su Changkong's uniquely shaped iron-cutting sword, seemed to realize something. His eyes widened with alarm as he exclaimed, "You are Iron Beast?" The Iron Beast who killed Shi Zijian. Not long ago, Shi Zijian, the leader of the Black Cavalry Gang, was slain on his own turf by a master who claimed to be Iron Beast, a supposed expert from the Black Lotus sect. Most outsiders didn't doubt his identity. However, the disciples of the Black Lotus sect, including the man in the green robe, knew there was no such person within their ranks. Of course, they didn't explain this to outsiders. Iron Beast's act of killing Shi Zijian in the name of the Black Lotus sect also served to enhance the notorious reputation of the sect. Rumor said that Iron Beast's blade technique was stunning, and it took him only 1 or 2 blows to slay Shi Zijian on the spot. Now, seeing the iron-cutting sword at Wen Tai's waist, and considering that even a master like Liu Byron had died at his hand, how could the man in the green robe not realize that the Iron Beast who killed Shi Zijian was none other than Ghostface, or rather Wen Tai? Only the mysterious and powerful Iron Beast could possibly have slain a master like Liu Byron. The one who killed Shi Zijian is Mr. Wen? Wang Yin stood dumbfounded as well. Some time ago, Su Changkong had disappeared for a while, which coincided exactly with the period when Shi Zijian was slain by the mysterious Iron Beast. But Wang Yun had never linked the two events. Firstly, in his mind, Wen Tai worked for money and had no reason to be enemies with Shi Zijian. Secondly, although Wen Tai was strong, he didn't believe Wen Tai could single-handedly enter the 1,000-man elite Black Cavalry Gang and kill Shi Zijian, who was known as the #1 master of Clearwater City, and then leave unscathed. It turned out, Iron Beast was not a high-ranking expert who suddenly emerged within the Black Lotus sect, but was in fact the equally mysterious Wen Tai. Let's talk this over. The man in the green robe swallowed his saliva, waving his hands continuously as if trying to say something. But Su Changkong did not waste any words. The iron-cutting sword was drawn from his waist. Pooh! The man in the green robe's head tumbled to the ground, and his headless body fell back onto the chair, blood from the severed neck spurting onto Wang Yun's face. "Who goes there?" Outside the courtyard, shouts of challenge rang out, alarmed by the commotion here. They were the guards of the yamen. "No one come in." Wang Yun snapped out of his stupor, hastily yelling to prevent the guards from approaching. A throng of guards crowded the courtyard, seeing Su Changkong sheathing his sword and the headless corpse of the man in the green robe. They looked at each other with bewilderment, but complied with Wang Yun's command, waiting at a distance, guarding the exits. Su Changkong took a seat opposite Wang Yun, his eyes coldly fixed on him. Wang Yun organized his thoughts and managed to force a smile, saying, "It was the Black Lotus sect that forced me to do this. A while ago, my wife and daughter were abducted by a group of strangers and then released. After that, people from the Black Lotus sect showed up at my door. It's my fault." The reasons behind Wang Yun's betrayal were almost exactly as Su Changkong had surmised, the result of coercion. "And then what?" Su Changkong asked calmly. No matter how valid Wang Yun's reasons for his betrayal, it was still a betrayal that nearly cost Su Changkong his life. Wang Yun gritted his teeth. "I am willing to compensate you. Whatever conditions you have, I will agree." The blood splattered on his face from the man in the green robe was still not dry. The Black Lotus sect experts and even the indomitable Shi Zijian had fallen to Wen Tai's hand. The fearsomeness of the man sitting across from him, in Wang Yun's eyes, was no different from a demon. At this moment, Wang Yun wanted to save his life. He knew that only by agreeing to all of Su Changkong's demand without refusal could he have a slim chance of survival. Otherwise, such a ruthless person would not care about his status or position and would behead him on the spot just like the man in the green robe. Su Changkong had no idle talk, taking out 6 tokens of the Black Lotus sect disciples from his chest and throwing them onto the table. At the same time, he glanced at the corpse of the man in the green shirt and said coldly, 7 in total. How much are they worth? 7,000, no, 30,000 taels. 30,000 taels of silver. That's all my fortune. The money will be in place by tomorrow morning. Wang Yun blurted out, but then immediately corrected himself. In Clearwater City, Wang Yun held the lofty position of county magistrate. Although he had not bullied the market or oppressed the common people, and was considered relatively incorruptible, the saying went, 3 years as a clean magistrate, 100,000 taels of snowflake silver. Even if Wang Yun did not deliberately accumulate wealth, many of the city's wealthy elites voluntarily gave him money, and he had still amassed a fortune that an ordinary person could not earn in 10 lifetimes. 30,000 taels of silver. That was all the cash Wang Yun could gather in a short amount of time. At the same time, Wang Yun breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that if Su Changkong wanted money, he wouldn't be after his life, and he would mostly likely be able to save himself. Agreed, Su Changkong nodded, seemingly satisfied with the amount of money. But then his tone shifted abruptly. But I have another demand. Another demand? Wang Yun was taken aback. Staring at Wang Yun, Su Changkong said calmly, I want you to use all your power to completely eradicate the influence of the Black Lotus sect in Clearwater City and its vicinity. You want me to eradicate the Black Lotus sect? As soon as these words came out, Wang Yun's cheeks twitched. Openly confronting and making an enemy of the Black Lotus sect? Wang Yun would rather pay a hefty sum than do such a thing. This could be seen from the large amount of money Wang Yun had paid to hire Su Changkong to kill the disciples of the Black Lotus sect. Wang Yun was very concerned about his own safety, and his opposition to the Black Lotus sect was out of necessity, not volition. Yet now, Su Changkong was demanding that he eradicate the sect. With the Black Lotus sect's madness, if he openly opposed them, it's likely that the sect would attempt to assassinate him and even his family members. This demand was the result of Su Changkong's deep contemplation throughout his journey. Wang Yun had betrayed him, and by all accounts, Su Changkong should have killed him with a single strike. But as he traveled, Su Changkong gradually calmed down and realized that killing Wang Yun might not actually bring him much satisfaction. On the contrary, Wang Yun's death would surely cause more chaos in Clearwater City. The Divine Detective Department would send people to investigate his death, relentless in capturing the criminal responsible for killing an official, and would not give up easily. The Black Lotus sect would become even more rampant. Wang Yun had betrayed him, but the Black Lotus sect was the true instigator of evil. Rather than killing him, it would be a greater revenge to make Wang Yun use his power to fight the Black Lotus sect, thus leveling the playing field for them in the vicinity of Clearwater City. That would be the ultimate retaliation. Of course, if Wang Yun failed and was killed by the Black Lotus sect, that would be his just deserts. Moreover, if the Black Lotus sect murdered Wang Yun, it would surely draw the attention of the Great Flame Empire's upper echelons. Killing an official of high status in the Flame Empire is no trivial matter. Once the higher-ups sent someone down to investigate, they would likely not tolerate the Black Lotus sect wreaking havoc in Clearwater City after killing an official from the Empire. If Wang Yun could eradicate the influence of the Black Lotus sect, it would be a good thing. If Wang Yun was killed by a master of the Black Lotus sect, that too would be a good thing. Su Changkong held great enmity towards the Black Lotus sect, but with his strength alone, even if he killed its disciples as usual, the actual impact would be limited. With Wang Yun in an official position, just one command from him, and all the forces and people who had already grown intolerant of the Black Lotus sect's lawlessness would rise up, heeding the call, and eradicate the sect's influence in Clearwater City from the root, turning them into outcasts that everyone shouted down in the streets. Who won and who lost was no longer Su Changkong's concern. Once he received the money from Wang Yun, he would depart Clearwater City and head to the most flourishing center of Ink Forest Prefecture City. Killing Wang Yun would be momentarily satisfying, but would invite the full-force investigation of the Great Flame Empire's higher-ups, a troublesome scenario. Making Wang Yun fight the Black Lotus sect was the best strategy. Mr. Wen, you don't understand. Wang Yun still wanted to say something. But Su Changkong cut him off with an icy expression. These years you've held the position of this parent official of Clearwater City, yet you've done nothing for the people of Clearwater City. With banditry rampant and the Black Lotus sect's flagrants, the innocent civilians have suffered immensely. In your position, you've neglected your duties. I have no desire to preach lofty principles to you. You can refuse, but then we'll have to settle our accounts, and one more ghost under my blade makes no difference to me. Wang Yun's expression struggled, for in reality, he had no choice at all. If he refused at this moment, he could very well lose his life on the spot. Even if Su Changkong didn't force him, the Black Lotus sect wasn't resolved yet. If they allowed the Black Lotus sect to expand, his life and wealth would still be at risk. He also hadn't forgotten how the Black Lotus sect had threatened his family. Better to fight than to wait for death. With this in mind, Wang Yun let out a resigned sigh, but his eyes set with determination. He nodded slowly. Eliminating the thieves of the Black Lotus sect is within Wang's duty. Tomorrow morning, I will summon officials and wealthy families from the regions to officially declare war on the Black Lotus sect, to uproot them completely. Having received a satisfactory answer from Wang Yun, Su Changkong nodded. He stood up. Lord Wang, I not only detest being betrayed, but also disdain those who go back on their word. Remember what you have said. I will be keeping an eye on you. After speaking, Su Changkong did not linger. He turned and left the yamen. The soldiers and guards along the way did not receive any orders from Wang Yun and one by one stepped aside, allowing Su Changkong to pass through the crowd and disappear into the darkness beyond. Someone come. Dispose of the body of this monster man from the Black Lotus sect. Sitting in his seat for a long while, Wang Yun took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face and tidied up his appearance before he gave the order. Having left the magistrate office, Su Changkong made several turns on the road to ensure he wasn't being followed before returning to the small courtyard where he stayed in Clearwater City. Once back in the courtyard, Su Changkong finally had the time to clean his wounds thoroughly, applied some golden sore medicine available from any drugstore, and bandaged them up. As a martial artist with body refinement, great achievement. Su Changkong's healing powers meant that such non-fatal wounds would recover within a few days. After I get the 30,000 taels of silver from Wang Yun, I'll leave Clearwater City. Su Changkong took a deep breath, rested for half an hour, and then lay down to practice the turtle breath technique to restore his spirit and strength. Su Changkong didn't immediately go to Wang Yun for the money the next day, but instead cultivated quietly for 3 days. Once his injuries had completely healed and he was back in peak condition, he went to find Wang Yun. In those few days, Su Changkong had been keeping an eye on the situation in Clearwater City. The morning after his talk with Wang Yun, the magistrate office had posted notices claiming that disciples of the Black Lotus sect had attempted to assassinate an imperial official, offering a large reward for any information leading to their capture, dead or alive. Moreover, Wang Yun had summoned the local notables to discuss how to deal with the Black Lotus sect, asking for contributions of money and manpower. After all, Wang Yun was the county magistrate of Clearwater City with an official position. The resources he could mobilize greatly exceeded those of ordinary families and powers. With just a call to arms, forces from all sides would respond. Originally, Wang Yun only wanted to preserve his status and await retirement with a clean slate. However, recent events left him with no choice but to take a stand and use all his power to fight the Black Lotus sect. Su Changkong felt that as long as Wang Yun guaranteed the safety of himself and his family, there was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance of uprooting the Black Lotus sect. After all, the Black Lotus sect's roots in Clearwater City weren't too deep. Plus, with Wang Yun claiming the moral high ground and launching a campaign, it was easy to let everyone know that the Black Lotus sect was an evil sect, then gain support and crush them from the ground up. 3 days later, in the morning, Su Changkong went to the magistrate office to look for Wang Yun. He hadn't forgotten about the 30,000 taels of silver Wang Yun had promised him. It was what he deserved. The guards are clearly more than double the usual number. Approaching the entrance of the magistrate office, Su Changkong noticed that there were many more guards inside than usual. Clearly, having publicly challenged the Black Lotus sect, Wang Yun had decided to increase the security at the office for fear of his own safety. Mr. Wan, Lord Wang had instructed earlier that you may directly see him upon your arrival. One of the guards greeted Su Changkong respectfully as he approached, speaking out. Having visited the magistrate office on a few occasions before, these guards recognized Su Changkong, and Wang Yun had ordered them to treat him with respect. Su Changkong nodded slightly and entered the magistrate office as a guard quickly went ahead to announce his arrival. Heading to the backyard where Wang Yun resided, Su Changkong saw a man with half-gray hair, robust and tall, sitting quietly. This man radiated a domineering aura. Is he Su Jin, the head of Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy? Su Changkong glanced at the man for a moment longer, identifying him likely as a martial artist with body, refinement, great achievement. Considering that there were very few such martial artists in Clearwater City, Su Changkong quickly connected the dots to his identity as the master of Inc. Forest City's largest martial art academy. Su Changkong was surprised in his heart that Su Jin would be in the magistrate office, and by his demeanor, it seemed he was there to protect Wang Yun's safety. Had Wang Yun managed to enlist Su Jin's help? After all, as the head of the largest martial art academy in Clearwater City with hundreds of disciples, Su Jin was quite wealthy and not someone who could be hired for a slight amount of money. However, what Su Changkong did not know was that Su Jin was guarding Wang Yun free of charge. With Wang Yun's decision to eliminate the Black Lotus sect, securing the moral high ground, many people supported him, including Su Jin. Although he wouldn't directly confront the Black Lotus sect, he was staying at the magistrate office to prevent Wang Yun from being assassinated by the sect's experts. This man is an extremely dangerous character. There's such a master in Clearwater City. Su Jin's gaze settled on Su Changkong as he too looked solemn, sensing a faintly dangerous aura from Su Changkong. He was astonished. Being one of the top figures in the martial world of Clearwater City, he had never heard of such a young master. Is that Mr. Wan arriving? Please come in quickly. The voice of Wang Yun rang out at the door, and he had already been informed of Su Changkong's arrival. Su Changkong entered the room, saw Wang Yun, and sat down opposite him. Lord Wang, you've been looking quite well these past few days, Su Changkong began. He noticed that even though Wang Yun's face showed signs of weariness, there was a kind of revitalized spirit about him. Ha! After all, a man is always spirited when it comes to doing big things, Wang Yun laughed. In the past, faced with threats from the Black Lotus sect, Wang Yun would worry every day. Now that he had decided to eradicate the influence of the Black Lotus sect in Clearwater City, there was no need for such concern. After sending his family away, Wang Yun declared war on the Black Lotus sect. Many people and forces in Clearwater City had long been dissatisfied with the Black Lotus sect's capricious behavior. With Wang Yun leading the charge, he immediately gained a massive amount of support, something he had never experienced before. This is what I promised to Mr. Wan. Thank you for your help these past days. Wang Yun took out a cloth bundle and placed it on the table, his face full of sincere gratitude. Without Su Changkong, Wang Yun would have faced the Black Lotus sect's intimidation by now, either killed or forced to join them, with no good end in sight. Su Changkong opened the cloth bundle, and inside he saw a stack of silver notes, each with a denomination of at least 100 taels, adding up to a total of 30,000 taels. This was all of Wang Yun's savings over the years, and he had now compensated Su Changkong with it. Su Changkong unreservedly accepted it all. It was what he had traded his life for. Mr. Wan, I hope you can stay and help me. We can continue to pay you as before, Wang Yun boldly requested. Su Changkong's strength was unfathomable. Facing the ambush of many experts from the Black Lotus sect, he had killed every one of them. With his help, eliminating the Black Lotus sect will be much smoother, easier. Forget it. Now that Lord Wang is riding the momentum, and even experts like Su Jin are willing to support you, one more or less won't make a difference. Su Changkong shook his head, refusing the offer. The matter between Wang Yun and the Black Lotus sect was no longer of any concern to him. Having gotten a large sum of money, he did not want to be further mired in this mess and invite trouble. What Su Changkong needed to do now was to further enhance his strength. He had relied on his sleeve crossbow and boiling blood scatter to turn defeat into victory when facing Lu Byron. These were ultimately external aids, unsustainable in the long run. True strength came from within. Hearing this, Wang Yin felt a bit regretful, but he didn't persist. Well then, Lord Wang, you are very busy, so I shall take my leave first. I wish you all the best. Having received the money, Su Changkong didn't stay long and got up to bid his farewell. Wang Yin saw him to the door, watching Su Changkong's departing figure. Perhaps this is the last time we'll meet? This Wen Tai is too mysterious. In the future, perhaps we will still hear tales about him. Wang Yun felt an inexplicable intuition that this could be their last meeting. Wang Yun could not help but sigh. Wen Tai's name was not well known in the Clearwater City area, but he had in fact stirred up the situation in the city. Dressed as Ghostface, he had slain more than a dozen experts from the Black Lotus sect and was revered by the people. Later, under the name Iron Beast, he killed Shijian right in his own territory, causing the once unstoppable Black Cavalry gang to crumble and disband. Wen Tai kept his identity and achievements well hidden, with only a select few aware of his deeds. Prepare a bit, then head to Ink Forest Prefecture City. Su Changkong couldn't help but feel slightly excited. He had been in this world for several years now, always living secluded, active only around Black Iron Manor and Clearwater City. Clearwater City was just a tiny corner of the Great Flame Empire. Mention it, and most people across the empire would shake their heads, never having heard of such a place. The Flame Empire had 10 states, hundreds of prefectures. It was vast and rich. Many people would spend their entire lives in their county or town, never seeing the world outside. And Ink Forest Prefecture City was the most prosperous city in Dafeng State's Ink Forest Prefecture. The difference between the countryside and a big city was not just one of scale. Although Su Changkong was eager to see more of this vast world, he was not in a rush. He packed his bag, reforged his somewhat depleted gold-threaded ring armor. After all this, Su Changkong made a trip back to Black Iron Manor. Black Iron Manor. This was where Su Changkong had lived for many years, his starting point. Dang, dang, dang. In the morning, standing outside the courtyard walls of Black Iron Manor, he could hear the customary ringing of bells from within the manor. Originally, when Black Iron Manor faced threats from the Black Cavalry gang, Immortal had dismissed the manor's members and was waiting alone for their arrival, ready to face a shared fate with Black Iron Manor. But to Immortal's astonishment, when the time of the agreed showdown came, the Black Cavalry gang did not show up. Then, news that shook Clearwater City spread. The Black Cavalry gang was destroyed. A mysterious warrior in armor, wielding a huge iron-cutting sword, appeared at the Black Cavalry gang's base. He killed Shijian and Chun Zhuang on the spot, and afterwards, the gang fell into chaos and disbanded. With the threat gone, Immortal was overwhelmed with joy. He regathered the members, putting Black Iron Manor back on track, which undoubtedly rejuvenated him immensely. Could have been Changkong. Was it Changkong who did it? Inside Black Iron Manor, Immortal watched members assembling, his mind wandering. Immortal vividly remembered that night, when Su Changkong's heavy and massive iron-cutting sword was clearly not something an ordinary person could wield. In response, on the same night Su Changkong left, a mysterious expert clad in iron armor appeared at the Black Cavalry gang, slaughtering Shijian and Chun Zhuang, prompting Immortal to associate the two incidents. Moreover, in the Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong practiced fist techniques every day, and although the members of the manor occasionally saw him, they didn't pay much attention, knowing that Su Changkong's 5 animal frolics were nothing more than health-preserving fist exercises learned from a physician. Not only that, Immortal recalled that several years ago, when Yin Fei and his 2 disciples kidnapped and extorted the Black Iron Manor, soon after they left, someone killed Yin Fei and the others on the spot at a temple. At the time, Immortal and the others simply thought it was an instance of infighting among martial artists. But now, looking back, it was not so. The person who had killed those 3 villains and resolved the trouble for the Black Iron Manor wasn't an outsider, but Su Changkong. He had always been secretly protecting the Black Iron Manor. As the Black Iron Manor faced the threat of extinction from the Black Cavalry Gang, Su Changkong, without a word, made a solo venture into the Black Cavalry Gang, stunning Clearwater City. The youth who was always quietly toiling away on his own, persevering and practicing in solitude, had not done so in vain. He was a true martial arts prodigy. His years of diligent practice had already brought him to a level beyond what most people could even imagine. And several days after that, Immortal gathered the manor's members to return, but no one had seen Su Changkong again, nor did the other members of the manor have any news of him. "I hope Changkong can have a safe and smooth journey," Immortal sighed in silence. Originally, he had planned to hand over the Black Iron Manor to him after his retirement. Now he knew that Su Changkong's aspirations did not lie in inheriting the small Black Iron Manor. He had grander goals and ideals. All Immortal could do was pray and wish him well. "Go," he said. Outside the courtyard wall of the Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong clandestinely observed. Knowing that the Black Iron Manor was back on track, he let go of the last bit of worry in his heart, and without alarming anyone, his steps light, he walked away into the distance. Su Changkong's goal was magnificent. He sought the pinnacle of martial arts, that elusive, immortal state of nothingness. It was destined to be a difficult, long road. The distance to Ink Forest Prefecture City from Clearwater City was over 4,000 li, a truly insurmountable distance for ordinary people. If one were to walk, at an average pace of 50 li a day, it would take 2 to 3 months of continuous travel, assuming no mishaps or illnesses along the way. Even if riding a horse, covering 100 or 200 kilometers a day, it would still take half a month. Su Changkong carried his bundle on his back, not riding a horse, alone on the road to Ink Forest Prefecture City, his endurance far stronger than that of a horse. Even if Su Changkong wasn't in a rush, he could still cover hundreds of li in a day, and if he pushed himself, traveling day and night, covering 1,000 li a day was not a problem. Su Changkong continued on his way, leaving the territory of Clearwater City, heading towards Ink Forest Prefecture City. Along the way, he sometimes stopped to ask for directions in the villages to avoid taking the wrong path and going drastically astray. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Against the blue and white sky, dotted with a few white clouds in a small grove, the ground was littered with 4 or 5 corpses wearing different clothes, their necks twisted, skulls shattered. Clad in black with handsome and resolute features, tall in stature, Su Changkong dressed like a wandering young hero, bent down and methodically searched the bodies of these bandits, finding over 10 taels of silver. Su Changkong sighed. "I said my fists are very hard. Why choose money over life?" Having left the vicinity of Clearwater City, Su Changkong's greatest impression was of the chaos. Not just Clearwater City, but other areas as well, were rampant with banditry. In these 7 days, covering thousands of li, this was the 4th band of bandits he had encountered. The previous groups of bandits, upon seeing the pace and unfaltering stamina with which Su Changkong traveled, understood that he was not to be trifled with, and discreetly withdrew, not daring to provoke him. And the bandits in front of him had come to seek trouble while Su Changkong was resting and eating. Naturally, Su Changkong had effortlessly chopped them all down. For ordinary people to travel from Clearwater City to Ink Forest Prefecture City was fraught with difficulties. Unless they spent money to follow a caravan over such a long distance, it was quite possible they would not reach their destination before being ambushed by bandits or highwaymen along the way. With good luck, they might lose their wealth but keep their lives. With bad luck, if they encountered the ruthless and cold-hearted ones, they would end up as corpses in the desolate wilderness. The Great Flame Empire is finished. Su Changkong couldn't help but sigh. If Clearwater City was this chaotic and disorderly, Other places were also rampant with banditry, a scene characteristic of the end of a dynasty. The Great Flame Empire had been established for over 2,000 years and seemed to be unavoidably heading towards chaos and decline. However, Su Changkong didn't bother himself with such concerns. As a minor figure, taking care of himself was enough. I should be able to reach Ink Forest Prefecture City today. Su Changkong calculated the time and distance, feeling that Ink Forest Prefecture City was not far from himself. Su Changkong ignored the corpses on the ground, stood up, and continued on his journey. What a foul smell! After traveling another 100 li, Su Changkong walked along a mountain path. Suddenly, he frowned, smelling a stench of decay wafting from ahead. Could it be that some animal has died and is decomposing? Without stopping, Su Changkong continued towards the source of the smell, but the stench grew stronger and stronger. Even with Su Changkong's experience, he couldn't help but be stunned by the scene before him. In the stream between the mountain ravines ahead, shallow water flowed, soaking a number of corpses. These bodies were swollen and turned white from the soaking, resembling inflated balloons that would burst upon being poked, indicating they had been dead for at least 10 days or half a month. From their attire, almost all were martial artists. There were more than a dozen of them, for Su Changkong saw that they all wore weapons at their waists. Yet it wasn't clear what enemy they had encountered that they hadn't even managed to draw their weapons before they died. Who did this? Such brutal handiwork. Su Changkong warily glanced around to confirm there were no abnormalities before jumping down into the ravine to examine the corpses. The wounds on these bodies surprised and sobered Su Changkong. Each corpse had a large hole torn open in the chest, the heart gone without a trace. Not only that, but some bodies also had bite marks. One even had its skull as if half gnawed off by a beast, the edges of the wounds serrated. Could this be the work of a wild beast? But what kind of beast kills people to take their hearts, capable of biting off a human head? Yet if this was done by humans, none of these people's valuables were taken. Su Changkong was bewildered and uncertain. Upon searching, Su Changkong discovered that the silver notes and silver on the bodies had not been touched. However, most of the silver notes had been soaked in the water, already turned into worthless paper. To kill and take hearts, bodies appearing as if gnawed by wild beasts. Not for money, these conditions added up to be especially eerie. Let's leave first. Su Changkong's mind remained alert, not wishing to attract trouble. Without lingering, he quickly stood up and left, quickening his pace as he passed through the barren mountain. I'm already close to Ink Forest Prefecture City, and such things are still happening? It seems the situation in Ink Forest Prefecture City is not as peaceful as I imagined. Not until he was far from that barren mountain did Su Changkong recall the tragic and bizarre corpses, his expression growing even more serious. The area around Ink Forest Prefecture City was probably not so calm, and he realized he still needed to proceed with caution. Hurrying until dusk, Su Changkong noticed more travelers around him, including merchant caravans, armed escorts, and groups of plainly dressed pedestrians. From time to time, there were soldiers in armor patrolling nearby on horseback, making it clear to Su Changkong that he was nearing Ink Forest Prefecture City. Finally, I've arrived. Indeed, as he continued forward, the outline of a city appeared before him, with tall city walls standing firm, exuding a sense of solid history. This was the bustling Ink Forest Prefecture City. Nearly 30 feet tall, the city walls rose majestically, built of black rock, and at the city gate, fully armed soldiers in silver armor stood guard, as travelers came and went in an endless stream. According to Su Changkong's knowledge, the permanent population of Ink Forest Prefecture City was over 1 million, not including the merchants and travelers that place among the largest cities on Blue Planet in ancient times. Su Changkong followed the crowd into the city, with the guard at the gate only briefly glancing at his face before moving on. Once inside, the wide streets were busy with speeding carriages, and Su Changkong saw numerous tall buildings and residential areas. As it was evening, many of the buildings were adorned with numerous lanterns and festive lights, shining brightly and catching the eye. In Clearwater City and Black Iron Manor, when night fell, people generally retired early to rest, preparing for the next day's work. However, in Ink Forest Prefecture City, the evening was lit with brilliant decorations, and the night markets were bustling, becoming a time of revelry and indulgence for many, lasting until late into the night before gradually quieting down. Coming from Clearwater City to Ink Forest Prefecture City, Su Changkong felt like he'd moved from the countryside to a great city, a completely different world. First, I'll find an inn to stay in, gather some information about Ink Forest Prefecture City, then rent a place to begin working on the Chi blood pill, he decided. Su Changkong was in no hurry. After strolling the streets for a while, he finally stopped at the entrance of an inn called Pine Moon Inn and entered. Inns, places with a large flux of people and a mix of good and bad, were where information flowed swiftly, a perfect place to gather news. Su Changkong rented a room at Pine Moon Inn, washed away the fatigue from days of travel, and sat down in a corner of the lobby on the first floor. He ordered some dishes and quietly listened to the conversations of other guests while they dined. Ha! 3 days ago, some sea pirates were raiding. Sikong Zhan, the young gang leader of the giant whale gang, personally took to the sea and sunk over 100 pirates along with several ships into the Blue Rain Sea. Have you heard? Yesterday, near the outskirts of Ink Forest Prefecture City, more rotten corpses in tragic states were discovered. It's rumored that it's the work of demon monsters, not humans. In the inn's lobby, many guests gathered in groups at their tables, drinking wine, eating meat, and chatting about various recent events in Ink Forest Prefecture City. Su Changkong listened quietly, indeed learning quite a bit. In the evening, a waiter brought hot water to his room, and Su Changkong rewarded him with some silver, inquiring about some basic information concerning Ink Forest Prefecture City and gain a lot. In the blink of an eye, Su Changkong had spent 5 days at Pine Moon Inn. Over these 5 days, he had gained a fundamental understanding of Ink Forest Prefecture City. In Ink Forest Prefecture City, the one figure not to be provoked was the magistrate of Ink Forest Prefecture City. Magistrate Gong Yulong not only had the power to command tens of thousands of elite soldiers of Ink Forest Prefecture City, but he was also from a prominent family. With the support of the Gong family, a powerful family rooted in Ink Forest Prefecture City for over 100 years. Beyond that, one of the largest gangs in and around Ink Forest Prefecture City, the Giant Whale Gang, also posed a formidable force not to be trifled with. The Giant Whale Gang was strong and extensive. Its disciples spread throughout the martial world of Ink Forest Prefecture, dominating the nearby Blue Rain Sea and controlling maritime trade to amass a fortune daily. And the gang leader, Sikong Yong, was even more a top-level master of Ink Forest Prefecture's martial world. A martial arts prodigy, he took over the position of gang leader of the Giant Whale Gang in his youth. Competent in both civil and military affairs, he had managed to keep the rampaging sea pirates of the Blue Rain Sea in line, with no one daring to confront his might. Though he had not appeared publicly for several years, his reputation remained undiminished. First, I'll go to Wanling Pavilion to see if I can buy the necessary ingredients for the Chi blood pill. Then I'll look for a suitable residence, Su Changkong thought to himself. Wanling Pavilion was a property of the Wan family in Ink Forest Prefecture City. The Wan family had deep roots in the city, mainly engaged in commerce. Wanling Pavilion was similar to a shopping center where one could purchase weapons, bows, clothes, and medicinal ingredients. In a small place like Clearwater City, most of the ingredients required for the Chi blood pill recipe were simply not available. Su Changkong's main purpose in coming to Ink Forest Prefecture City was to acquire those ingredients and entrust someone with alchemy to produce the Chi blood pill, using it to enter the Chi blood realm. After tidying up, Su Changkong inquired the location of Wanling Pavilion for passersby and made his way there. Alchemy _2. Wanling Pavilion was located in the bustling commercial district of the city. The entire Wanling Pavilion covered a large area, very conspicuous, outshining some nearby buildings, with somewhat the feeling of a shopping mall. On the first floor of Wanling Pavilion, people were coming and going, Various counters displayed luxury items, such as jewelry and precious stones, as well as weapons like knives and swords. Esteemed guest, what do you require? Su Changkong had not been in Wanling Pavilion long before a youth dressed in the pavilion's uniform came up to greet him with great enthusiasm. The youth had a discerning eye. Su Changkong, currently utilizing turtle breath shrinkage, bore a cold countenance with a youthful appearance, but emanated an extraordinary aura that made the Wanling building's youth dare not neglect him. Su Changkong didn't waste any words. He took out a list from his bosom and handed it to the youth, his face calm as he said, "I want to purchase the medicinal materials listed here." The youth accepted the list with both hands, and upon looking at it, his expression became even more respectful and solemn. Blood insect grass, blood lotus, 20-year-old blood ginseng. The materials listed were necessary for forging chi blood pills, almost all extremely valuable, and could not be procured in small places. In order to confuse any onlookers, Su Changkong still included a few medicinal materials that he did not need in his purchase. Of course, even without such precaution, forging a chi blood pill required not only these materials, but also their correct proportions and forging techniques, which were all recorded in detail. It was not possible to deduce the pill recipe from just a few materials alone. Just like building a house. Though equipped with enough materials, constructing a house is not as simple as merely piling bricks and stones together. Honorable guest, please follow me to the second floor. I'll go inform Manager Wan Sun, said the youth, growing more reverential, as the materials on the list were all quite costly. The current Su Changkong was a valued customer who required the attention of a higher-ranking person to negotiate business. All right. Su Changkong spoke with brevity. Inside an elegant private room on the second floor, the youth poured a cup of tea made from precious tea leaves for Su Changkong and then bowed and withdrew. Su Changkong did not touch the tea on the table, waiting quietly. It wasn't long before a refined-looking middle-aged man entered the private room. Clearly, this was Manager Wan Sun. Judging by his surname, he was undoubtedly a member of the Wan family. I am Wan Sun. May I inquire as to how to address you, sir? Wan Sun greeted Su Changkong with a cupped fist and asked politely. My surname is Li. Su Changkong casually fabricated a false surname. Mr. Li, you wish to purchase these medicinal materials? Although our Wanling Pavilion doesn't have all of them, we can procure them from other places, and they can be delivered within 2 days, Wan Sun said to Su Changkong. What about the price? Su Changkong inquired about the price. The medicinal materials Mr. Li needs are all quite precious, mostly used for nourishing qi and replenishing blood. One set would be about 3,000 taels of silver, Wan Sun replied truthfully. 3,000 taels? Su Changkong silently gasped in shock. Although he had been mentally prepared, the price still astounded him. Keep in mind that Su Changkong had previously indulged in using double the dose of vital qi spread every day, and even after a month, it had only cost him 600 or 700 taels, but the materials for one batch of qi blood pills would be 3,000 taels. Although Su Changkong was internally surprised, his face maintained a calm demeanor. He said, Then I would like to place an order for one set first. He didn't buy more. He wanted to buy one set first and see how effective it was. They will be ready by this time in 2 days. Wan Sun assured him immediately after hearing his response, delighted to know the deal was half successful. Then I'll come back in 2 days. Su Changkong nodded and left Wanling Building with Wan Sun, seeing him off. After leaving Wanling Building, Su Changkong spent more than a day searching for a place to live in the city. The residence Su Changkong needed had to be spacious and quiet enough for him to practice martial arts without attracting attention due to noise. In addition, he planned to set up forging tools, which also required ample space. Ultimately, Su Changkong chose a residence to his liking. It was a moderately sized idle estate located in the western district of the city, with planted flowers, trees, and pleasing scenery. Its high walls ensured tranquility. The rent was quite expensive, 30 taels of silver a month, amounting to 360 taels a year. In Clearwater City, that was enough to buy a decent house. But the tranquility and environment of the estate matched Su Changkong's preference. In the end, he did not save this expense and rented the small estate, paying a year's rent up front. After tidying up the rooms in the estate, 2 days passed quickly. "Mr. Li, you've arrived? Please have a seat." 2 days later, Su Changkong went to Wanling Building early in the morning. In the private room on the second floor, Wan Sun warmly invited him to sit down. "Here are the medicinal materials Mr. Li ordered. Please check them." Wan Sun then ordered his staff to bring the materials Su Changkong had ordered. They were all exquisitely packaged, especially the 20-year-old blood ginseng required for the qi blood pills, which was kept in a fine sandalwood box. Su Changkong checked them one by one and found nothing amiss. In fact, given the Wan family's reputation, it was improbable that they would counterfeit anything, thus sabotaging their own credibility. Su Changkong took out a silver note worth 3,000 taels and made the payment. After the transaction was completed, both parties were in good spirits. Seizing the opportunity, Su Changkong inquired, "Manager Wan, do you know where I can find an alchemist?" Merely purchasing these medicinal materials was not enough. Su Changkong also needed an alchemist to refine them into pills. An alchemist? Wan Sun was not overly surprised upon hearing this. Given a number of precious materials Su Changkong had bought, Wan Sun could guess that he was likely to forge some kind of pill that nourished qi and blood. Wan Sun pondered briefly before saying, "Alchemists are really scarce, especially those with superb skills, which require a huge sum of money that is hard for ordinary people to imagine to cultivate. I recommend you to go to Precious Pill Residence, where the alchemist Sun Yi, with 40 to 50 years of alchemy experience, has outstanding skills and also undertakes the business of helping people refine pill medicines. Being an alchemist is indeed an expensive profession, needing a lot of practice to hone the skill of alchemy. Initially, it's all about burning money and operating a loss. Most families do not have the ability to cultivate an alchemist. The Wan family does have alchemists, but they only serve the disciples of the Wan family. If outsiders want to hire them to refine pill medicines, the price is so exorbitant that ordinary people cannot afford it, and it also depends on whether they're willing to do it or not. Therefore, Wan Sun recommended Sun Yi of Precious Pill Residence. "Thank you for the information." After inquiring in detail about the location of Precious Pill Residence, Su Changkong bid farewell to Wan Sun, ready to check out the situation at Precious Pill Residence and see if it was possible to hire alchemist Sun Yi to help refine qi blood pills. Precious Pill Residence was located in a secluded manner, where various medicinal herbs were planted, and even the fragrance of the medicine could be smelled through the wall. At the entrance of Precious Pill Residence stood 2 men in white robes. Upon Su Changkong's arrival, one of the men in white on the left greeted him and politely asked, "Are you looking to commission Master Sun for alchemy?" "Right." Su Changkong nodded, acknowledging his intention. "Please come inside. I will take you to see young Master Sun Fu, who is the grandson of Master Sunday." The man in white did not neglect Su Changkong, understanding that anyone who could afford to pay Sun Yi for alchemy was usually no ordinary person. Following the man in white, Su Changkong entered Precious Pill Residence and met Sun Fu in a receiving hall. Sun Fu was a handsome young man in his 20s, and he was indeed Sun Yi's grandson, Sun Fu. "My surname is Li, and I would like to entrust Master Sun to help me with alchemy." Su Changkong introduced himself first. After inviting Su Changkong to sit down, Sun Fu then said, "Mr. Li, this is probably your first time here, right? There's no problem in commissioning my grandfather for alchemy, but there are a few points I need to clarify to you." Su Changkong listened quietly. "First, the materials must be provided by yourself, and depending on the difficulty and value of the pill medicine being refined, a certain percentage of the commission will be extracted. Second, if the alchemy fails, no fee is charged, but Precious Pill Residence will not bear any loss due to the spoiled medicinal materials." Sun Fu earnestly explained the requirements for commissioning Sun Yi to refine pill medicines to Su Changkong. If the alchemy succeeds, a fee must be paid, but if the alchemy fails, all the medicinal materials are scrapped, and precious pill residents will not compensate. While these conditions seem harsh, they're also reasonable. After all, alchemy has its successes and failures, and even an alchemy master skilled in the art of alchemy cannot guarantee success every time. Still, Su Changkong couldn't help but feel doubtful. The materials for his chi blood pill were worth 3,000 taels of silver each. A failure would mean a total loss. Furthermore, even if the alchemy were successful, precious pill residents might skim off a pill or two, and Su Changkong would be none the wiser. It's not that he mistrusts without reason. He just doesn't know much about precious pill residents. Of course, what worried Su Changkong the most was Sun Yiyer's success rate in refining chi blood pills. If the success rate was high, it would be okay to lose a few pills to skimming. However, if the success rate was low, Su Changkong would suffer a complete loss. Therefore, Su Changkong tentatively asked, "May I ask what the success rate of Master Sun's alchemy is?" Facing Su Changkong's straightforward inquiry, Sun Fu was not upset and honestly replied, "It depends on what pill recipe it is. If it's one my grandfather is adept at, then the success rate will be high. But if it's a pill medicine my grandfather hasn't refined before, you will need to present the pill recipe to him for examination and judgment. Generally, you should prepare several batches of materials, and there is also the chance of complete failure." Sun Fu spoke very clearly, not shying away from the truth. This is because precious pill residents didn't want the trouble of clients possibly blaming them for a significant loss in case of a failed alchemy. Hence, precious pill residents would always make things crystal clear. They will not be responsible for any losses caused by failed alchemy. If you agree, sign a contract. If not, please leave. As an alchemist, Sun Yier held a prestigious position, not lacking in court officials and nobles trying to curry favor, and was not concerned about losing a few deals. Su Changkong frowned continuously as he listened, realizing he had to give out his chi blood pill recipe to Sun Yier for free, supply his own medicinal materials, and also bear the losses of any failed alchemy attempts. If Sun Yier failed consecutively or only succeeded in producing 1 or 2 furnaces, 3 to 5 chi blood pills after 7 or 8 failures, then he would undoubtedly be at a total loss. The 40 to 50,000 taels of silver he had seemed like a lot, but it couldn't withstand such wasteful spending. Rather than letting outsiders practice alchemy with my money and my medicinal materials, why not do it myself? At that moment, Su Changkong had a thought, realizing he trusted himself more than anyone else. If he could learn alchemy, it would be a permanent solution, eliminating middlemen, self-sufficient, with many skills never weighing one down. With these thoughts, Su Changkong changed the topic and, clearing his throat, said, "Young Master Sun, may I be so bold? I am actually quite interested in alchemy and would like to learn it at Precious Pill Residence. I am willing to offer an apprenticeship fee." Upon hearing this, Sun Fu was surprised at Su Changkong's swift change of topic, but he smiled and shook his head. "Mr. Li, pardon my frankness. Every alchemist accumulates experiences and summaries that they only pass on to disciples who have completed the master-disciple ceremony or to their own descendants. Moreover, alchemy is extremely profound. It isn't something that just anyone can learn or achieve success in overnight. My grandfather has already taken 3 to 4 disciples to pass on his mantle and doesn't plan to accept any more. In this era, the master-disciple relationship was extremely intimate, akin to that of father and son, with disciples expected to serve their masters loyally. Alchemists like Sun Yier had countless people wanting to become their disciples, but Sun Yier himself had only accepted 3 to 4 disciples over the decades, most of whom were related to him by blood. For someone like Su Changkong, whose background was unknown, wanting to learn alchemy at Precious Pill Residence was undoubtedly impossible. "I see. Well, allow me to think it over." Su Changkong had just casually inquired. Without really expecting an affirmative response, he said. Su Changkong had no intention to immediately commission Sun Yier to concoct pills for him. For if the investment did not pay off or even resulted in a total loss, he would be devastated. He needed to consider it carefully. "No rush. My grandfather's alchemy schedule is booked until next month. Mr. Li, if you need anything, you're always welcome to come back, Sun Fu said with a smile that seemed modest and polite, but there was a faint hint of arrogance in his tone. Su Changkong didn't trust Sun Yir, but there were still plenty of people begging Sun Yir to help them with alchemy. Su Changkong stood up and walked out of Precious Pill residence. As expected, it's not easy to get a pill like the Qi blood pill. It not only requires precious medicinal materials, but also a skilled alchemist to concoct it. If it really comes to that, I might have to directly consume these Qi-boosting and blood-nourishing materials. I wonder if the 40 to 50,000 taels of silver I have will be enough to achieve Qi blood metamorphosis. Su Changkong walked on, feeling somewhat speechless in his heart. The materials for making Qi blood pills, which benefit Qi in blood, would surely not have the same effect as the pills when consumed directly, but it was safer, not having to place hope in someone else's hands. But with nearly 50,000 taels of silver on Su Changkong to buy medicinal materials like blood ginseng and consume them every day, whether it could help him reach the peak of his Qi and blood and achieve Qi blood metamorphosis. Even he was unsure. As Su Changkong walked, he glanced behind him subtly and entered a small alley at an unhurried pace. Soon after, a man followed him into the alley, panting and filled with confusion. Where is he? How come he's disappeared? Sir, you've been following me all this way. Is there something you wish to instruct? Suddenly hearing a voice behind him, the man trembled in fright. Su Changkong stared emotionlessly at the man. The man appeared to be around 25 or 26, fairly young, with a thin build and a gaunt face, dark circles under his eyes, looking exhausted, as if worn out by excesses in drink and pleasure. Since leaving Precious Pill residence, Su Changkong had been aware of someone following him, so he had led this person into the alley to see why they were tracking him. I mean no harm, stammered the man, his hands fluttering. Seeing how he was panting from just walking a few steps, he clearly posed no threat to Su Changkong. The man coughed and introduced himself. My name is Sun Yin. Sun Fu is my younger brother, and Sun Yir is my grandfather, a person from Precious Pill residence. Su Changkong nodded slightly. This Sun Yin bore a resemblance to Sun Fu whom he had met before, but their temperaments were entirely different. Sun Fu had the look of an upright person, whereas Sun Yin had the look of someone who was decadent and overly indulgent in wine and women. After introducing himself, Sun Yin's eyes darted around. You just came to Precious Pill residence to ask my grandfather for help with alchemy, right? I'm not very skilled, but I have also studied alchemy for a decade or two. I can offer you a discount. Su Changkong found this rather amusing as he trusted Sun Yir even less, let alone this Sun Yin. Sun Yin's alchemy skills were certainly inferior to Sun Yir's. Asking for his help in alchemy would be foolish. Even if it were free, he wouldn't want it. He'd just be throwing his money away. Forget it. If there's nothing else, I will be taking my leave now. Su Changkong outright refused. Wait a minute. I heard you want to learn alchemy. But Sun Yin immediately called out to Su Changkong. You can teach me alchemy. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at Sun Yin. This Sun Yin, being Sun Yir's grandson, had learned alchemy from Sun Yir since he was a child. Since Sun Yir no longer took on disciples, learning alchemy from Sun Yin wasn't out of the question. However, Sun Yin replied with a sheepish smile, my skills are limited, and I don't have the patience to be a proper teacher, but I can provide you with a book on alchemy. You can learn by following the book. As he spoke, Sun Yin pulled out a thick book, half a palm's width, from his chest, and said with a smile, this is the Precious Pill record compiled by my grandfather. It records some common pill medicines and their methods of refinement, and also details the basic techniques of alchemy. It's the book my grandfather used to teach us disciples alchemy. If you want to learn alchemy, just follow the instructions. Something stirred in Su Changkong's heart. Indeed, having a book on alchemy would be just as good. How much do you want? Su Changkong was intrigued and asked directly. It was clear to him that Sun Yin came to sell this book for money. Mr. Li is straightforward. 10,000 silver taels and the Precious Pill record is yours. Sun Yun saw how Su Changkong seemed eager and immediately broke into a beaming smile, stating the price outright. And without doubt, Sun Yun asked an exorbitant price, promptly requesting 10,000 silver taels. Su Changkong's face was expressionless. Are you joking with me? Alchemy for 10,000 silver taels? It wasn't as if he was offering a guaranteed apprenticeship, just a book for self-study. Yet he wanted 10,000 taels for it? Sun Yun still smiled and quickly said, if it's too expensive, we can make a discount 9,000 taels. Su Changkong didn't respond, and Sun Yun gritted his teeth, 8,000 taels. This book is the result of my grandfather's decades of hard work. Outsiders hardly even get a glimpse of it, and it's definitely something you can't buy even with money. 7,000 taels. I can't go any lower. Sun Yun called out, but Su Changkong remained unmoved, simply looking at Sun Yun and saying, I've earned my money with my life on the line. This precious pill record, at best, is just a guide for beginners in alchemy, without any expert guidance. I might even fail to understand it if I buy it. I do have some interest in alchemy, but if the price is too steep, it's not worth it. Sun Yun reluctantly and somewhat deflated said, then how much are you willing to offer? 2,000 taels, not a tael more. Su Changkong thought it over and ultimately offered his final price. Back at the Zhao family auction, a remarkably exquisite red fire skill book sold for just over 1,000 silver taels. Rarity makes treasure valuable. While books on alchemy are hard to come by, 2,000 silver taels were already the price Su Changkong was willing to pay for it. All right, you drive a hard bargain. 2,000 taels then. If it weren't for my need for money, I wouldn't sell it to you. And you mustn't tell anyone it was I who sold it to you. If my grandfather finds out, he'll break my legs. Seeing Su Changkong's attitude of walking away if they couldn't reach a deal, Sun Yun eventually relented with a downcast face, weakly gesturing his agreement and repeatedly admonishing Su Changkong not to disclose their transaction to others. Sun Yun was Sun Yir's grandson, but known for his idleness and lavish spending. He had accrued a significant amount of debt and didn't dare to tell his grandfather. Today, after eavesdropping on Su Changkong's conversation with Sun Fu outside the door, Sun Yun got the idea to follow him, hoping to sell the precious pill record for a handsome sum to pay off his debts. But Su Changkong didn't care about any of this. He just wanted to get his hands on the precious pill record, study it thoroughly, and if he could learn alchemy, he'd be self-sufficient, no longer at the mercy of others, or being taken for a fool. Su Changkong produced 2,000 silver taels from his chest and handed them to Sun Yun, who in turn handed over the precious pill record. Sun Yun quickly covered his bases. If you can't learn alchemy from this precious pill record, that's not my fault. It means you just don't have the talent. Su Changkong couldn't be bothered with a lengthy discussion with Sun Yun. If there was nothing amiss with the precious pill record, not learning it would surely be his own fault. But if he found out that there was any trickery involved, that he had paid both money and effort for nothing, Su Changkong certainly wouldn't let Sun Yun off lightly. Having completed the transaction, Sun Yun slunk away, looking around furtively as he left the alley, then collected himself, straightened his clothes, and strolled away from there. To think one can fathom the art of alchemy with just a book? What a fool's dream. I have barely grasped the basics of alchemy, even with my grandfather's personal teaching and guidance since childhood. Sun Yun laughed mockingly to himself as he walked. An accomplished alchemist needs not only theoretical knowledge, but also a wealth of practice and experience, spending money like water. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few alchemists in the vast Ink Forest Prefecture city, all of whom are members of great clans, possessing the means and resources to build an experienced alchemist. Therefore, in Sun Yun's view, Su Changkong's attempt to learn alchemy from a book wasn't likely to succeed. He imagined Su would give up after a few days of trying, facing several setbacks and suffering heavy losses. Su Changkong, of course, didn't know what Sun Yun was thinking. He carefully put away the precious pill record and headed back to the estate he had rented in the west side of the city. Let's take a look at this precious pill record. Su Changkong took out the precious pill record and began to read it carefully. Su Changkong was quite confident that he could learn alchemy. His potential value was as high as 15 points, and both his talent and comprehension were unmatched by ordinary people and not only effective in martial practice. For example, Su Changkong's forging skill reached an enviable level within a few years because of his potential value. Su Changkong read the precious pill record word for word, growing more astounded as he read. This alchemy really is a skillful craft, even more complex than forging. Alchemy is the art of using techniques primarily involving heat and water to refine various medicinal herbs and materials into pills, which brings out their utmost and even exceeds their limits. Heat methods include calcining, refining, baking, smelting, distilling, sublimating, sealing, while water methods include dissolving, leaching, encapsulating, boiling, simmering, fermenting, and so on. Su Changkong was somewhat mesmerized by what he read. The precious pill record wasn't some grand accomplishment in the way of pills. In fact, if it had been a work of a grandmaster of alchemy, Su Changkong, without any foundation, wouldn't have been able to understand it. But the precious pill record was the effort of an old alchemist's decades of experience in the basics of alchemy, which indeed was very suitable for beginners. Su Changkong spent an entire day and night reading through the precious pill record, gaining a general understanding of alchemy. No matter how extensive theoretical knowledge is, it's only paper talk. I need hands-on experience, learning from practice and failure to accumulate experiences and lessons. Su Changkong decided to get hands-on experience and start alchemy himself. However, alchemy isn't as simple as having just a pill furnace. Alchemy requires a plethora of tools: distillers for distillation, grinders for grinding, pill furnaces, pill tripods, cooking pots are indispensable, as well as pumping devices, and so forth. Su Changkong immediately set out to purchase these tools. Thankfully, these tools are available for purchase if one has money. He spent 2 days arranging a specialized pill refining room within the estate. Let's start by making the vivid chi pill recorded in the precious pill record. Su Changkong flipped through the book, which listed several common pill medicine recipes, including the gold recovery pill and vivid chi pill. The vivid chi pill, in particular, speeds up the recovery of one's strength and is effective for martial artists to restore physical energy and true chi, making it quite a practical pill medicine. The sawwort requires prolonged simmering, while the live blood flower needs to be baked until all the moisture is gone and then ground into powder. Following the steps from the precious pill record, Su Changkong began preparing the materials for pill refining. These materials were quite common, purchasable with money, yet not cheap. Su Changkong busied himself for 2 hours before he finished preparing and processing the materials. Next came the actual pill refining. In front of Su Changkong was a pill furnace half a meter in diameter and about 1 foot high, with a dark silver appearance and beautifully crafted. He had bought this silver wire pill furnace from Wanling Pavilion, the most expensive among the tools, costing him a whole 500 taels of silver. Su Changkong began to light a fire, using top-quality coal with high density and carbon content, which is smokeless and releases high heat. Whoosh! The flames rose beneath the pill furnace. As the furnace heated up, Su Changkong poured clear water into the outlet, then added various ingredients, one after another, over 10 kinds of medicinal herbs in total. Increase the heat. Su Changkong worked the bellows, stoking the flames under the pill furnace. The most crucial aspect of alchemy is, of course, the pill refining process itself, requiring perfect control of the temperature and exact timing for opening the furnace. Not too early, not too late. With his experience in forging, Su Changkong was very patient, occasionally adding water through the outlet of the pill furnace. Above the whole pill furnace, misty vapor rose from the exhaust vent, with a medicinal aroma permeating the air. Crack! Everything seemed to be going very smoothly, but as time passed, after an hour, there was a faint cracking sound coming from the furnace, accompanied by a smell of something scorched. I failed. Su Changkong's face showed a hint of helplessness, knowing that his first attempt at alchemy had ended in failure. Indeed, When Su Changkong opened the lid of the furnace, he saw scorched substances sticking to the walls of it. This attempt at pill refining was akin to throwing nearly 100 taels of silver to the wind. Fortunately, Su Changkong was prepared for this. He cleaned out the interior of the pill furnace and washed it in a small pool, then started his second refining attempt. Last time, I didn't control the heat well enough. Su Changkong reflected on his experience and lesson. Alchemy. Entry level 17%. After a day of hard work, Su Changkong had not succeeded in producing a single vivid chi pill, spending several hundred taels of silver. However, the effort wasn't entirely fruitless, as another skill, alchemy, had been added to the skills section of his attribute panel, next to forging. Next, it's the continuous making of vivid chi pills for practice, and once proficiency and success rate improve, I'll start making chi blood pills. Su Changkong was full of motivation. Practicing with chi blood pills was naturally impossible, as the ingredients for a single chi blood pill cost 3,000 taels of silver. It wasn't just Su Changkong who couldn't afford such extravagance. Even the wealthiest families in Ink Forest Prefecture City couldn't squander money like that. It was proven that Su Changkong's potential value of 15 wasn't just for show. In just 1 week, his alchemy had progressed from the beginner's level to the beginner's path of the first realm. By this time, Su Changkong already had a chance of successfully making vivid chi pills. Did I succeed in making it? Next to the pill furnace, Su Changkong's face was filled with joy as he looked at the dried-up pill furnace with a few warm pill medicines on top. There were 10 pills in total. Su Changkong took them out one by one with a jade spoon and scrutinized each of them closely. Out of the 10 vivid chi pills, only 2 are successful. The other 8 are failures. Su Changkong found that of the 10 pill medicines from this batch, only 2 were of acceptable quality. The other 8 were either burnt or melted into a mess that would dissipate upon touch. But regardless, this was a good start and bolstered Su Changkong's motivation. If the people of Precious Pill Residence knew that Su Changkong had gone from knowing nothing about alchemy to successfully making vivid chi pills in just 6 to 7 days, they would be astonished. Although vivid chi pills were meant for training and weren't particularly difficult to make, ordinary people still had to practice painstakingly for several months, or even half a year, before they could manage to make them on their own. Su Changkong did it in just 1 week, which was absolutely a display of genius. Keep going. Su Changkong neglected sleep and food, completely immersed in the art of alchemy, as driven as when he first learned martial arts or forging, with a goal and direction. He kept moving forward nonstop. Time passed. It was 3 months since Su Changkong had arrived in Ink Forest Prefecture City. During these 3 months, aside from his daily routine of practice, most of his energy was devoted to alchemy. Alchemy, third realm complete understanding 5%. In 3 months, Su Changkong's alchemy improved dramatically, soaring from the beginner's level straight to the third realm, showing significant achievement. The astounding talent brought by the potential value of 15 was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Yet, the accompanying expenditure was equally painful for Su Changkong. 3 months of time and nearly 30,000 taels of silver spent. In order to master alchemy quickly, Su Changkong practiced every day, spending about 300 taels of silver, amounting to nearly 30,000 bucks in 3 months. This was unquestionably painful. In Clearwater City, Su Changkong risked his life to hunt disciples of the Black Lotus sect, and County Magistrate Wang Yun, to atone, emptied his coffers, giving Su Changkong nearly 50,000 taels of silver. Now, having spent more than half in just 3 months, it's no wonder alchemists are so rare. Only those from large families with deep pockets and daily substantial incomes have the means to foster such talent. With my alchemy reaching the third realm, and my success rate in making vivid chi pills greatly increased, it's time to try making chi blood pills. Su Changkong took a deep breath, feeling excited and nervous. With his capital, all his remaining wealth was enough for 6 sets of chi blood pill ingredients. Could he manage to make any chi blood pills, and if so, how many successful batches could he produce? Thinking too much is useless. Just begin. Su Changkong didn't overthink it. Even if he failed completely with his temperament, he could bear such a blow and its cost. Blood ginseng of 20 years must be juiced and ground into powder, and the 3-leaf flower must be boiled for 3 hours. Distillation should be carried out using the distillation method, leaving the liquid for pill making. Vivid Qi pills were just entry-level medicines, and the steps and difficulty in making Qi blood pills were several times more complicated and higher than those for Vivid Qi pills. Su Changkong proceeded patiently with the preparatory work. Everything ready, Su Changkong began the alchemy, adding the 14 or 15 prepared ingredients into the pill furnace one by one. Next was controlling the heat, adding necessary ingredients when needed. Beneath the pill furnace, the flames soared as Su Changkong dared not be careless, concentrating fully, monitoring every movement within the pill furnace, working the bellows, meticulous about the temperature's intensity. Sigh, it still ended in failure. Time flowed, and, as night approached, Su Changkong let out a sigh, his heart thumping hard at the sight of the paste in the pill furnace. This time, it was 3,000 taels of silver wasted. Su Changkong's remaining money was all spent on buying ingredients for Qi blood pills at Wanling Pavilion. Su Changkong did not continue immediately, but took a good rest first. He tuned his mindset and physical condition to their peaks before starting the second attempt at alchemy. He had 6 chances. The second furnace was still a failure. Failed again? The control of the heat was perfect this time. Could it be an error in processing the ingredients? Even with Su Changkong's state of mind, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. 2 failures meant 6,000 taels of silver down the drain. But Su Changkong adjusted his state of mind and went over the pill recipe for the Qi blood pill carefully once more, including the processing of ingredients and the technique and steps of alchemy, meticulously imprinting every word in his mind before starting over. The third alchemy attempt commenced. Time progressed to evening, and Su Changkong stopped adding the charcoal. The flames beneath the pill furnace gradually faded, and Su Changkong was full of trepidation. Whoosh! As time ticked away, a white mist tinged with light red emerged from the pill furnace, resembling threads of silk. At the same time, a fragrant aroma that stirred the blood and induced salivation filled the room. It's a success. Su Changkong clenched his fists tightly as his face was filled with ecstasy. Taking a deep breath and cradling a nervous heart, Su Changkong lifted the lid off the pill furnace. Inside, there were a total of 10 pills. Some were charred and filled with impurities, some had crumbled into a heap, failing to form pills. Only 2 of them, bright red and the size of a thumb, exuded a rich medicinal fragrance. Are these the Qi blood pills? Su Changkong held the 2 reddish Qi blood pills in his hands, hardly able to conceal his excitement. Qi blood pills, miraculous pills that strengthen Qi and blood, made with expensive materials and the laborious effort of a skilled alchemist. Now that he had finally obtained 2 Qi blood pills, Su Changkong was undeniably thrilled. Strike while the iron is hot. Continue. Quickly, Su Changkong placed the 2 Qi blood pills into a small jade bottle for storage and, feeling the momentum, began the 5th batch of Qi blood pills. To his delight, the 4th batch of Qi blood pills was a success, yielding 3 pills. The 5th attempt failed, with all the medicinal materials turning into slag. In the last batch, Su Changkong was successful once more, feeling as if fortune and intuition had smiled upon him. 5. What made Su Changkong's heart race even more was the last batch of Qi blood pills. Not only was it successful, but it produced a total of 5 pills, as many as the total of the 2 previous successful batches combined. If only every batch of Qi blood pills I make could be successful and yield this many pills, Su Changkong thought wistfully. Yet he knew it was just good luck, and even a true alchemy master couldn't hope for such consistent success. Su Changkong's money was almost entirely spent, but it was indeed worth it. Not only had he successfully produced 10 Qi blood pills, but he had also mastered a proficient level of alchemy, something money couldn't buy for others. Hopefully, these 10 Qi blood pills will aid in my transformation and take me a step further. Looking at the 10 fragrant chi blood pills in the jade bottle, Su Changkong silently thought to himself. Then, without hesitation, Su Changkong swallowed one of the chi blood pills and began practicing the turtle breath technique. The potency of the chi blood pill unfurled in Su Changkong's belly and spread through his body, bringing about a warm sensation, comfort throughout, and his blood seemed to be purifying and undergoing transformation. The metamorphosis of chi and blood is not something that happens overnight. It requires gradual refinement and nourishment until it reaches its peak and transformation naturally ensues. As usual, Su Changkong practiced martial arts and his exercises every day without laziness. In the process, the chi blood pills he ingested continually digested and nourished his body, making his chi and blood grow stronger. Su Changkong found that a single chi blood pill required 5 days to digest, so every 5 days, he would take another to maintain the growth of his chi and blood. Time went by, and in the blink of an eye over 30 days had passed. Su Changkong had been staying inside, with his chi and blood growing stronger each day. It's close. My chi and blood are almost at the limit of my body, about to undergo transformation. Su Changkong was excited, feeling he was on the verge of stepping into a whole new realm. In the wee hours, when the sky was just faintly lit with a gray hue and everyone else was still resting, 2 unwelcome guests arrived outside the manor where Su Changkong resided. These were 2 burly men with a menacing air. Is this the place? The man on the left, wearing a sleeveless garment, showed off his muscular arms and a tattoo on his shoulder as he eyed the tall walls of the courtyard before him. Yeah, this is it. The guy living inside is a youngster. From what I've observed over the past few days, he stays inside, living alone in this manner. Anyone who can rent such a big place and not work is definitely rich or noble. Hit a lick on him, and we're set for life, said the tall man with narrow eyes, licking his lips. The 2 had come to Ink Forest Prefecture City to make their fortune, but with limited abilities, they had learned some martial arts in a martial hall and made a living by watching over gambling dens and collecting debts. Recently, they had set their eyes on Su Changkong, noticing that someone had moved into the previously vacant manor. After their surveillance, they concluded that the one who rented it was an unremarkable young man who was new to Ink Forest Prefecture City. With greedy thoughts, they knew the youth had to be quite wealthy, and with him living alone, they decided to enter the manor to see if there were any valuable belongings. Let's go and get inside. Hopefully, the kid is still asleep. We'll grab the money and leave. If he discovers us, well, we might have to get violent, and then we're talking about carrying a murder on our backs. The tattooed man chuckled lowly. Both of them were trained in martial arts and had blood on their hands. Breaking into the manor to steal was not something that made them nervous. If discovered, they would murder the witness and destroy any evidence. In the vast Ink Forest Prefecture City, the disappearance of 1 or 2 outsiders was nothing out of the ordinary. With this in mind, the 2 men agilely scaled the nearly 10-foot-high wall, with their nimbleness easily overcoming the barrier. In the early morning, the manor was very quiet, with no dogs or servants, the large place eerily empty. Both men lowered their steps, carefully exploring the manor grounds, looking for potentially valuable items. What's that sound? But as they ventured deeper into the manor, a series of whooshing sounds surrounded them, as if birds were soaring, wild beasts were running rampant, and apes were playing, a cacophony of noises, chaotic and jumbled.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.